Chapter 1, Draw a True Eye at the Start. Congratulations, you won a hug. Sitting on a bench in the park, Zhaowen looked at a man dressed as a clown, holding a lottery box and carrying a basket made of balloons on his back. The basket contained some small toys such as balloon hammers, devil hairpins, plastic lollipops and the like. Passers-by who won the lottery would be rewarded with a toy. Of course, there are also those who don't win, such as the two young ladies in cool clothes just now, who obviously drew a thank you for participating, but the clown smiled and said, "Congratulations, you drew a hug of love." After saying that, he opened his arms and made a gesture to hug him, but the little sister screamed, quickly dodged, went around behind him and snatched the balloon hammer from the balloon basket. She hit the clown on the head a few times, bang, 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 then took the balloon hammer and walked away, talking and laughing with the other girl, without any intention of returning it. The clown was not angry. He then asked passers-by to draw a lottery. Of course, the target people were all young people. Those who won the lottery would be given a prize, and those who didn't win would be played with. The passers-by were not angry and just treated it as a game. Zhaowen had no intention of participating. He was a salesman in a lighting city and came out today to do business. The salary for salesman was actually not high and his income depended entirely on commission, so doing business was the norm for many salesmen. Early this morning, Zhaowen took the information to a newly delivered property to promote lighting fixtures. He was lucky enough to close several orders. "I came to this park to take a break, sort out customer information, and plan which real estate project to visit to promote business in the afternoon. So I saw the scene just now." The clown with a playful face stopped the passers-by, took out 3 pieces of paper from the lottery box and asked, "Hey little brother, do you want this golden paper ball, this silver paper ball, or this white paper ball?" The young man who was stopped obviously knew the joke. He grabbed the 3 pieces of paper and said, "Only children do multiple choice questions. Adults know that they have to take all of them." After that, they opened the paper balls one by one. 2 of them said thank you for participating, and only one said a hot air balloon as a reward. "Well, a hot air balloon seems pretty good. I can take a ride in the sky and stroll around when I have nothing to do." The young man was obviously very satisfied with the reward. The corners of the clown's cracked mouth slightly raised. "Congratulations on winning a hot air balloon." After saying that, he took out a balloon from his unusually large pocket and blew it into shape. With nimble fingers, he made a circle and tied the opening, and it turned out to be a hot air balloon, a white balloon with the word hot written in cursive on it. The young man was so angry that he realized he was fooled. He took the balloon with both hands, stretched it to the clown's ear and squeezed it hard. "Thank you." The balloon exploded with a bang, and the young man who successfully fought back ran away happily. Zhaowen saw that this clown was obviously a performance artist, deliberately teasing passers-by, briefly touching them and bringing them happiness. It's just that his outfit is too exaggerated. He wears plush devil horns on his head, and the velvet one-piece clown suit looks a bit thick, which may be to hide some props. Zhaowen wanted to ask him, "Isn't it hot? I've been running business all morning and I'm feeling extremely hot." As if sensing Zhaowen's gaze, the playful clown jumped in front of Zhaowen and said, "Little brother, do you want to draw a lottery? The prizes are super generous, and there is also a mysterious grand prize." Zhaowen asked with a smile, "Isn't the mysterious grand prize a hot air balloon?" The clown laughed loudly, but did not respond. He grabbed a handful of colorful paper balls from the lottery box, red, green, cyan, purple, black, and all kinds of colors. Then he threw them into the air one by one, quickly doing the acrobatics of throwing and catching the ball, and looked at Zhaowen with a smile and asked, "Little brother, draw one, maybe you will win our mysterious grand prize." Zhaowen took out his phone and wanted to take a picture of him, but the clown stopped him and said, "Choose quickly. If you don't choose, I will choose for you." Zhaowen yelled, "Oh, then you can help me choose." "As you wish." The clown grabbed a somewhat transparent ball of paper with one hand. Yes, it was a transparent ball of paper, which looked a bit weird and unreal. He let the other colored balls of paper fall to the ground. The clown's grin was still there. "Congratulations on winning our mysterious grand prize." After that, he helped Zhaowen to open the paper ball facing Zhaowen, revealing the words on it. "Use all the money you have to exchange for the eye of true vision, which can see through all hidden things and see through all falsehoods, the eye of true vision." Zhaowen was a little confused, thinking to himself, "I only have more than 200 yuan on me, how can you cheat me?" The clown who was playful just now suddenly looked stern and his eyes became fierce. "Please choose, to change or not." At this time, Zhaowen realized that the pedestrians around him had disappeared. He and the clown were the only 2 people left in the huge park. The clear sky had become a little dark. The clown's words, however, seemed like a soul-searching interrogation, striking deep into Zhaoen's soul. Zhaoen swallowed his saliva and asked with a gloomy look, "Why me?" "A try." The clown replied, "After you make your choice, I will disappear and will never appear in your world again. Tell me your choice. Use all the money you have to exchange for this eye of true vision. Do you want to exchange it or not? 10, 9, 8, 7. The clown's voice sounded somewhat psychedelic, giving Zhaoen an extremely unreal feeling. As the countdown sounded, Zhaoen hurriedly said loudly, "I choose. I choose. I choose the one that can see through all hidden things and all illusions, the eye of true vision." "Ha ha. Deal done. Good luck to you." The clown suddenly put on a hippie smile and laughed non-stop. Then he suddenly disappeared, and even the ball of paper that had just fallen on the ground was gone, as if it had never appeared. The light around him gradually became brighter. Zhaoen saw that the phone he was about to take a photo with fell to the ground, and a real eye appeared in the center of his left hand. "Damn, isn't this exactly the same real eye as the real eye in a certain game? Grandpa Timo's Mall sells them for 75 each, and you're selling them to me for more than 200? The real eye, like a transparent object, seemed to be embedded in the palm of his hand and would not fall off when Zhaoen turned his hand over. There is even an introduction box on it that looks like a comic book. True Eye Level 1, Recyclable. You can place a true eye within a 100-meter radius that can detect 100-meter radius. The Eye of True Seeing allows you to see all that is hidden. The Eye of True Seeing cannot be seen or detected by anything. Go collect your luck to upgrade your true eye. This is fucking real. The game is brought into reality, and it's a hidden version. I just don't know if it can be placed on the human body. Well, this is possible." Zhaoen thought to himself, but couldn't help murmuring, "It's getting rich, it's getting rich, it's getting rich." Bayou. Zhaoen tried it out on the spot, inserting a real eye into the grass beside the flower bed. His vision immediately became fantastic, as if he could observe anything within a range of 100 meters from any angle. Things that were previously invisible to the naked eye can now be viewed from a 360-degree angle. Hey, what is that? In a remote triangle of grass, there was actually a bright red bill. Zhaoen looked around, no one was there. 10 seconds later, Zhaoen put the bill into his pocket and said silently, "Take it back." The real eye returned to the palm of my hand. It turns out that the recyclable in the brackets means that it can be taken back after being inserted and not used again? Congratulations on getting a luck value of 100. Go collect more luck to upgrade your true vision. What is the good luck value? And it can be upgraded, it's so awesome. Suddenly, Zhaoen exclaimed again, "Oh my god, my money." The mysterious clown just said that the deal was to exchange all the money he had for the eye of true vision in his hand. Now that the deal is done and the true eye is in hand, does that mean the money on me? This possibility cannot be ruled out. Chapter 2 Happy Scratch Lottery. Zhaoen quickly took out the wallet from his pocket that had been used for many years and was beginning to peel off. The feeling of it as soon as he touched it gave him a bad feeling, and when he opened it, it was empty as expected. Not a penny left, really not a penny left. He usually has about 100 or 200 yuan in pocket money in his wallet, which he uses to buy breakfast, take the bus, etc. Now it's all gone. Then Zhaoen took out his mobile phone, unlocked it as quickly as possible, and opened WeChat payment wallet. There was originally a balance of over 100 yuan in the WeChat wallet, all of which were earned from grabbing red envelopes, but now it shows 0.00. This operation completely dumbfounded Zhaoen. Damn, even the credit currency on the internet can be transferred quietly. What about my bank card? I don't trust it, never mind, what if? There was still 8,000 yuan in the bank card that Zhaoen had saved from working part-time and living frugally over the past few months. Zhaoen looked at the real eye lying in the palm of his left hand. You wouldn't have transferred the money in the bank card as well, right? Didn't you say it was just all the money you had on you? He straightened his clothes and strode towards the nearest bank. If you don't take a look, you will never give up. Zhaoen was born in a small county town in Yunnan province. His parents were ordinary working-class people with average family conditions. When he was in college, he often worked part-time to supplement his living expenses, so a few thousand yuan was a very important asset to Zhaoen. After all, I worked hard and saved money by living frugally. In modern society, people are impetuous and money is paramount. Although money is not everything, but living without money is certainly impossible. He ran out of the park, found the nearest ATM, inserted the card and entered the password in one go. But when he was about to check the balance, Zhaoan's hands began to tremble, because this was his hard-earned money. Finally, I pressed the button to check the balance, and a prompt sounded, "Checking, please wait." It was only a few seconds, but Zhaoan still felt extremely tormented. Some things are like this, you only know how to cherish them when you are about to lose them. Of course, money is always worth cherishing. The ATM screen clearly shows, your current account balance is 0.00. Zhaoan wanted to cry but had no tears. If I had known this would happen, I would have borrowed 100,000 or 80,000 yuan in advance to see if you could clear it for me. It really fits an old internet buzzword, after decades of hard work, you're back to where you were before liberation. What does it mean to be penniless? This is what it means to be penniless. That's not right. Didn't I just pick up 100 yuan? Looking at the reel I embedded in the palm of my left hand, it is about 10 centimeters long, with a wooden handle with delicate patterns at the bottom and a metal top that is curved like a horn. In the center is a ruby that looks like an eye, emitting a fascinating and dazzling light. Zhaoan said to himself, I'm penniless, right? Let's start with these 100 yuan today. Let's look at the introduction of this true eye again. True eye level 1, recyclable. You can place a true eye within a 100-meter radius that can detect 100-meter radius. The eye of true vision allows you to see all hidden things. The eye of true vision cannot be seen or detected by anything. Collect your luck to upgrade your eye of true vision. All the hidden things, Zhaoan has an idea. Not far from the self-service bank, about 100 meters away, Zhaoan leisurely walked into a lottery shop. Yes, Huaxiao Welfare Lottery. Is Zhaoan going to rely on buying lottery tickets to make a comeback? Yes and no. What he wanted to buy was not a lottery ticket like the double color ball, but a scratch-off lottery ticket that could be drawn and redeemed immediately. Since the true eye can make hidden things visible, scratch cards are obvious under the true eye and there are no longer any secrets. Walking to the bar, Zhaoan caressed the green plants on the bar with his left hand. He silently said in his heart, arrange. The illusory real eye in his left hand suddenly inserted into the flower pot, and then Zhaoan's vision changed. All objects that cannot be seen directly by the eyes appear in front of Zhaoan in the form of 3D outlines. All kinds of things on the bar, magazines, books, things in the drawers, and even the computer screen facing away from Zhaoan. As long as Zhaoan thought about it, he could see everything clearly. Looking towards the scratch card area again, wow, it's really like a monk with lice, it's so obvious, and there's even a text introduction. Zhaoan can see an illusory small square, winning 10 yuan, in his field of vision. It's really amazing. With such a plug-in, even a fool can win the prize. Boss, how much is this? Zhaoan asked, deliberately pointing at the Fugue Mantang note with a face value of 5 yuan. The boss was a woman in her 30s, with a pretty face, a ponytail, and black-framed glasses. She looked at Zhaoan and said, this is 5 yuan. Take 10. Zhaoan put the 100 yuan he had just picked up on the table and said generously, is this one okay to pick? Sure. Come, I'll find you 50. Zhaoan walked up and picked out 10 pictures, seemingly at random but actually carefully. I asked the boss for a special scratching paper and went to a small table nearby to start scratching the tickets. Scratching lottery tickets is actually a very enjoyable thing, and the double joy of taking an open book exam makes Zhaoan forget about feeling like he's becoming poor overnight. The first one, I got 100, the second one didn't win, on purpose, the third one. Boss, what does this ingot mean? Zhaoan walked to the bar with the scratched lottery ticket and asked the boss. The female boss's eyes lit up, oh, you got it? Then the somewhat naive female boss picked up the barcode scanner, scanned the lottery ticket and said, 2,805, are there any other winners? Zhaoan handed over the remaining 6 winning lottery tickets in his hand, and the female boss scanned the codes one by one. The total is 3,750. You are lucky, handsome guy. You won 7 out of 10, which is more than 3,000. Do you want to claim your prize now? Exchange. The female boss opened the drawer, counted out $3,700 bills and handed them over, 3,750 in total, count them. Before Zhaoan counted the money, a mechanical reminder sounded in his mind. Good, looking forward to it. I just don't know how much it costs to upgrade the True Eye to level 2, and what new functions does level 2 have. In order to cover up the moment of distraction, Zhaoan stopped counting the money. He held the money in his hand and said, wow, my luck is overflowing today. Good luck keeps coming. Keep scratching. I want to scratch one book this time. The female boss was also a little happy when she heard what Zhaoan said. Lottery sales points all get commissions, and the bonuses are paid by the lottery center. The more she sells, the more she earns. She introduced, this 15 yuan book is 900 yuan. These have just arrived. Handsome guy, would you like to pick one? You can pick anyone. It's all fine. Zhaoan used the same trick again and picked a new one. In fact, with the help of the True Eye, one of the tickets in this book of Niu Qi Chong Tian had the highest prize among all the scratch cards in this store. I counted out 900 yuan and paid it to the boss, and put the rest in my wallet. Picking up the razor, Zhaoan came to the small table alone and began to shave leisurely. In just 10 minutes, all 60 lottery tickets were hung. Zhaoan took the winning tickets back to the bar and left the non-winning ones on the table. Redeem your prize. Are these the winning ones? Let me take a look. The female boss took the barcode scanner and scanned the lottery tickets. There were about 20 or so of them. As the scanner beeps, the prize money is also accumulating by dozens or hundreds. Until the last lottery ticket is scanned, the scanner beeps seem to be a little high. First prize. 500,000. The female boss exclaimed, "Handsome guy, you won the first prize, which is the highest prize in this series, with a prize of 500,000. It's been a long time since anyone in our store has won such a big prize. You are so lucky today." Zhaoan's expression was very calm. He smiled and said, "With so much bonus, can you redeem it directly here?" The female owner of the lottery shop smiled and said, "It's like this, handsome boy, your lottery ticket has won the highest prize of 500,000 yuan for this type of ticket. Since the prize money exceeds 10,000 yuan, you have to go to the welfare lottery center to collect it yourself. So if you want to claim your prize on the same day, you need to bring your ID card to the lottery center to claim it." Then he handed the ticket to Zhaoan and said, "Please keep it. This must be redeemed on the same day, I have my ID card with me. Then I can only give you the remaining 2,340 yuan. The female boss took out another 2,340 yuan from the drawer, handed it to Zhaoan and said with a smile, "And because you won the prize in our store. This is an honor for our store and also a great publicity opportunity for us, so I will accompany you to the welfare lottery center to receive the prize later." Zhaoan heard the reminder of adding 2,340 good luck points again in his mind, and secretly rejoiced in his heart. He calmly withdrew his true eyes and asked, "Are we going now?" "Yes, let's go now. It's 10:15 now. If we go too late, the center will be closed and we will have to wait until the afternoon." "Okay, what are we waiting for? Let's go." Zhaoan nodded. Then, the female owner of the lottery shop closed the glass door, locked it with a long lock, pulled down the rolling door, hailed a taxi at the door, and went to the welfare lottery center. Chapter 3 True Eye Upgrade. In the taxi on the way to the local welfare lottery center, the innocent female boss called the director of the lottery center and chatted with Zhaoan, who was sitting next to her. "Where is this handsome guy from? How old are you? What kind of job do you do? Do you have a girlfriend?" However, Zhaoan responded absent-mindedly. In his heart, he had already begun to dream of earning tens of millions of wealth, marrying his girlfriend of many years, and reaching the peak of his life. "My girlfriend is my college classmate. We have been together since freshman year and it has been 5 years now. After graduation, we worked together in this city, but my girlfriend worked as a salesperson in a local real estate company and her income is much higher than Zhao Ang's. His girlfriend's name is Yang Yakin. She said she likes the city very much and wants to settle down here. Now Zhaoan plans to earn a considerable fortune with the extraordinary ability of the True Eye and buy 2 or 3 houses in this city in the future. Then we can bring both sets of parents over and they can live together or separately. Just thinking about the feeling of having money and not having to struggle for life and being free and happy makes me feel very comfortable." About 10 minutes later, they arrived at the destination, the lottery center. Zhaoan took the initiative to pay and got off the car. When you enter the lottery center, you will see a wide hall at the entrance. The walls on both sides of the hall are covered with winning and redeemed lottery tickets, double color ball, lotto, scratch cards, and so on. The entire wall is densely covered with them. After all, prizes exceeding 10,000 yuan must be collected at the local lottery center and subject to a 20% personal incidental income tax. The female boss led Zhaoan to the office of the director of the lottery center. The director was a middle-aged man who was well-dressed and a little bloated. He was introduced as Zhang. Director Zhang saw them and took the initiative to extend his hand to shake hands. "This is the lucky person who won the first prize today. Do you have your ID card with you?" "I brought it." Zhaoan responded. Let's go, I'll take you to redeem your grand prize. Director Zhang said with a smile. Then he led the way out, and walked to another large office, where there were many staff members. There was a computer at the entrance, which was connected to a barcode scanner. Director Zhang stretched out his hand and said, Please show me your winning lottery ticket. Zhaoan quickly handed over the lottery ticket in his pocket. The director took the barcode scanner and scanned it, beep, and then the computer immediately printed out a redemption ticket. Then he asked for Zhaoan's ID card, handed the redemption ticket and ID card to one of the staff members and said, Pay the tax first. The staff member took it and operated it, then looked at Zhaoan and said, Hello, Mr. Zhao. First of all, congratulations on winning the grand prize of 500,000 yuan. Secondly, according to national regulations, you must pay 20% personal occasional income tax. Please sign. Then he handed over a printed tax bill. Zhaoan examined it and signed his name swiftly. Then another staff member came over and asked whether the bonus should be paid in cash or by punching in a card. Cash was inconvenient, so Zhaoan handed over his bank card. The staff member operated it again. The bank payment text message had not arrived yet, but the same mechanical female voice as before rang in Zhaoan's mind. Congratulations on getting a luck value of 400,000, good luck value plus 400,000, your true eye is upgraded to level 2, your true eye is upgraded to level 3. Is it level 3 already? It's not suitable to check it now. I'll find a deserted place to study it carefully later. Director Zhang saw that the transfer was successful and shook hands with Zhaoan again. Congratulations. Thank you. Zhaoan was also a little happy. Are there any other procedures? Director Zhang said with a smile, the next step is to take pictures, but it can be omitted for less than 1 million. Do you need to skip it? Let's skip it. Zhaoan said. Goodbye then, and welcome to come again next time. After completing the redemption process, Zhaoan walked out of the lottery center with the female owner of the lottery shop. Then he accompanied the female owner to the advertising company, printed a banner advertisement, and then they took a bus back together. It is estimated that in the next month, this banner will be hung at the door of this Huaxia Welfare Lottery sales point. Congratulations to our lottery player Mr. Zhao for winning the first prize of 500,000 yuan in the scratch-off lottery. At this moment, Zhaoan perfectly interpreted what it meant to have money in pocket and no worries in mind. He randomly found a food stall, had lunch, and then leisurely returned to the rental house, ready to study carefully to upgrade the Eye of True Vision to level 3, to see what was different compared to level 1, and what new functions had been added. Zhaoan spread out his left hand and looked at the True Eye embedded in the palm of his hand. True Eye level 3, recyclable, you can deploy 3 True Eyes within a radius of 10 kilometers that can detect a radius of 1,000 meters, including 100 meters underground. The Eye of True Vision allows you to see all hidden things. The Eye of True Vision cannot be seen or detected by anything. Collect your good luck to upgrade your True Vision. First of all, the number of wards that can be placed has increased from 1 to 3. Secondly, the deployment range has increased, and the increase is 10 kilometers. With a distance of 10 kilometers, you can be in the city center and place wards in the suburbs. The detectable range has also increased. The result of 2 consecutive upgrades is that the detection range has increased from 100 meters before to 1 kilometer now, and 100 meters underground can also be detected. Zhaoan muttered to himself, what the hell is 100 meters underground? Are they asking me to go on an archaeological expedition? To steal a gold from a hill, move mountains, or remove hills? Or are they asking me to play the role of Brother Qilin? However, the newly upgraded powerful function once again refreshed Zhaoan's senses. Compared with the loss of money in the morning, Zhaoan couldn't help but silently said in his heart, sure enough, everything can't escape the law of true fragrance. Then Zhaoan became worried again. How should he continue to make money with the True Eye? Should he buy scratch lottery tickets again? Although Director Zhang of the lottery center said with a smile that you are welcome to come again, if you go to claim prizes one after another, it will definitely arouse some unnecessary suspicion and bring some unnecessary trouble. Or buy in another city? After thinking for a long time without any idea, Zhaoan made up his mind, never mind, now that I have money, I will improve my life first. I can't afford 2 or 3 houses, so it's time to replace my clothes, shoes, and socks with new ones. I don't need to replace the mobile phone, but I can buy one for Yang Yakin. Hehe, although everyone says that 13 is more popular, but Yang Yakin will definitely be surprised if I buy a new iPhone 12. Zhaoan's girlfriend, Yang Yakin, works in a real estate company. Although her salary is higher than Zhaoan's, she has just started working. Plus, as a girl, her expenses are higher. Moreover, she just bought an iPhone 11 Plus 2 months ago, so she has to reluctantly not buy the new iPhone 12 for the time being. Zhaoan went out again and went to the national men's clothing store Highland Home, where he chose a casual outfit for himself. Then he went to the Apple mobile phone store and bought an iPhone 12 with 128GB. Then he went to a jewelry store and bought a diamond necklace for more than 20,000 yuan. After all, it seemed that Zhaoan had never given his girlfriend a decent gift. In the end, he ordered a bouquet of flowers. After all this was done, Zhaoan took out his phone and called Yang Yakin. "Baby, is it time to get off work?" Soon, the person on the other end of the phone responded. "Let's have dinner together tonight. I have something to tell you." "Okay, where is it? What do you want to eat?" "You decide today." After a boring phone call, Zhaoan decided on the time and place for dinner, and then went back to the rental house to take a nap. He had been a mixture of sadness and joy today, and he was a little tired from running around. And you also have to conserve your energy for the evening show. After all, if you don't sleep at noon, the afternoon will be wasted, and if you don't sleep in the afternoon, you will collapse at night. "What, you want to break up with me?" Zhaoan didn't expect that when he went to dinner in the evening, before he could even give her his gift, his girlfriend of 5 years broke up with him. Chapter 4: Becoming Single. In the dim and elegant restaurant, Zhaoan's face was filled with shock, his eyes widened. "Did you take the wrong medicine, or are you still not awake? I'll give you a chance to reorganize your words. This is a couple-themed restaurant. The setting is fresh and elegant, yet it does not lose the ambiguous atmosphere. The cost is of course a bit high." Zhaoan had never had the opportunity to spend money here before, but now he had money in his pocket and was not worried. He could afford a meal, so he booked a table here early. But now Zhaoan didn't feel the atmosphere was ambiguous at all. Instead, he felt as if his body had fallen into an ice cellar and was hit by a bolt from the blue. He couldn't understand why the other party wanted to break up out of the blue. "I'm about to take off, don't you want to come with me and see the prosperity of the world?" "That's right, it's a breakup." The pure-looking woman with delicate features looked Zhaoan in the eyes with a resolute look and said in a firm tone. This was Zhaoan's girlfriend, Yang Yakin, his college classmate and lover of 5 years. At this moment, she was sitting opposite Zhaoan, but she seemed like a stranger. This strange feeling he had never experienced before made him nervous and lose his composure. Moreover, they have been dating for 5 years. In Zhaoan's eyes, their relationship has always been solid. Even during the phone call just now, they were still sweet and affectionate. The current situation really makes Zhaoan confused. Zhaoan grabbed Yang Yakin's hand and asked, "Why? Why did you suddenly break up with me? Did I do something wrong, or do you just not believe that I can lead you to a good life?" "A good life?" Yang Yakin broke free from Zhaoan's hand and said with disdain, "What do you think a good life is? How can I live a good life? Do I have to rely on you to sell light bulbs?" Zhaoan was about to retort that I was selling lighting fixtures, not light bulbs. Besides, I had extraordinary abilities now, and things were different now. I had hundreds of thousands of dollars in my bank account, and I could make 10 or 100 times more in the future. Yang Yakin started to speak rapidly. "Zhaoan. Mr. Zhao. I have known you for 5 years. Have you ever treated me to a meal in a decent restaurant? Have you ever given me a decent gift? From graduation till now, your salary is still 4,300, which is less than half of mine. If Li Qiushui hadn't introduced you to a job, you probably wouldn't even be able to find a job that pays 4,300. You can barely survive in this city, let alone stand out from the crowd. It's hard for me to imagine what kind of life I'd live if I continue to be with you. Now I'm going to tell you the truth. Just because you're a little handsome, I've always considered you my backup. I have many backups like you, so let's break up. Of course, I just hope you won't bother me in the future. That's good for both you and me." Zhaoan's face was filled with shock. He originally thought that they were in love, but the truth was that this shameful woman treated him as a spare tire. And this woman had many spare tires like him. I am such an idiot. I didn't even notice it after 5 years. So this is my one-sided love? Go to hell. Zhaoan sneered, took out the iPhone 12 he had just bought in the afternoon, and prepared to make a few sarcastic remarks. Unexpectedly, Yang Yakin smiled sarcastically, reached into her handbag, took out a mobile phone with 3 fingers, and shook it in front of Zhaoan, saying, "I'm sorry, I bought it last week. I've always been a strong person since I was young. I have to buy things I like. So, it's not cheap, spend all your savings. Tell me, is it worth it? Yang Yakin did not give Zhaoan a chance to defend himself, and continued to mock him. Buying a mobile phone costs thousands of dollars, and buying a bag casually costs tens of thousands of dollars. I want to ask you, do you know what a good life is? It means having a house to live in, a car to travel in, and money to pay for food, clothing, housing, and transportation. Without money, how can you support me? I don't want to live with you in poverty and hardship. Zhaoan usually complained about others with sharp words, but now he was choked by Yang Yakin and couldn't say anything. It took him a long time to say, I have money. Yang Yakin heard this and said, you have money, 10,000 or 8,000, don't treat me like a child, I'm not as easy to coax as I used to be. I didn't intend to kick you out. Although you are a little poor, you are still handsome, and you are not bad in bed. You don't make noises, fight, or compete. I didn't intend to kick you out right away. But what do you mean by doing this today? You bought me new clothes, invited me to a couple's restaurant, prepared to give me a new phone, and ordered a bouquet of flowers? As he spoke, he leaned forward slightly, stared at Zhaoan with his big eyes and said, are you going to propose to me? Ha ha ha. Where's your ring? Take it out and show it to me. Is there a diamond? How many carats is it? Just as he was talking excitedly, a young man wearing a vest with the words Happy Running printed on it ran over with a bouquet of roses in his hand. Hello, Mr. Zhao, please sign for your errand order. Then after Zhaoan signed for it, he ran away like the wind. Looking at this bouquet of beautiful roses, Yang Yakin's eyes seemed a little playful and proud. On the other hand, Zhaoan became increasingly depressed and silent. He had suddenly acquired a miraculous supernatural ability today, and with this ability he had earned more than 400,000 yuan in one go. From now on, he will no longer be just a poor boy, but a potential stock that will soon become successful and soar to the sky. But now, all this seems like a joke. The 5-year relationship was all fake, and the pure and lovely person was all a lie. What I got in return for my wishful thinking was nothing more than others treating me as a backup. Where's the ring? Take it out and let me see it. Yang Yakin smiled and deliberately stretched out her left hand. Why don't you propose to me? Maybe, because of your good skills, I will agree to it. I just wanted to share my joy, and you bitch actually misunderstood me as proposing to me? There was no ring. Zhaoan held the box of the necklace he bought that afternoon in his hand. He was extremely angry. He thought of the happy days in the past and the time they had spent together. The beautiful past has shattered like a dream bubble. Ridicule and mockery are not the source of sadness, but deception and betrayal are. Yes, in Zhaoan's eyes, this woman betrayed him and was his spare tire. What an irony! It was such a great humiliation that Zhaoan really wanted to stand up and slap her in the face, but hitting a woman was too embarrassing. He felt uneasy and torn, and felt a little cowardly just thinking about it. No, I have to fight back. Zhaoan is usually quite good at talking, so he can't fall down so easily. Zhaoan laughed in anger and said, are you sure that I will never be able to show my face? In your eyes, I will be poor forever? Yang Yakin sneered, what else? Do you really think I will marry you? To be honest, being poor is the biggest sin. Dating with you is the most shameful thing in my life. Don't appear in front of me anymore, don't contact me, don't taint my pure soul, and disappear from my sight forever. After saying that, she picked up the small bag on the table, stood up and looked at Zhaoan with a resolute look. Goodbye, never see you again. After saying that, he pushed the door and left without looking back. Damn it! The angry Zhaoan did not stand up to persuade her to stay, because there was no need. This woman whom he loved deeply in the past now made him feel extremely disgusted. He remembered that there was a book that said, don't despise the young and poor. 30 years in the East, 30 years in the West. I used to think this was a very immature statement, but now I really agree with it. Fortunately, Zhaoan planned to treat her to a meal and took the trouble to order a lot of her favorite food. Now she is alone and can't eat that much. He took out his cell phone and made a call. Hello, Xiaoshui, have you eaten yet? Come out to eat, I'll send you the location. Li Xiaoshui was Zhaoan's college classmate, and they were very close, so close that they even wore the same pants. Zhaoan called the waiter and asked him to delay the food for 20 minutes and to throw away the flowers, lest his best friends see them and laugh at him again. Not long after, a man with a gentle appearance, frivolous eyes and a slightly upturned mouth pushed the door open and came in. Zhaoan greeted him, here. This is Li Xiaoshui. Li Xiaoshui is a rich second generation who comes from a wealthy family. She has loved flying eagles, running dogs, fishing and catching shrimps since she was a child. Under her sloppy appearance is an upright and kind heart. She is one of Zhaoan's few good friends. It was he who introduced Zhaoan to the job at the lighting city. Li Qiushui pulled a chair and sat down, and the first thing he said was, "What's the matter, brother? You asked me to come here for dinner for no reason. Are you going to be gay with me?" "Fuck Mozg, I want to fuck your gay, why do I have to wait until today?" "So what do you mean?" Li Qiushui asked puzzledly. In front of his best friend, Zhaoan said without hesitation, "I was planning to treat Yang Yakin to a meal, but she thought I was going to propose to her, so she quickly broke up with me like throwing away a burden." "Happy breakup, I wish you happiness, you can find someone better." "Damn it, you actually sang it." Zhaoan was so angry that he picked up the cup on the table and was about to smash it. Li Qiushui immediately crossed her arms and made a defensive gesture, "Although you have been together for 5 years. But as a witness, I have never been optimistic about you two, but I can't say it. You two are like a flower stuck in cow dung." Seeing Zhaoan looking for a water cup again, he quickly changed his words, "Of course, you are a flower, a white lotus that is pure and untainted by mud, but it's a pity that you got stuck in Yang Yakin's pile of cow dung. How is it? Is it comfortable and moisturizing?" Zhaoan listened to his brother's jokes, and his depressed mood after the breakup and humiliation improved a little. Just at this time, the food came, so he said, "Stop talking nonsense, eat quickly, and then go to eat barbecue with me after eating." Li Qiushui curled her lips and gestured to him, "Okay." After finishing the meal quickly, Zhaoan paid the bill, and the two took a taxi and left. They went to an old roadside stall, where they drank and ate skewers until late at night. Zhaoan ended up being drunk and was sent back to the rental house by Li Qiushui. The next day, Zhaoan woke up with a splitting headache and received a call from Li Qiushui early in the morning. "What, go fishing? When did I promise you that?" Chapter 5 Discovery of Doghead Gold Ore. The Yangtze River has different nicknames according to the different sections of the river basin. The source is called Tuachua River, with high mountains and dangerous banks and snow all year round. The area below Dangkuku to the mouth of Batong River is called Tongtian River. Of course, this Tongtian River is not the Tongtian River in Journey to the West. The water flow is gentle and the river valley is wide. The lower reaches of Tongtian River are called Jinsha River, named after the abundance of gold. Further downstream, there are also the names of Chuanjiang River and Yangtze River. With abundant water and a long history, it is one of the mother rivers of Chinese civilization. Zhaoan, who was still hungover, was dragged to the bank of the Yangtze River by the energetic Li Qiushui to go fishing. Li Qiushui even said that she was taking him out to relax in order to comfort Zhaoan's wounded heart. Instead, Zhaoan felt that he just wanted to find a fishing buddy. Li Qiushui, who grew up by the Yangtze River, has been a fishing enthusiast since childhood. There are hundreds of fishing gears at home. He also has various sayings about fishing, such as a song and a bottle of wine, fishing alone in the autumn river, and a straw raincoat, a straw hat, a small boat, a 10-foot silk line and a fishing ditch. To Zhaoan, this seemed like a psychopath. Li Qiushui was sorting out the fishing rod and fishing line, making bait, and teasing Zhaoan, "You dressed up just to go fishing. Thunder and lightning, every nook and cranny." Zhaoan was so amused by these words that he had to fight back. "Don't you know the new policy that bans fishing in the Yangtze River basin for 10 years? Be careful that the police will come and confiscate your fishing rod and lock you up in a small dark room. You have misunderstood. Look at me, I fish in a very proper manner." Zhaoan was unwilling to give up and continued to fight back. "SLR camera will make you poor for 3 generations, fishing will ruin your life, and once you learn how to catch a rabbit, you will never be able to return." Unexpectedly, Li Qiushui was not angry at all. She even said in surprise, "Hey, you have learned how to copy jokes. Come on, let's have a battle." Zhaoan was in no mood to argue with him today. He took a fishing rod, put the bait on it skillfully, cast the rod, sat on the small stool and started fishing leisurely. What does the old saying go, "Since you are here, just make do with it"? He had accompanied this guy to go fishing many times before. I don't know how effective the true eye is here. Thinking of this, Zhaoan took advantage of Li Qiushui's inattention and quietly placed a true eye next to him. Zhaoan's field of vision changed again with the deployment of the true eye. All kinds of fish, shrimps, crabs, and various aquatic plants and animals in the water were clearly visible in Zhaoan's eyes. The refraction and astigmatism of the river water did not exist at all. The surging river water in front of Zhaoan was like a large aquarium, without any secrets at all. Jiawen looked at one of the fish, and the introduction next to it was more vivid. Yangtze River carp, 42 centimeters long, 1.8 kilograms in weight, wild 4 stars. It's amazing. Even the wildness is marked with a star. The true eye function after upgrading to level 3 is very powerful. You can also see the layers of pebbles and mud 100 meters below the ground. The pebbles you see are also described: small pebbles, maximum diameter 63.4 centimeters, hardness level 6. The sand is also marked: gravel, maximum diameter 0.04 centimeters, can be used as building materials. Of course, if you don't look at it, there will be no introduction, otherwise it will be so dense that it will dazzle you. Some of the sand was still shining, and Jiawen looked over and saw an introduction: gold gravel, weight 0.08 grams, can be used to extract gold. Jiawen shook his head and said that he didn't have the technology. There were already several foot-long fish chewing on the bait scattered on the riverbed at the bait Li Qiushui had made underwater. Jiawen retracted the reel and adjusted the hook. I moved to a grass carp with only 2 stars of wildness. This grass carp was a little lazy when eating. It opened and closed its mouth to suck the delicious bait and swallowed the bait together. The hook got stuck in the gums of the grass carp while it was chewing. The grass carp felt pain and swung its tail fin violently to escape. Jiawen saw that the fish had taken a firm bite of the hook. The moment the float sank, he gripped the fishing rod tightly and grabbed the safety of the reel with his right hand. With his left hand, he held the reel handle to tighten the fishing line and pulled the fish in. The fish was quite wild, and after a few struggles, it was pulled to the shore. Damn, this is great, a good start, today is going to be a big success. Li Qiushui exclaimed with shining eyes, from today on, say goodbye to the empty air. His hands were not slow at all. He used the scoop net with one hand to scoop the 3-gene grass carp out of the water and unhook the hook deftly. Open the palm of your right hand and hold the gill covers on both sides. Hold the front end of the fish tail with your left hand. The grass carp struggles but cannot get free. In 1 second, it is put into the fish guard. Li Qiushui looked at Jiawen, who was putting up bait again, and said with a chuckle, as expected, you may fail in love but succeed in fishing. I bet you can catch at least 2 fish today. Jiawen ignored him and continued to cast his rod, saying with some disinterest, I won 500,000 yuan in the lottery yesterday morning. Li Qiushui probably didn't hear clearly. What did you say? 500,000. Jiawen turned his head and looked at this guy. He took a deep breath and said loudly, I said, I bought a lottery ticket yesterday and won 500,000 yuan. I was planning to give Yang Yakin a surprise, but she always treated me as a backup. She thought I was going to propose to her yesterday and was afraid that I would stick to her, so she dumped me like a piece of taffy. I was so upset that I didn't even feel like winning the lottery. Li Qiushui asked in confusion, I've never heard that you have a hobby of buying lottery tickets? Jiawen pretended to be careless and answered, I just bought a few tickets at random. Who knew I would win? Then this Yang Yakin, isn't she picking up sesame seeds and losing watermelons? Li Qiushui joked with a playful look on her face, how about you take this 500,000 yuan, and we go to her place in the afternoon and buy her a house to surprise her? I love this kind of pretentious and face-slapping melon the most. Jiawen said with some disdain, money is something outside of one's body. Buying a house just to show off is too deliberate. Li Qiushui joked, when did I see you become so enlightened? If you are deliberate, then you are allowed to humiliate her, but you are not allowed to go back? Jiawen said with a dull look, forget it. If I do this, she will think that you are the one who lent me money and pretended to be so arrogant. I don't know what you are plotting against me in your heart. Besides, she humiliated me so much yesterday, I don't want to see her again, why bother to increase my sales with her? As he spoke, another fish was hooked, and Jiawen skillfully pulled the fish to the shore. Li Qiushui was shocked this time, it's only been a few minutes, and this is your second one? His hands were not slow, he scooped the fish up with a scoop net, quickly untied the fish and put it into the bag, saying, you stepped on dog shit last night, how lucky are you? Yangtze River fish are notoriously difficult to catch, and you caught 2 at once without any disguise. Tell me, do you have any secrets? Hurry up, hurry up. Jiawen could only smile and say, what secret is there? It's just luck. He quickly changed the subject and said, look, we've caught 2 fish today. Should we take them home and steam them or braise them? Li Qiushui said disdainfully, what's the use of steaming or braising? Wild river fish is best eaten roasted. Humph, I'm going to be serious. I won't put down my rod until I catch 10 or 8 fish today. How can a professional fisherman like me be outdone by you? After hearing what he said, Zhaoan didn't want to rely on the real eye to cheat anymore. This is his best friend, it's okay for entertainment, but there's no need to be serious. Thinking of this, Zhaoan prepared to take back the real eye and fish with real skills. He originally planned to fish to relax. Just as Zhaoan stretched out his left hand to retrieve his true eye, he discovered that in his field of vision, about 300 meters above the river bank, there was an independent and conspicuous red light flashing, which attracted Zhaoan's attention. Zhaoan took a deep breath after reading the introduction. Doghead gold ore, weighing 16.34 kilograms, purity 91.3, can be exchanged for considerable wealth. It turned out to be a gold ore, and such a big piece. The reason why Zhaoan didn't see it at first was because he was looking at the river in front of him, watching the fish. The newly discovered doghead gold ore was buried about 2 meters deep on the riverbank, which was to the upper left of Zhaoan. It was a blind spot, so it was normal that he didn't see it at the beginning. In the past, Zhaoan always saw in the news that someone found a gold nugget by the river, and someone else found a gold nugget somewhere else. Today, it was his turn to find one. It is still such a big piece. The introduction of Junyan says that it weighs more than 30 kilograms and the gold content is so high. It is not buried too deep, only more than 2 meters, so it can be dug by yourself. Zhaoan made up his mind and went alone at night with a pickaxe and shovel to dig for gold. Someone here said, why not tell Li Shui, do you want to have it all to yourself? First of all, it is difficult to explain how you know that there will be gold or if you dig at this exact location. And the more you explain, the more you'll expose and the more trouble you'll get into. So sometimes, eating alone is necessary. What's more, Li Shui's family runs a OEM factory. A rich second generation like him may not be interested in this gold ore. Maybe he is more interested in the fish in the river. So Zhaoan remembered this position, quietly retracted his true eye, and then started fishing without making any noise. Soon, Li Shui's first fish was hooked, and he shouted excitedly, see, the big fish is hooked. When Zhaoan saw Li Qiu catch a fish in the water, he also put down his fishing gear and replaced it with a landing net. When Li Shui slipped the fish to the shore, he skillfully scooped it up. It was a crushing carp weighing about 200-300 grams. Brother Shui is mighty, Brother Shui is domineering. Zhaoan joked, as expected, he is the champion of the children's group in the Yangtze River fishing competition. Li Shui was so angry that her teeth itched, go away. In this way, with the two good friends joking with each other, they fished until noon. Xiao Shui caught 2 more fish, and Zhaoan also caught one by luck. Seeing that they had caught a lot of fish, the two decided to call it a day and go home. After packing up their fishing gear and catch, the two men found a fish grilling shop and had the fish processed. They caught 6 fish of varying sizes, weighing a total of nearly 10 kilograms. They grilled them all without leaving a single one. The grilled fish restaurant is usually closed at noon and usually opens at night. However, the two are regular customers and Li Shui had informed them in advance, so the boss made an exception and grilled fish for them. Li Shui asked for 2 bottles of beer, poured herself a glass, and poured one for Zhaoan, and asked as he poured, Zhaoan, what are your plans for the future? If you are content with a small fortune, 400,000 yuan can help you live a comfortable life in your small county. But here, it may not even be enough for a down payment on a house. Zhaoan picked up the cup, took a sip of beer, and said, 400,000 is indeed not much, and I can't do anything big, but if I work, it will be enough to work for many years. So I plan to quit my job at the lighting store first, and then you can talk to your uncle about it, and I want to go there in person. Li Shui also picked up the cup and drank it in one gulp, then poured himself another and said, it's better to resign. The salary of that job is not high, and the commission is little. At first, I suggested that you work as a small leader in my factory, but you were too embarrassed to do so. I never thought that you would have a lucky day. It's okay, if you don't want to do it, then don't do it. I'll tell you later. Zhaoan raised his glass and clinked it with his. They each drank a glass. Zhaoan said, thank you. Maybe it's because he was unsuccessful in love but successful in gambling. Well, gambling is also a kind of gambling. I plan to wait for a few days and see if there are any suitable projects, such as starting a small business. It's impossible for me to work. I will never work in my life. I don't know how to do business. I can only fish and catch shrimps to make a living. The fish was just grilled and served. Li Shui imitated a joke from the internet and spoke in a gangster tone. Zhaoan couldn't stand his ruffian look and immediately sarcastically said, be careful, SLR will make you poor for 3 generations, and fishing will ruin your life. Li Shui poured Zhaoan more wine and said, no, I am just entertaining myself. It's not like I have to go home and inherit a 10 billion fortune if I don't do a good job. Besides, my old man doesn't have a fortune of 10 billion for me to inherit, so I can only take a few days off to fish for catfish. Zhaoan knew that he was deliberately reciting weird poems to amuse him, and he was very touched. He felt that no matter what time it was, it would be great to have such a good friend by his side. Even if he couldn't offer any substantial help, just chatting and joking like before was a great satisfaction. The two of them joked with each other like they did in the past, and happily finished their grilled fish. Zhaoan was thinking about the mining in the evening, so he said goodbye to Li Qiushui and they left. Chapter 6: Going to the Public Security Bureau for tea. However, Zhaoan did not return to the rental house immediately. Instead, he went to a grocery store first and bought a pickaxe, a shovel, a small hammer, and a chisel. As for the lighting, you don't need to buy it, because the vision of the real eye is clearer than during the day. Then I went to an outdoor gear store and bought a sturdy backpack, making full preparations for the mining trip that night. Then he returned to the rental house. At this time, Zhaoan also felt very tired. Yesterday, he had experienced many ups and downs. First, he gained the magical true eye. Then his backpack was emptied of all his money, and he won 400,000 yuan in lottery tickets. He wanted to share his joy with his lover, but was forced to break up again. I wanted to find someone to comfort me, but I got drunk again. Before I sobered up, I was woken up early in the morning to go fishing. Exhausted, Zhaoan set an alarm and fell asleep, hoping to regain his energy as he had to go mining in the evening, which was a physically demanding job. At 8 o'clock in the evening, Zhaoan woke up to the sound of the alarm. 5 hours of deep sleep had greatly restored his energy. He spread out his left hand. The real eye that only Zhaoan can see is embedded in the palm of his hand. The illusory light flows, making Zhaoan intoxicated. It feels not so real. The sound of rain outside the window brought Zhaoan back to reality. Damn, it's raining. Zhaoan walked to the window. Heavy rain poured down, as if to wash away this impetuous world. There was no pedestrian on the street, and occasionally one or two cars hurriedly passed by. The rapidly rotating wheels rolled up the water on the road to a height of more than 1 meter, and then it fell down quickly, splashing water. Damn it! How can I mine in such heavy rain? Zhaoan thought in his heart that this place should be less than 10 kilometers away from the river. The level 3 true eye can be deployed within 10 kilometers of Zhaoan. He stretched out his left hand and silently said, "Arrangement." An eye of true vision was inserted at the place where Zhaoan and Li Qiushui had been fishing before. The water level of the Yangtze River in his field of vision rose by 2 meters. The location where Zhaoan discovered the gold ore was also submerged by the river, so there was no way to dig it out by himself, unless he drove an excavator. That depends on which company has better excavator technology, Zhaoan said self-deprecatingly. Forget it, let's go eat. Eaters' souls, eaters need to use a basin to eat. The small restaurant downstairs was deserted because of the rain. Zhaoan ordered 3 dishes, 1 meat, 1 vegetable, and a soup. After feasting on the food, he returned to his room and continued to sleep. Nothing happened all night until dawn. Zhaoan felt refreshed when he woke up. The rain had stopped and the sky was clear. He washed and dressed in one go. He went downstairs and ordered a portion of dumplings, 2 boiled eggs, and a bowl of soy milk. After eating and drinking, he had another energetic day. At this moment, 2 police cars stopped at the door one after the other. 4 policemen got out, 3 men and 1 woman, all in police uniforms. Look at the police rank. One has 2 bars and 3 flowers, and the other 3 have 2 bars and 1 flower. 2 policemen got out of the car and went upstairs, while 2 walked into the restaurant. The leader, the 2 bar and 3 flowered man, called the owner of the small restaurant over, took out a photo from his bag and asked, "Do you know the person in the photo?" The owner of the small restaurant took the photo, looked at it, pointed at Zhaoan and said, "Isn't that?" Zhaoan had his back to the door before, and the 2 policemen turned around and came face to face with him. Zhaoan was confused. Are these policemen here to see me? I haven't done anything wrong recently. I'm a good citizen and I've never done anything illegal. The leader, a man with 2 bars and 3 flowers, had a big square face. He looked at Zhaoan with sharp eyes and said, "Hello, is your name Zhaoan? Please show me your ID card." Zhaoan said with a puzzled look, "It's me." He took out his ID card and handed it over. "Excuse me, what can I do for you?" The square-faced policeman took it, took out a machine that looked a bit like a mobile phone, put the ID card in it, and then operated it for a while, then returned it to Zhaoan and said, "It's like this." We have something we want to know from you. Please come back to the Public Security Bureau with us. Jiawen put away his ID card and realized that the matter might not be simple. However, he heard that he was only assisting in the investigation, so he said tactfully, okay. Then he called the boss over to pay the bill and followed the two policemen into the police car. The police car was driving on the road, and the two policemen in the car didn't say a word. Jiawen seemed a little embarrassed, with many doubts in his mind. I don't know anything, and I don't dare to ask. Soon, a police car drove into the Municipal Public Security Bureau, and two policemen took Jiawen to a room with an interrogation room written on the door. There was a desk inside, and a few chairs on both sides of the desk. One of the policemen sat down at the other end of the table, and the other closed the door and said to Jiawen, "Please sit down." Then he sat down on the other side. The square-faced policeman said, "We are from the criminal police team of the Municipal Public Security Bureau. My last name is He. We are now questioning you in accordance with the law regarding a criminal case that occurred recently. The questioning will be conducted in pairs and the entire process will be recorded and videotaped." He pointed to the two monitors at opposite corners of the room and continued, "I hope you can answer my questions truthfully and be responsible for yourself." Jiawen nodded and said, "I understand. I will answer truthfully." Name? Jiawen. Age? 23. Do you know someone named Yang Yakin? Yes, she is my girlfriend, but we broke up 2 days ago. How long have you been together and why did you break up? We have been together for more than 5 years. Maybe she thinks that I am a poor boy who cannot meet her growing material needs. So? Jiawen spread out his hands and made a helpless expression. As for the matter of having a spare tire, it was really hard to talk about it. Officer, he looked puzzled. That's not right. We checked your bank records and found that 400,000 yuan was recently added to your card. Then have you found out where the 8,000 yuan that suddenly disappeared is? Jiawen complained in his heart. But she didn't dare to neglect it. I won the lottery the day before yesterday. She didn't know I won the prize, but she was very anxious to tell me that she broke up unilaterally. As he said this, he took out the tax bill and the winning certificate from the welfare lottery center from his wallet and handed them over. Another policeman took it and said, "I need to make a copy." After saying that, he took the tax bill and winning certificate and went to the copier in the corner to make copies. Has Yang Yakin contacted you recently? Officer, he continued to ask. No, we haven't been in touch since the night before last. Jiawen was a little curious, and then asked anxiously, Officer, is there something wrong with her? She's dead. Officer, he had a blank expression on his face, as if he was telling a cold story. She's dead. These 3 words pierced Jiawen's eardrums like an electric shock, shocking his auditory nerves and echoing in his mind in disbelief. How did she die? When did it happen? I've never heard that she had any disease, nor that she had offended anyone. She was fine the day before yesterday, how could she die? Jiawen asked excitedly. Although Yang Yakin treated him as a backup, Jiawen was not a cold-blooded person. After 5 years of relationship and every little thing that happened to them, he had already gotten used to her existence. Even if Yang Yakin had bad intentions, it's not like we can just forget about her or let her go. It's inevitable that I would feel a little out of control when I suddenly heard the news of Yang Yakin's death. At this moment, he recalled the amazement he felt when he first met Yang Yakin, his shyness when they met again, the admiration they felt for each other when they first met, and the joy they felt when they fell in love. Then there was the loss I felt when we broke up, and the mixed feelings I had when I learned of her death. If you say it's good that he died, you seem cold-blooded, but if you say it's a pity, you seem pitiful, because you were just a spare tire, the kind that was replaced, you don't deserve it. Officer, he saw his complicated expression but did not show anything. Instead, he continued to explain the case to him. At 6 a.m. this morning, 2 fishing enthusiasts found her body on the river bank of Huishuituo. The police initially determined that she was murdered. May I ask where you were from 8 to 10 last night? Jiawen was a little annoyed. Are you doubting me? Officer, I have always done things honestly. Even if she doesn't love me anymore and doesn't want to be with me, that is her freedom, how could I kill her? Besides, what evidence do you have? Just because she is my ex-girlfriend? The other officer finished copying, came back, pulled up a chair, sat down, and said, We have our own case handling procedures. Please cooperate and answer the questions truthfully. Chapter 7 Searching for the Real Murderer. Jiawen also realized that he had lost his composure, so he had to answer, I slept in my room all afternoon yesterday. When I woke up, it was exactly 8 o'clock. I set the alarm, but when I saw it was raining heavily outside, I didn't go out. I just went to the small restaurant to eat at around 8:30. After that, around 9 o'clock, I went back to my room to sleep. Officer, he then asked several other questions, and Zhaoan answered truthfully. Finally, officer, he showed the transcript to Zhaoan and asked him to sign and put his fingerprints on it. After Zhaoan did as he was told, officer, he took the transcript and went out, while another officer stayed behind. Zhaoan asked the officer, "Where is she? Can I go see her? As the case is confidential, I cannot disclose it, and since you are not a relative, you are not allowed to visit. Why don't you stay here for a while and wait for our notice?" said the police officer who stayed to watch Zhaoan. So, he was detained? Zhaoan felt annoyed. This young yakin, even her death makes me feel sad, mushroom. At this time, the two policemen from another office also came back. Officer, he sat at his desk, took a sip of water and asked, "Shaoli, tell me about the visit to Zhaoan nearby." Shaoli, the female police officer, said, "According to our investigation, Zhaoan has moved here for 6 or 7 months. I usually go out early and come back late, almost always alone, rarely bring anyone back with me, and rarely go out after I get home at night. I like to eat at the small restaurant downstairs, and I don't interact much with the residents nearby." Another police officer also said, "We checked the surveillance cameras of the nearby streets and corridors and found that Zhaoan did go out at 8:20 last night, but he only ate at a small restaurant. He went back at 9:10 and never came out again." Officer, he pondered for a while and said, "Then Zhaoan can basically be ruled out as a suspect. What are the results of the autopsy? Is the detailed autopsy report out?" Shaoli said, "Not yet. Since the body has been in the water for a long time, the detailed autopsy report may be delayed for a while." Officer, he stood up and told the two policemen, "Go to Yang Yakin's workplace and accommodation and continue investigating. Check who the deceased has been in contact with recently, and go to the telecommunications bureau to print out a list of the deceased's phone numbers." After saying that, he walked back to the inquiry room where Zhaoan was, stretched out his hand and shook hands with Zhaoan, saying, "Thank you for your cooperation, you can go now. If you have any clues, please inform us in time. After you return, remember not to publicize the case at will. Everything should be based on the announcement of our Public Security Bureau." After that, he asked another police officer to send Zhaoan back, but Zhaoan said it was not necessary, saying that he had other things to arrange, so he packed up his things and left. Zhaoan walked out of the door of the Municipal Public Security Bureau alone, feeling mixed emotions. The woman he had loved with all his heart for 5 years had died in such an unclear way. Although she said that in the end, Zhaoan was in no mood to tell the truth from the falsehood in her words. After 5 years of relationship, it was not something that could be forgotten or let go in 2 days. In the past 5 years, he has become accustomed to the other person's existence. No one would be able to accept this bad news. Zhaoan thought to himself, "Maybe I can do something." Zhaoan thought about the power of the true eye. Perhaps he could rely on the function of the true eye to find her murderer and bring him to justice. After all, he had slept with her for so many years. Even though she was a bitch, she was still my bitch. The key point is that a murder case related to me has happened. Maybe the police will be watching me, so it will be difficult for me to dig the gold ore on the riverbank. What if you are digging hard and a group of police surround you? How would you explain it? Are you digging a hole to bury yourself and commit suicide? Before completely clearing yourself of suspicion or finding the real murderer, it would be inconvenient for you to do something that might attract attention. Thinking of this, Zhaoan immediately stretched out his left hand and silently arranged a real eye on the office building of the Public Security Bureau. Then I switched my view and searched carefully in the building, and finally found the target, the anatomy room. I saw a female corpse lying on the dissection table. It was Yang Yakin. But now she was no longer aggressive, but lying quietly. The body was swollen from being soaked in water, and some disgusting spots appeared on the body and face. They were corpse spots. Zhaoan couldn't bear to watch any longer, so he looked up the autopsy report. It read, "Dead, Yang Yakin, 23 years old, with a large dent on her head, the maximum depth of which is 2.3 centimeters. It is suspected to be caused by a blunt object, which is a fatal injury. There are no specific injuries on the rest of the body." Zhaoan searched again but found no other clues. No more clues. This is getting hard. By the way, where are the things on her body, the bag and mobile phone she carries with her? Zhaoan had seen the mobile phone and bag last time. She liked her bag and mobile phone so much, she must carry them with her. Now that her bag and cell phone haven't been found, there might be some clues in them. As Zhaoan, who has the real eye in his hand, should have a say in finding things. Zhaoan got down to work right away. He took a taxi to Yang Yakin's residence, which was an elevator apartment. At first, he had planned to live with Yang Yakin, but was fiercely opposed by Yang Yakin, who thought that he was just a spare tire and had no right to live with her. Zhaoan put a real eye into Yang Yakin's room and checked it out, but sure enough, he did not find his bag and cell phone. So Zhaoan speculated, Yang Yakin was washed to the riverside by the river, which means her body was dumped upstream of the river. Then, if he walked along the riverside with real eyes and searched carefully, the possibility of finding her was very high. We took another taxi to Yanjiang Road, which is less than 100 meters away from the river. The riverside where Yang Yakin's body was found is called Huishuatuo, named because the river water produces many whirlpools when it flows here. It is possible that it was the effect of multiple whirlpools that washed her body to the shore, otherwise she might have been eaten by fish. Zhaoan retracted all his true eyes, and inserted 3 true eyes side by side with the Yangtze River as the center. Then he carefully explored under the field of view of true vision, and looked at the detailed information of anything that resembled a handbag or a mobile phone. After about 10 minutes of exploration, nothing was found. Then Zhaoan stayed where he was, retrieved the true eye, moved up 1 kilometer, and inserted the true eye again to investigate. Anyway, it can be deployed at will within 10 kilometers. The ideal is beautiful, but the reality is cruel. After spending 2 or 3 hours and exploring more than 20 kilometers along the river, Zhaoan found nothing. He wondered if he had not explored carefully enough and if he had missed something. He wanted to go back and look for it again, but his rumbling stomach reminded him that it was already 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Losing one's chastity is a small matter, but starving to death is a big matter, and the emperor has no shortage of hungry soldiers. He ignored it and found a place to fill his stomach first. Zhaoan took out his cell phone and searched for a nearby, highly rated restaurant called Sister Lu's Private Kitchen on Dianping.com. It was about 50 meters away, not far, and he could reach it in a few steps. When he entered the room, he saw that the place was empty. There wouldn't be any customers at this time, so Zhaoan found a clean empty table and sat down. He ordered 3 dishes, a soup, and a bowl of rice and started eating. Eating alone is boring. It would be more enjoyable if Li Qiu Shui is around, making jokes and bickering with each other. I ate until I was about 80% full, drank some soup, and finally grabbed a tissue from the table to wipe my mouth, then threw it into the trash can under the table. Wait, garbage. Is it possible that it was thrown away as garbage? Do I have to search all the trash cans in the city? After calling the boss to pay the bill, Zhaoan walked out of the restaurant with a heavy heart. It was not realistic to search through all the trash cans in the city. All garbage will eventually be collected at the garbage disposal station, and by this time, it may have already reached the garbage station. Without further ado, Zhaoan took a taxi to the garbage disposal station again. The garbage disposal station is located in a remote corner on the outskirts of the city. The taxi driver was reluctant to go there at first, but when Zhaoan said pay more, he succumbed to the power of money. Half an hour later, the taxi stopped at the door of the city garbage disposal station. Zhaoan paid 100 yuan and said to the driver, "Wait here for 10 minutes, I'll give you another 100 yuan later." The taxi driver readily agreed. As soon as Zhaoan got out of the car, he casually inserted the true eye into the garbage disposal station. As the number of times he used it increased, Zhaoan's technique of inserting eyes became more and more proficient, and his detection speed became faster and faster. There was no one guarding the entrance to the garbage station, so Zhaoan walked straight in, searching for Yang Yakin's cell phone and handbag as he walked. At the entrance is an operation room made of aluminum alloy frames covered with colored steel tiles. Several workers wearing masks are sorting garbage and collecting recyclable waste, presumably to sell them. Another separate iron box contains coins, banknotes, mobile phones and other high-value items picked up from the garbage. One of the mobile phones was the latest model of iPhone 12. Its screen was badly damaged, as if it had been crushed by a steamroller. I wonder if it was Yang Yakin's. Zhaoan looked at the introduction of this phone under the True Eye Vision, a broken iPhone 12 phone, which was knocked more than a dozen times. The previous owner was Yang Yakin. Found it, that's it. The next step is how to get it back. Zhaoan smiled and said, "Hello, excuse me, masters." Several workers looked at Zhaoan, and one of them, a tall worker who seemed to be the leader, said, "How did you get in? Didn't you see the sign at the door saying no admittance to idle people?" Zhaoan quickly took out the cigarettes he had just bought on the street and gave each person one. He stuffed the remaining cigarettes into the tall worker's hands, saying, "Excuse me for disturbing you." Jiawen himself doesn't smoke, but when doing things in society, one still has to know how to handle things. This is the truth he has summed up after working in sales for the past few months. The tall worker then said, "Tell me, what's the matter?" Jiawen then smiled and said, "It's like this. My wife and I had a quarrel yesterday, and my husband was so angry that he smashed my phone when he got home. I threw it in the trash, but I have some important information on my phone. I was wondering if you could find it here." The tall worker said, "All the phones found today are here. Check to see if there is one that belongs to you. Let me make it clear to you first. If there is one that belongs to you, you have to pay me some hard work fee before you can take it away." Of course, of course. Jiawen agreed repeatedly, then walked over to the iron box and pretended to check it. Then he pointed at the iPhone 12 and said, "This is it. This is my phone. Master, what do you think is the right price for it?" The tall guy was also a wise man. "Apple, at least give me 2,000. Jiawen was embarrassed. 2,000 is too much, you see it's already broken, how about 1,000? At least 15,000, if you want it or not. Jiawen gritted his teeth and said, "Okay, 1,500 is 1,500. Then he counted out 1,500 yuan from his wallet and handed it to the tall worker. "Here, count it." The tall man smiled, took the money and counted it. "Yes, you can take the phone." Jiawen hurriedly took the phone and put it in his pocket, said thank you and walked out. "I've just checked and found that the only thing here that belongs to Yang Yakin is this cell phone. The handbag was probably picked up by someone. When I went out, I saw that the taxi was still parked at the door. I opened the door and got in. I told the driver that I was going back to the city." Jiawen's tense nerves finally relaxed. After all, there were several big and strong men, and if there was a conflict, Jiawen's small body would not be able to withstand it. Finally, the taxi stopped at a mobile phone repair shop, and Jiawen paid 100 yuan as agreed. After entering the repair shop, Jiawen handed Yang Yakin's phone to the repairman and said, "Fix it at all costs." The repairman took the phone, opened the back cover, removed the screen and motherboard, and looked at the damage. He said to Jiawen, "If you want to repair it, it will cost at least 5,000 yuan. If it is not absolutely necessary, I suggest you buy a new one." Jiawen said, "It's okay, just fix it." "How long will it take to fix it?" "1 day. Come get it tomorrow. I'll give you an extra 1,000, and you have to fix it before 6 o'clock. Jiawen didn't want to waste time, so he raised the price and asked the repairman to fix it quickly. This phone was obviously damaged by human beings, so there must be important clues. After saying this, he kept staring at him, in case he replaced any parts and lost the data. Okay, the maintenance guy agreed when he heard about this operation. He quickly put on a monocular microscope, took out a multimeter and a heat gun, and started working. Jiawen was browsing his phone, waiting silently. The power of money is great. Before 5:30, the repairman notified that the phone had been repaired. He turned it on and needed a password. Jiawen handed the phone over again, unlocked. The man was a little confused, but Jiawen would never tell him the reason. After the password was unlocked, Jiawen checked the information and WeChat. All of them were normal content. The pictures and videos were all selfies of Yang Yakin. He didn't find any useful clues. There was no reason. Could it have been deleted? Jiawen asked the maintenance guy again, "Can some of the deleted pictures and videos be restored?" The guy looked hesitant. "Yes, you see." Jiawen expressionlessly said, "Add another 1,000. The maintenance guy was overjoyed. "Just wait, it will be ready soon." After that, he operated it again for about 5 or 6 minutes. "Okay, take a look. There are several deleted messages. I have restored them for you. Take a look." Jiawen opened his phone and took a look, and sure enough, there was something interesting. I felt confident. This was not the place to go into details. As long as I got the result I wanted, it was fine. So I swiped my card to pay and left without looking back. Jiawen took a taxi again when he went out, but this time he went to the Municipal Public Security Bureau. After a day of wandering around, I'm back here. Arriving at the Public Security Bureau, Jiawen walked straight into the criminal police team with ease, and ran into the female police officer named Li from last time. He hurriedly called out, "Officer, I found Yang Yakin's phone, which contains important evidence she took." The female police officer surnamed Li took the phone, clicked on the evidence Jiawen mentioned, and asked in confusion, "Where did you find Yang Yakin's phone?" Zhaoan was about to make up a location, but then found it inappropriate, so he had to tell the truth. Well, I found it at the garbage disposal station. How is it? Can you identify the murderer? Garbage disposal station? Why didn't I think of that? The female police officer surnamedly nodded again and said, forget it, this can almost certainly serve as key evidence. We are about to hold a meeting. You wait here. After that, she left in a hurry. Zhaoan, who was tired after a day's work, sat down on a row of chairs in the corridor. After a while, he saw a dozen policemen walking into a large conference room. Female police officer Li and police officer He also walked in. Zhaoan was curious and wanted to take a look. Unexpectedly, Officer He, who was the last to leave, said, Mr. Zhao, wait a moment. And closed the door. The corner of Zhaoan's mouth twitched. He wanted to insert a real eye to observe, but then he thought better of it. He had done what he could, and it was all up to the police. So he sat on the chair and played with his phone out of boredom. Chapter 8, Proud Policewoman Li Ziyuan. This wait lasted for more than an hour, and the meeting of the criminal police team to arrange the arrest mission finally ended. The door opened, and smart and capable police officers filed out one after another. Then they each put on their equipment, prepared vehicles, and completed the preparations in a tense and orderly manner. The last to come out were Officer Li and Officer He. Officer He saw Zhaoan and said with emotion, the cell phone you found provides sufficient evidence. The suspect has a criminal record. Our special agents have already tracked his whereabouts. This is a joint operation, and the armed police SWAT team will also cooperate with us. Tonight's operation will be a fierce battle, so for safety reasons, I will let Xiaoli take you back later. The female police officer named Li next to her said with some dissatisfaction, report to the captain, I apply to participate in this operation. Officer He's face turned serious and he said, stop fooling around, Li Ziyuan. Follow the orders. Then he left in a hurry. Officer Li stamped his feet in anger, but he had no other options. After all, a higher-ranking officer can crush a person. Finally, he glanced at Zhaoan and said through gritted teeth, let's go. I'll escort you back. You're a great hero. Zhaoan was intimidated by Li Ziyuan's momentum and said weakly, well, I can go back by myself. Li Ziyuan glared at him and said, what? You look down on me? I'm the provincial champion in free fighting. I can beat 10 people like you. After saying that, he raised his chin, meaning that you might as well try. Zhaoan said, that's not what I meant. I meant don't bother. I can just take a taxi back. Besides, if you guys took me away from the hotel this morning and the police took me back later, people would think I had done something wrong. It's not a police car, it's my own car. I'm not taking part in the operation anyway, and I'm off work now, so don't be so fussy. Wait for me at the door downstairs, he said, and left in a hurry. Zhaoan had no choice but to go downstairs and wait. Less than 5 minutes later, a black Camry stopped in front of Zhaoan. The car window rolled down, revealing Li Ziyuan's delicate face. Li Ziyuan, who had changed into casual clothes, looked softer, not as fierce as she looked in police uniform. What are you looking at? Get in the car. Zhaoan quickly put away his stupid look, opened the passenger door, got in, and closed the door. Seat belt. Li Ziyuan reminded again. Zhaoan quickly fastened his seatbelt, and Li Ziyuan started the car and drove out of the Public Security Bureau and merged into the traffic. Zhaoan, who was sitting in the passenger seat, felt a little depressed, mainly because Li Ziyuan's aura was too strong, so Zhaoan took a few deep breaths, straightened his chest, and tried to open his eyes wide. Yes, now his aura is strong enough. How could a real man be suppressed by a weak woman? But when he thought about her saying that she could beat 10 of him, he softened unconsciously. Li Ziyuan glanced at him from the corner of her eye and asked, what are you doing? Zhaoan looked at her, then turned his head and looked ahead and said, nothing, I've been busy all day. Officer Li, have you had dinner? If not, why don't we have something together? No need, my mission is to send you back safely. Li Ziyuan said unhappily, after I send you to your destination, you can eat whatever you like. Zhaoan successfully changed the subject and said, it's not unsafe anywhere. I can take a taxi back by myself. I don't want to trouble Officer Li to see me off. I only had some dumplings in the morning and I'm starving now. If you don't believe me, listen to the growling of my stomach. It's protesting that I let it go hungry because of my hard work. Li Ziyuan said helplessly, come to think of it, you found the key evidence and reduced a lot of work for us. Tell me what you want to eat, I'll treat you. Zhaoan took the opportunity to attack the snake. Let's eat hot pot. Too greasy. Zhaoan then asked, eat spicy hot pot? It's not tasty. Eat grilled fish is delicious. It's unhygienic. Zhaoan was speechless. Then, Officer Li, you choose. We eat whatever you say. Li Ziyuan smiled sweetly. What are you eating? Eat your dumplings. Don't you like dumplings? Here we are. Zhaoan was stunned. He looked outside the car and found that he had arrived at the small restaurant where he had breakfast this morning. He realized that he seemed to have been fooled. He could only smile awkwardly and said, forget it. There are no dumplings for sale at this time. I will get off here. Bye. Li Ziyuan hurriedly called him. Wait a minute, leave your phone number. If anything happens, you can call me. Zhaoan looked into the eyes of the beautiful policewoman and couldn't help but feel defeated. Her eyes seemed to be able to speak. Zhaoan thought of what she said just now, that she could beat 10 of him, and he shuddered involuntarily. What are you thinking about, your phone? Zhaoan gave her his phone number. Li Ziyuan dialed it and hung up when she heard Zhaoan's phone ringing. This is my number. Remember, call me if you have any problems. Do you hear me? Zhaoan nodded and got out of the car. After Li Ziyuan drove away, Zhaoan still went into the small restaurant. After all, he was used to the taste of this restaurant and it was economical and affordable. He skillfully ordered 3 dishes and a soup. The boss saw that Zhaoan was taken away by the police in the morning and came back in the evening as if nothing had happened. He couldn't help but feel a little surprised, but he didn't say anything, just said, handsome guy, please wait a moment, it will be ready soon. After a while, shredded pork with green peppers, mapo tofu, twice-cooked pork with garlic sprouts, and tomato and egg soup were served one after another. Zhaoan, who was already extremely hungry, was eager to eat. He filled a bowl of rice and started eating. After dinner, Zhaoan returned to the rental house. As soon as he entered the door, he saw the backpack he prepared for mining. Then he remembered that he had planned to go mining yesterday, but he had not gone yet. He had been busy all day and did not want to move. Forget it, just put it aside and go tomorrow night, since you can't run away anyway. Thinking of this, he inserted a real eye and saw that the dog-head Goldor was there, so he washed up and went to bed. The next morning, Zhaoan, who had slept exceptionally well at night, slept until he woke up naturally. He had not felt so relaxed since graduation. In fact, the meager salary he earned from working, coupled with the financial pressure of being in love with Yang Yakin, had always given Zhaoan a great sense of urgency yet helplessness. Now that the financial pressure had been greatly relieved, he naturally slept very soundly. After getting dressed, washing up, and going downstairs to have breakfast, Zhaoan planned to go to a nearby internet cafe to spend the day playing games, watching movies, and spending a comfortable and pleasant day, so as to recharge his energy so that he could go dig for the nugget gold he had discovered earlier in the evening. Arriving at a nearby elegantly decorated internet cafe, Zhaoan swiped his ID card to recharge the account, then randomly found an empty seat and sat down. There wouldn't be so many people in the internet cafe early in the morning, so there were many empty seats. Turn on the computer skillfully, open LOL with ease, and after logging in, easily match the game Summoner's Rift. Your extraordinary master is back. At this moment, Zhaoan's phone rang. It was Officer Li Ziyuan. Zhaoan answered the call with some confusion. Officer Li, what can I do for you so early in the morning? No instructions. Li Ziyuan on the other end of the phone seemed to be driving. Where are you? I came to find you. The murderer who killed Yang Yakin has confessed. The case has been closed and transferred to the Procuratorate for prosecution. I have some details of the case here and I want to inform you. Zhaoan also had many doubts about this case, so he gave Li Ziyuan the address of a nearby tea house. Li Ziyuan continued, then wait for me, I'll be there soon. Before I get there, you can take a look at the headlines on the provincial TV station this morning. After that, she hung up the phone. A familiar female voice came from the computer headset. All troops attack. Zhaoan typed on the public screen helplessly, I'm sorry everyone, my wife is about to give birth, I'm going to go check on her right away. I'm sorry for the inconvenience. Come and hit me if you can. After typing, he exited the game, leaving his 4 teammates in disarray. There were all kinds of Chinese curses on the public screen, and some threatened to report him. Some even wished him to have 3 sons, none of whom were related to him by blood. But Zhaoan couldn't see it, and he was very happy to be naughty anyway. Zhaoan opened the browser and searched for the provincial headlines today. He clicked on it out of curiosity and saw a female host reporting. According to our news, yesterday the XX City Public Security Bureau, the Special Service Brigade, and the City Narcotics Squadron launched a joint operation called Icebreaking Operation, which resulted in the seizure of 263 kilograms of various drugs, 1,300 kilograms of drug-making raw materials, and 16 drug-making and drug-dealing personnel. Please see the detailed report below. Next is the arrest footage of the Public Security Bureau, and one of the close-up shots is of the suspect who killed Yang Yakin in her cell phone. Zhao sighed when he saw this. He felt relieved that the bad guys would be brought to justice. He didn't know what Li Ziyuan wanted to say to him, so he turned off the computer and went to the agreed place to wait. Zhao had been to this tea house once before with his clients and still had some impression of it. He ordered a pot of pu'er tea, and soon Li Ziyuan came. The policewoman was not wearing a uniform today. She wore a white cotton t-shirt and loose casual pants with a pair of slim gray sneakers, looking very energetic. Zhao called out, "Here." Policewoman Li raised her eyebrows, but still sat opposite Zhao. "Why did you book a tea house?" "It feels like something old people do." Zhao explained, "Young people can also drink tea. Pu'er tea can reduce fat and nourish the stomach, black tea can refresh the mind and relieve fatigue, and green tea can prevent aging and beautify the skin. They all have their own characteristics, and there is no rule that young people cannot drink tea." Li Ziyuan was a little surprised. "You know a lot. Then do you know what I came here to talk to you today?" Zhao quickly poured a cup of tea for the policewoman from the municipal bureau. "I'd like to hear more details." Policewoman Li raised her chin proudly and rolled her eyes, meaning, "I asked you to show off, that's all?" Zhao had no choice but to pick up his cup and toast in a fake manner. "Please give me some advice, officer." Li Ziyuan took a sip from the teacup before continuing. "Last night we suddenly interrogated Lu Minghan, the suspect who murdered your ex-girlfriend. Under our strict interrogation, he confessed everything." After saying that, she paused and motioned Zhao to pour her some tea. Zhao immediately took notice and quickly refilled her cup. Li Ziyuan continued, "This Lu Minghan is a second-generation drug maker. Last month, he bought 2 adjacent houses from Yang Yakin and planned to connect them to build a new drug-making workshop for the sake of concealment in the residential building. Because of his generosity and youth, he attracted Yang Yakin. After a while, they established a relationship. Of course, it was not uncommon for one to be after money and the other to be after sex. Lu Minghan usually satisfied Yang Yakin's requests for bags, mobile phones, and jewelry. Just 3 days ago, on the night she broke up with you, Yang Yakin asked Lu Minghan to buy her a house. Lu Minghan hesitated and did not agree, and the two had an argument. Lu Minghan drove away in anger. Yang Yakin was probably afraid of losing the hard-earned money, so she took a taxi to chase him. Unexpectedly, she led Yang Yakin to Lu Minghan's drug factory. Zhao asked, "Then why did she take the photos secretly?" "I guess it was to blackmail you, but she miscalculated. These drug dealers are all cruel and crazy guys. They are capable of doing anything and scrupulous. In the end, she cost Qingqing her life," Li Ziyuan said. Hearing this, Zhao was silent for a long time. He blamed himself a little. "I really didn't expect her to be such a person." Li Ziyuan sneered, "There are so many people in this world, you may meet any kind of people." Zhao was silent for a moment, then said, "Forget it. Now I know the whole story. Let's just let the past go. Have I contacted Yang Yakin's family?" Li Ziyuan said, "Yes, we contacted him yesterday. He should be here today." "Why, do you want to meet him?" Zhao slumped his shoulders. "Forget it, since the murderer has been found, I won't cause trouble." "What's up, police comrade, it's noon now, how about having a meal together?" "That's not necessary. I've explained everything to you clearly. Don't try to get close to me. Goodbye." Li Ziyuan packed up her things, waved to Zhao, and left in a cool manner. Well, it's true that just by waving your sleeves, not a single cloud is taken away. Now Zhao was no longer in the mood to play games. He ate something for lunch and went back to the rental house to lie down and recuperate. Chapter 9: The First Pot of Gold, Real Gold. Finally, it was night again. It didn't rain today, and the moon was dark and the wind was strong, which was a good time to dig for treasure. Zhao put on a black coat, packed up his tools, and put a series of digging tools such as shovel, pickaxe, hammer, and iron chisel into a black backpack. After a quick dinner, I went to a convenience store to buy 2 bottles of water and some bread. I was well prepared and walked to the place where I went fishing with Li Qiushui. After a day of receding, the water level has dropped to almost the same level as before, and the previously submerged part has also been exposed. Zhaoan put down the real eye, and the location of the dog head gold ore is quite conspicuous. It was difficult to dig because it was submerged before, but now there is no such problem. Just do it, digging for gold, something that ordinary people may never encounter in their lifetime. Zhaoan inserted the eye of true vision, and his vision instantly became clear. Then he opened his backpack, took out a shovel and a pickaxe, and rubbed his saliva in his palm to prevent his hand from slipping. Then I used a shovel to draw a circle of about 1 meter with the ore as the center, and then I changed to a pickaxe and started digging inside the circle. I was shocked when I dug. Why is it so hard? Little did they know that such a bank had been pressed by the river water for tens of millions of years, especially the squeezing and stacking of pebbles and gravel. Under the constant scouring of the river water, it had long become very compact, and even a small excavator was not so easy to dig. It had to be a large mining excavator to dig it, and the deeper it dug, the more compact it became. The tight digging spot made Zhaoan worried, but he couldn't give up, so he changed his strategy, took out an iron chisel from his backpack, and used it to loosen the river sand. Especially the river sand around the pebbles, he cleaned up the tightly wrapped river sand, then pried up the pebbles with an iron crowbar, cleaned the pebbles on the surface, leaving only the river sand, which became loose. Zhaoan used his shovel to shovel the sand out of the pit. A combination of sand and stones was exposed below. Zhaoan rolled up his sleeves and continued digging in the same way as before. When the iron bar could not move any further, he used a hammer to smash the iron bar into the gap between the pebbles to pry it out. After working for 2 hours, I dug to the waist level, only to find that the circle was too small and difficult to operate. I had no choice but to expand the working area again, and it was another busy day. Until Zhaoan felt a little tired, he put down his tools, took out the bread and water from the backpack, and started eating and drinking with his saliva watering after every bite of bread. Not to mention, after a few mouthfuls of dry food, Zhaoan felt that his strength had recovered a little. At this time, Zhaoan blamed himself for not driving an excavator. If he had used an excavator, it would probably only take 1 or 2 minutes to dig it out. Not to mention, with Zhaoan's skills, he will definitely have many opportunities to use an excavator in the future. Why not just learn how to use an excavator? Zhaoan thought to himself, in the future when he sees some treasure buried in the soil, he can drive an excavator to dig it out with a few bangs. Just thinking about that feeling is exciting. But it's just a thought. Not every place can be dug as you like. You can't just dig up private land at will. Even if someone gives you permission, who does the stuff you dig up belong to? Even public unowned land is not acceptable. It seems that a mining license is required for this thing. It would be bad if you are caught for illegal mining. Keep a low profile. Making money quietly is the best way. After eating the bread and resting for about 10 minutes, Zhaoan picked up the tools again and continued to work. When he dug more than 1 person deep, the river water began to flow through the gaps in the gravel, probably because it was below the water level. Soon it was above Zhaoan's knees, making his digging work increasingly difficult. Zhaoan used his true eye to take a look and saw that the gold ore was only 20 centimeters away. He had to work harder and dig it out tonight. Seeing that he was about to get it, Zhaoan worked hard regardless of the disturbance of the river water. Now that it was soaked by water, there was no need to clean the sand, and it was impossible to clean it. You just need to loosen the pebbles and throw them out of the pit. Under the vision of the eye of truth, you can clearly grasp the shape of each pebble. Although the river water adds obstacles to the excavation work, the water flow will also make the sand fluffy. In one go, Zhaoan cleared all the pebbles above and around the gold ore. Only the sand loosened by water remained around the gold ore, and there was no more obstruction. Zhaoan put down his tools, put his hands into the water and groped around, dug away the surrounding sand, held the dog head gold ore with both hands, and pulled it up with force. The gold ore that had been buried in the sand for tens of millions of years finally emerged from the water. Zhaoan looked at this valuable mineral in fascination. Its entire shape was roughly oval, with a slight bulge at one end. At first glance, it really looked like a dog's head. The information prompted by the real eye showed that there were 16.34 kilograms. Zhaoan wanted to laugh out loud. This was a gold mine, and its value was calculated by gram. He was really going to make a fortune now. After admiring it for a while, Zhaoan threw the ore out of the pit and used a pickaxe to scrape down the rocks on the pit wall to use as a footing. When he was almost done, he threw away the pickaxe, the hammer, and the chisel, and only threw the shovel out of the pit. Anyway, I won't dig it myself again in the future, mainly because it's too damn tiring. Then I pushed and supported myself with my hands and climbed out. The first thing he did after coming out was to hold the gold ore and admire it carefully for a while, then put it in the backpack he had prepared in advance and zipped it up. Then Zhaoan drank a sip of water, picked up a shovel and filled the pit with the sand and stones he had dug out. Not to mention erasing the traces, at least he had to fill the pit. After another half an hour of hard work, Zhaoan finally filled the hole almost completely. This time he was so exhausted that he didn't even want to move a finger. Seeing that it was almost dawn and no one was passing by, I lay down on the uneven river bank with my backpack as a pillow and took a short rest. Zhaoan spread out his left hand, and the psychedelic light of the Eye of Truth shone, making Zhaoan a little dazed. He was both happy and yearning in his heart. True eye, how many more surprises can you bring me? When the sky was slightly bright, Zhaoan felt that he had rested enough, so he picked up his heavy backpack and prepared to take back the True Eye. At this moment, a red light in the True Eye's field of vision was approaching Zhaoan quickly. Zhaoan looked carefully and saw that it was in the water. About 100 meters upstream, a brown bag slightly emerged from the water, and most of it was still submerged in the water, floating down and down, about 3 or 4 meters from the shore. Zhaoan looked at the introduction of the True Eye. The Hermes bag contained Sun Zhongning's corruption proceeds, amounting to 600,000 yuan, and several famous watches. Oh my god, 600,000 yuan, Zhaoan blurted out. It's still stolen money, let's fish it out first. He looked around and saw a long bamboo pole on the shore. Zhaoan put down his backpack and picked up the bamboo pole to guard the shore. Soon, the leather bag floating in the water came closer and closer. When the distance was enough, Zhaoan took the bamboo pole and pulled it towards the shore, and the briefcase moved a little closer to the shore. With another push, it was completely close to the shore. Zhaoan reached out and grabbed the handle of the briefcase and lifted it up. After unzipping it, he saw dozens of neatly stacked $100 bills scattered around inside, and there were also a few watches that Zhaoan didn't recognize. He took a closer look with his real eyes. Vacheron Constantin, Piaget, Rolex, all valuable famous watches. Zhaoan muttered to himself, I just wanted to mine, but it just exploded into gold coins. Oh, that's too small, too narrow-minded, ha ha ha. Suddenly, Zhaoan was stunned and found a problem. Why didn't the luck value increase this time? If the luck value increased by 600,000, it would be enough to upgrade the True Eye to level 4, but it didn't. Why? Is it because this is stolen money? And I don't know who Sun Zhangming is. Does collecting good luck points require legal wealth gained through the True Eye? Zhaoan began to feel conflicted. It was the first time for him to have so much cash in his hands. However, it was obviously ill-gotten gains, which was hard for Zhaoan to accept. It is not realistic to take it home, and it may cause unnecessary trouble. It is also hard to give it to the relevant authorities. How do you know that this is the stolen money and property we are looking for? It is difficult for you to answer, right? He suddenly remembered a news story he had accidentally read yesterday, which said that a sanitation worker in Xiong province found money and handed it over to the police. By the way, I can hand it over to the police and say that I found it myself. If they ask me why I handed it over, I can say that I am a red scarf and I return lost property. Ha, Zhaoan praised his own wit. Anyway, he has the Eye of True Vision in his hand, and it is only a matter of time before he gets rich. So Zhaoan called Li Ziyuan, and soon the call was connected. Policewoman Li said tiredly, "What's the matter so early in the morning? I was just about to get off the night shift." Zhaoan said, "This is what happened, Officer Li. I didn't mean to bother you. I was fishing by the river last night. When I was leaving, I found a leather bag floating on the surface of the river, so I fished it out. As a result, even my fishing rod was washed away. Speak to the point." The arrogant policewoman on the other end of the phone became a little impatient. The point is that there is a large amount of cash in the bag. I took a look and there is about 500,000 or 600,000 yuan. There are also some famous watches such as Vacheron Constantin and Patek Philippe. I suspect that this bag is a bit unusual in the water. Maybe. You found 600,000 yuan in cash? And a lot of luxury watches? Where are you now? Officer Li interrupted Zhaoan anxiously. Now, immediately, report your location. Zhaoan was not panicked. Oh, I have been fishing all night, but the fish is gone and the fishing rod has been washed away. I am tired and hungry, and my eyes are blurry. I can't see clearly where I am. After hearing this, Li Ziyuan said unhappily, I'll treat you to a meal, okay? Zhaoan went on to say, I've been fishing all night and I'm so sleepy. How about dinner? Li Ziyuan agreed, and Zhaoan gave the address. After hanging up the phone, Zhaoan picked up his backpack and the bag he found on the ground, and walked slowly to the side of the road. She took a taxi back to the rental house and stuffed her backpack under the bed. Then she carried her Hermes bag and went downstairs to wait for Li Ziyuan to come over. Soon, Li Ziyuan, dressed in police uniform, rode a police motorcycle and rushed over at lightning speed. Not to mention that Li Ziyuan looked quite heroic in his safety helmet. As soon as he saw Zhaoan, he asked, "Where's the bag?" Zhaoan handed her the handbag. "Here, this is it." Li Ziyuan unzipped it with white gloves, took a quick look, zipped it up again, handed it to Zhaoan and said, "Put it on, come with me back to the municipal bureau to record a statement." After saying that, he swung his legs and got on the car, then looked at Zhaoan and tilted his head, indicating to get on the car. Zhaoan took the opportunity to sit on the back seat of Li Ziyuan. The motorcycle started quickly and drove towards the city bureau. It was Zhaoan's first time sitting on the back seat of a female rider, and he was a little distracted. "Officer, it's a little unstable, should I hold onto the gas tank or your waist?" Unexpectedly, Li Ziyuan deliberately knocked his head back, and his helmet hit Zhaoan's forehead. "Hold the trunk." This time Zhaoan was completely obedient. After all, he was a free fighting champion, and 10 of him were not enough to beat him, so it was better not to provoke him. Zhaoan followed Li Ziyuan to the police station to hand in the stolen money and property, and made a statement. Then Li Ziyuan, who was off work, took him back to the rental house. Before getting off the car, Zhaoan reminded, "I remember someone said they wanted to treat me to a meal?" Li Ziyuan thought to herself, if it wasn't for the purpose of making meritorious service and receiving an award, who would be willing to invite you? She rolled her eyes at Zhaoan and said, "I'll call you at 7 o'clock in the evening, get out of the car." Zhaoan got out of the car with a smile, and the arrogant policewoman drove away at lightning speed again. Zhaoan dragged his tired body back to the rental house, checked the backpack under the bed, locked the door carefully, then took a hot bath, fell on the bed and fell into a deep sleep. After working hard for a whole night, I finally dug it out. The next step is to find a place to sell this treasure and exchange it for red cash. Just thinking about it makes me happy. Chapter 10, First Hearing of Jade Gambling. Zhaoan slept until the afternoon, and as soon as he got up, he called Li Qiushui, intending to ask Li Qiushui to help sell the gold ore. After all, he was not familiar with Jiangcheng. Even if Li Qiushui was just a small rich second generation, he was still a local tyrant in Jiangcheng and had some basic connections. Although Zhaoan had won 500,000 yuan in the lottery before and was not short of money, strictly speaking, the origin of this gold ore was unknown. If it could be sold, he should sell it as soon as possible at a good price. He didn't want to end up with 500 yuan and a small banner. As for collecting it yourself or putting it up for auction, forget it. After a while, the call was connected, but a delicate female voice came from the other end of the line. "Hello, is this Qiushui? He's taking a shower." "Wow, what's going on?" Li Qiushui is usually either fishing and catching shrimps or going up the mountain to catch birds. When did he start picking up girls? And from what she said, he was taking a shower. There's a lot to this. Zhaoan had an idea in mind, so he said to the phone, "Tell him to call me after he finishes taking a shower. I need to talk to him about something." Then he hung up. When did this guy get it? I have to talk to him later. Not long after, Li Qiushui called, "What's up, Anzi? Why did you think of calling your buddy?" Zhaoan joked, "If I hadn't called you, I wouldn't have known that you had a mistress. Tell me the truth, who you are, how tall or short you are, and how thin or fat you are. What do you mean by a beautiful girl in a golden house? She is my real girlfriend. Don't slander my innocence out of thin air. I will introduce her to you some other day." Li Qiushui explained hurriedly. Zhaoan said, "Don't change it to another day. I just happen to need you for something. Come pick me up and I can get to know your girlfriend." "Okay, tell me a place, I'll be there in a minute." Li Qiushui agreed readily. Brothers are like limbs, women are like clothes. If anyone dares to touch my clothes, I'll chop off his limbs. The threat was evident in her words. After saying this, Li Qiushui quickly hung up the phone without giving Zhaoan a chance to fight back. Then Zhaoan hurriedly washed up, sent a text message to Li Qiushui asking her to pick him up at the rental house, then he took the backpack containing the dog head gold ore from under the bed, put it on his back, and walked out of the room. As soon as he got downstairs, Li Qiushui drove a BMW X5 and stopped in front of Zhaoan. Zhaoan opened the passenger door and got in. He turned around and saw a beautiful woman sitting in the back seat, which made Zhaoan's eyes light up. He turned around and teased Li Qiushui, "Hey, brother Shui, the girl this time is much prettier than the last one." Li Qiushui quickly explained, there's no such thing as a last time. Don't talk nonsense. This is my first time dating. Let me introduce you to my first girlfriend Huang Jia. Huang Jia, this is my good buddy Zhaoan. And don't listen to his nonsense. This guy just broke up and wants to break up every couple. Huang Jia seemed very calm and generous. She smiled and stretched out her hand to shake hands and said, hello, brother Zhao. Just as Zhaoan was about to reach out to shake hands, Li Qiushui quickly shook Zhaoan's hand and said, no need to shake hands, it seems too polite. Zhaoan was furious, why are you so stingy? It's just a handshake, and you're grabbing my girlfriend. Li Qiushui looked disgusted and threw away Zhaoan's hand in disgust. So disgusting, how come you've become so perverted just a few days after your breakup? Zhaoan said, that's not right, you don't know what big things have happened in the past few days. Li Qiushui asked curiously, big news, what big news? Did you win the lottery again or did Yang Yakin get back together with you? I tell you, Yang Yakin is really not your type. Zhaoan briefly told Li Qiushui about what happened to Yang Yakin in the past 2 days. Li Qiushui opened her mouth in surprise, her voice rising an octave, fuck, it's so bizarre and fantastic, it feels like it's enough to be a TV series. By the way, is this what you wanted to tell me? Zhaoan opened his backpack, took out the dog head gold ore and said, yesterday I went for a walk by the river and accidentally picked this up. Li Qiushui looked at the golden stone and was shocked again, what the hell is this? Gold ore? You are so lucky to have picked up this. Where did you pick it up? Take me to pick one up. Zhaoan smiled and said, it's just a little above where we fished the day before yesterday. Li Qiushui was shocked. He had fished in that place countless times but had never encountered one. Yet, Zhaoan took advantage of it. Then he felt relieved. He was only fishing every time, so he didn't have time to pay attention to other things. He said, you want to sell this gold mine, right? Zhaoan said, nonsense, why don't you sell me and keep me for having children? I'm thinking of looking for advice from you, a local tyrant. Li Qiushui showed an understanding expression, I have a cousin who happens to be the manager of a jewelry store. I'll take you there to ask them if they will accept it. Then he started the car. As he drove, he said, you've been doing great lately. First you won a $500,000 scratch-off lottery, and now you picked up such a big piece of gold ore. It seems that the saying on the internet is true, when you lose your job, your love, and everything, that's when you start to get rich. Zhaoan didn't take it seriously and started to change the subject, you haven't explained to me yet, how come you suddenly started dating when you've never been in love before? Could it be that spring has arrived, the flowers are blooming, and the little flower dog has also started dating? Fuck you, a dog can't spit out ivory. Li Qiushui looked at Huang Jia in the back seat through the rearview mirror. The two smiled at each other, and Huang Jia even secretly made a pouting kiss. Li Qiushui told Zhaoan, Xiao Jia and I met at a party 2 days ago. I never believed in love at first sight before, but the moment I saw Xiao Jia, I knew that this was the girl I must marry in my life, and then I mustered up the courage to strike up a conversation with her. Unexpectedly. Before he finished speaking, Huang Jia took over the conversation, I didn't expect that this woman you fell in love with at first sight also fell in love with you at first sight? Li Qiushui chuckled, you don't know how I felt at that time. I blushed, my heart was beating fast, I was nervous and lost, I was uneasy and obsessed. In an instant, I felt that I was sublimated. Maybe this is the feeling of being in love. Zhaoan spitted and said, please show affection at noon in the future, because sooner or later you will get pregnant before marriage. You two are moving too fast, you've been having sex after only knowing each other for a few days, be careful not to get someone killed. Huang Jia in the back row blushed and lowered her head in silence. Li Qiushui, however, smiled complacently, hey, young people, it's normal to lose control. After a few people chatted, the car drove to the door of a jewelry store called Aiqingru Jewelry. After getting off the car, Li Qiushui took the two of them in. As soon as they entered the door, several young and beautiful shopping guides bowed together and said with a professional smile, welcome to Aiqingru Jewelry. Zhaoan thought to himself, wow, this momentum is great. Li Qiushui asked casually, I'm looking for your store manager Chendong. Is he in the store today? A pretty salesperson with a small mole on the corner of her eyebrow said, our store manager is in the store, but the executive director of the head office happened to come to the store for inspection today, and the store manager is still on the second floor with the leader. Do you need me to inform you? The second floor is the boutique counter, Li Qiushui said, I also want to buy some fine jewelry for my girlfriend, can you take me upstairs to have a look? After saying that, she did not forget to greet Huang Jia and Zhaoan. A few people went up to the second floor and felt that the decoration on the second floor was much more exquisite than that on the first floor, and the light was softer. The salesgirl enthusiastically introduced various jewels, jewelry, diamonds, and jades to Li Qiushui. Zhaoan looked at the price tags and saw that they were all over 6 figures. There were hundreds or even thousands of pieces of jewelry here, with a value of hundreds of millions. Li Qiushui didn't say she would buy it, nor did she say she wouldn't buy it. She just looked at it casually. Not long after, a man in his 30s, tall and clean-looking, came over, put his arm around Li Qiushui's shoulders, and said with a smile showing his 12 big white teeth, "Cousin, you are free to come to our store today." Li Qiushui looked at the salesgirl and just smiled without saying anything. The man then said to the salesgirl, "I'll do it here. You go down first." After the salesgirl left, Li Qiushui introduced them to each other. Only then did Zhaoan realize that the tall and handsome man was Li Qiushui's cousin Qindong. Qindong first greeted Huang Jie, "Is this my future sister-in-law? She is as beautiful as a flower. If you see any jewelry you like, I will give you a 30% discount." Huang Jie smiled sweetly, "Thank you, cousin." Then Qindong stretched out his hand and shook hands with Zhaoan, saying, "Nice to meet you, brother Zhao. I am Qiushui's cousin Qindong." Zhaoan also said politely, "Hello, brother Dong, I came to see you today because I have something to bother you with." Qindong motioned the three of them to sit down at the reception table on the side, and said, "You are Qiushui's good friend, and you are my Qindong's friend. If you need anything, just let me know." Zhaoan took off his backpack and said, "This is what I found. I accidentally picked up this thing and wanted you to estimate its value. By the way, I would like to ask if you would like to buy it." Then he took out the dog head gold ore from his backpack. Even though Qindong was well informed, he was shocked the moment he saw the gold ore. He looked at Zhaoan and asked, "Are you sure you picked up such a big piece? You know, I have been working in this field for more than 10 years and I have never seen such a big gold ore. Have you weighed it? If not, I will go get it and weigh it." Zhaoan replied affirmatively, "Don't worry, brother Dong, I just picked it up accidentally. I weighed it before I came and it weighed 16.3 kilograms. Qindong said, "Okay, our company will accept the raw stone, but I need a small piece to test the purity." Zhaoan said, "No problem." Then he motioned for Qindong to take it himself. Qindong took out a pair of pliers from the counter behind him, picked up a small piece of gold ore from the corner, said wait a moment, and left. After about a cup of tea, Qindong came back with an electronic scale and said happily, "Congratulations, brother Zhaoan. We have just finished the test and the purity of this gold ore has reached an astonishing 92%. As he said this, he sat down between Zhaoan and Li Qiushui, put down the electronic scale, and placed the raw gold ore on the electronic scale. The electronic scale immediately displayed 16.340 in kilograms. Qindong continued, 16.34 kilograms. According to the current international gold price, 1 gram is 464 yuan. The purity of your gold ore is 92%. I will buy it from you at the highest rate of our company, 90% of the international gold price. Do you think it's okay?" Zhaoan nodded in agreement. After all, he didn't understand the specific market trends, and 90% was already very good. Qindong took out a calculator and said as he calculated, 16,340 times 464 times 0.9 equals 682,3584. I'll round it up for you. 6,824,000. How about that? Wait a minute. Before Zhaoan could nod, a clear female voice interrupted everyone. Zhaoan looked back and saw several beautiful women standing under the soft light, and the one leading them was even more stunning. Zhaoan had never seen such a beautiful woman with such an outstanding temperament. Her delicate face was lightly made up, and her well-trimmed tailor-made suit wrapped around her perfect figure. The saying 1 pound more and you'll be fat, 1 pound less and you'll be thin was probably the right way to describe this woman. The woman walked in front of the group with graceful and rhythmic steps. Qindong stood up and said, "Mr. AI." The woman motioned Qindong to sit down, then looked at Zhaoan and said, "Is this piece of gold or yours?" Zhaoan said, "Yes." The woman called Mr. AI continued, "I think this natural stone is shaped like a lion with wings, vaguely like the legendary beast Pisho. The most important thing is that it is naturally formed, so it is not just purchased at the normal gold price. On behalf of the company, I will raise the price to 8 million for you. Do you think it's okay?" Zhaoan thought, there is such a good thing, he directly added more than 1 million, it would be a miracle if he disagreed, this Pisho really brought him wealth. So Zhaoan said he would do as Mr. AI said. Mr. AI smiled and said, "Don't regret it." He asked Qindong to prepare the contract. After both parties signed the contract, Qindong transferred the money to Zhaoan according to Mr. AI's instructions. In less than a few seconds, he received a text message reminder. At the same time, a reminder sounded in Zhaoan's mind: "Congratulations on getting 8 million good luck points. Your Eye of Truth has been upgraded. Please check the new features as soon as possible." "I'll go back and look at it slowly, now is not the time to check," Zhaoan thought to himself, while taking out his mobile phone to indicate that the money had arrived. Director AI nodded and said, "My name is Aiqingru, and I am the executive director of AI Shang Jewelry. This time I came to Jiangqing not only to inspect the branch. The point is that we brought back a batch of jade and jadeite raw stones from the Burmese public auction this time. We plan to hold an auction in the name of our branch tomorrow afternoon, and we can cut them on the spot to increase the popularity of our branch. I think Mr. Zhao is really lucky, so I sincerely invite Mr. Zhao to participate in our auction." After that, he handed over a beautiful invitation card and said, "When the time comes, this piece of gold ore will be the first auction. Mr. Zhao, are you interested in coming and taking a look?" Zhaoan took the invitation and thought that this was the legendary gambling on stones. He said that he would participate if appropriate, but in his heart he was thinking about the name of the beautiful woman, Aiqingru. She really lives up to her name. The spring silently cherishes the trickle, and the tree shadow shines on the water and loves Qingru. Seeing that the transaction was successfully completed and everyone was happy, Li Qiushui took Huang Jie to enthusiastically select some jewelry and spent more than 300,000 yuan. Finally, she said goodbye to Qindong and went out with Huang Jie and the dizzy Zhaoan. Chapter 11: Li's mother urges marriage. The three of them walked out of the door of AI Shang Jewelry. Li Qiushui asked Zhaoan if he had any plans, saying, "You kid, you made a fortune but don't know how to treat us to a meal?" Zhaoan said, "Eating is a small matter, but my buddy has an appointment today. I've been eating your dog food all day, so I have to find a beautiful woman to comfort my broken heart. Are you getting cocky, kid? Or do you think I can't lift the knife? Do you think this beauty is a cabbage that you can buy wholesale whenever you want?" Li Qiushui said with a smile. "Also, the way you looked at Miss AI just now portrayed the image of an old pervert to the core. Brother, be a human being and don't become paralyzed by the sight of a beautiful woman." "Go away," Zhaoan quickly explained. "I was shocked by Aiqingru's initiative to increase the price. You know, any buyer would actively lower the price. How could someone actively increase the price? And the price was over 1 million. Li Qiushui sneered, "Don't use your realm to imagine the world of the rich. Think about it, her last name is AI, she is young and the executive director of the AI Shang Jewelry Corporation. She might be the heir to the 100 billion group, a domineering female CEO who returned from studying abroad." Li Qiushui put on a sly look and said, "Hey, don't say you have good taste. A domineering female CEO falls in love with me. This is a typical idol drama routine. Why don't you try hard and win her over? Then you will have assets of over 100 million, drive a Ferrari with one hand, and take me to live a life of luxury. It's exciting just to think about it." Zhaoan was speechless at his friend's imagination. He grabbed Li Qiushui's head and shook it a few times. "Your family has assets of over 100 million, so why haven't I seen you drive a Ferrari with one hand?" Li Qiushui shook off Zhaoan's hand, reached out to tidy up her hair, and said with a wry smile, "Ferrari can only fool young girls, the G-Class is the romance of men. You've seen my G-Class, the muscles, the roar, the power, I can't bear to drive it." Zhaoan said, "You really are reluctant to drive. If you step on the gas, all your lures will be gone." The two chatted and walked. Huang Jie just listened, occasionally smiled, but never interrupted. When they arrived at where Li Qiushui parked, Li Qiushui opened the door, protected Huang Jie and got in like a gentleman, looked at Zhaoan and said, "Are you really not going to go with us?" Zhaoan said, "You guys go first, I really have an appointment later." "Then I won't care about you anymore." Li Qiushui got into the car and closed the door. Zhaoan walked up and knocked on the front window. Li Qiushui pressed the glass down helplessly. "What happened again?" Zhaoan pretended to be mysterious and said, "You two must take safety measures and don't kill anyone. After all, the child is innocent." Li Qiushui was so angry that she wanted to find a water bottle to smash him to death. "Go to hell." After saying that, he walked away. At the same time, at Li Ziyuan's house. Li Ziyuan, who had worked all night, was still sleeping soundly, having completely forgotten about the appointment with Zhaoan in the evening. It was estimated that in Li's mind, it was not that important. She didn't care about it and would talk about it after getting enough sleep. With a click, the door opened and Li's father Li Zhenghua and Li's mother Shinichia walked in one after another. Li Zhangwei is an old policeman who has worked for more than 20 years and is still active in the police system. Li Ziyuan probably became a policeman because of the influence of his father. Li's mother, Shani Cho, is the vice chairman of the Municipal Women's Federation, and her job is relatively leisurely. Li Zhangwa put on his slippers and sat on the sofa. He picked up the purple clay teapot on the coffee table, washed it, and made himself a cup of tea. He also reminded Shinichio. You go cook. Yuan's door is closed. I guess she worked the night shift again last night. Go make her favorite shredded pork with fish sauce, and cook me a 3 fresh soup. Ha, you're making me hungry just by talking. Shinichio's face turned serious, and he raised his eyebrows and complained, Eat, 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 you only know how to eat. Look at how old your daughter is. She's 24 this year and will be 25 next year. She doesn't even have a boyfriend. You said there are so many young men in your municipal bureau, why don't you find one for her? As soon as the conversation started, Shinichio didn't wait for Li Zhangwei to explain, and he started to scold him like a machine gun. Look at you, it's fine if you were a policeman, but you have to let your daughter follow you to be a policeman. All you know is to wield guns and sticks all day long, and you even won the championship of free fighting. What? Is it glorious for a girl to be good at fighting? There are 3 unfilial acts, and the worst is to have no offspring. Listen carefully to me, if you don't find someone for her to marry, you will be left at home as an old maid. After saying this, without paying any attention to Li Jingwa's resentful expression, she pushed open Li Ziyuan's door. In the room, the arrogant policewoman Li was sleeping with her head covered, completely unaware of the approaching danger. Shinichio lifted Li Ziyuan's quilt. The usually heroic policewoman Li now had disheveled hair, and the saliva that unconsciously flowed out of her in her sleep had soaked the pillow. Shinichio was so angry when he saw this scene that he slapped the pretty policewoman on the buttocks and yelled, Li Ziyuan, get up! What time is it? Why don't you get up yet? Li Ziyuan opened her sleepy eyes, sat up, rubbed her messy hair, and let out a plaintive roar, Mom, what are you doing? Let me sleep a little longer. Sleep, 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 all you do is sleep, Shinichio said angrily. If you have the time to sleep, why don't you go out for a walk? Don't you know that I, your mother, work at the Women's Federation? You don't even have a boyfriend, and you're causing a lot of interference to my work at the Women's Federation. Li Ziyuan complained, whether I find a boyfriend or not, what does it have to do with your work at the Women's Federation? Shinichio said, it's not a big deal, but Lu Anhua, the other vice chairman of our unit, always talks about her son-in-law in front of me every day, saying that he started a company and bought a BMW. She also said that we are both women, but I can't even do your job well. Pa! Their daughters are women. Li Ziyuan finally understood the source of the matter, and took Shinichio's hand and comforted her, Mom, don't be angry tomorrow, I will find you a more handsome and outstanding son-in-law, open a big company, buy a big BMW, and piss off that vice chairman Lu, okay? Then he explained for himself, you know, there are many people in our unit who are chasing me, but I always feel that they are not suitable. In addition, I am a little tired of them. I am also busy with work. If I am not in a hurry to be promoted to deputy captain, how can I have time for love? You are going to be promoted to deputy captain? Is the news accurate? Deputy captain is a critical hurdle. Many people spend their entire lives just being a regular section chief. Even your mother, I have worked for more than 20 years and am only a deputy division chief. You must seize this opportunity. Okay, work is more important. From today on, I won't urge you to find a boyfriend. But if you have a chance, you have to seize it. Get up quickly, and I'll make you your favorite fish-flavored shredded pork. Oh, when talking about eating, Li Ziyuan seemed to remember something, and jumped off the bed with an exclamation, I won't eat, I have something else to do, I'll leave first. After saying that, she ran out in a hurry. Shinichio held her back and said, You're going out in your pajamas? Li Ziyuan woke up in shock, ran to the bathroom to wash her face, combed her hair casually and put it into a ponytail, hurriedly found a casual outfit to put on, picked up her cell phone and keys and went out. Seeing her precious daughter rushing out of the door, Li's mother Shinichio began to grumble, it's so late and she didn't even have dinner. Old Li, you're an old detective. Can you analyze what this girl did? She was on night shift last night. Is she not on night shift today? I guess they're just going out to eat at this time. Li Zhenghua took a sip from the purple clay teapot and said, I've seen their duty roster. Another group is on duty tonight. I guess they're having dinner with someone. Your fish-flavored pork shreds don't smell good at all. Shinichio asked again in confusion. Eat with whom, a man or a woman? I haven't heard that she has close female friends, but if it's a man. As he spoke, Shinichio sat down next to Li Zhenghua, reached out and snatched the purple clay teapot from Li Zhenghua's hand, put it on the coffee table with a bang, and said firmly, "No, Laoli, let's follow her and see whether the person who had dinner with your daughter tonight is a man or a woman. If it's a woman, it's okay, but if it's a man, I have to check it out. Let's go and follow her before she goes far. Tracking is your strong point. Let's disguise ourselves so as not to be discovered." After saying that, he went to the room to change clothes. Li Zhenghua felt sorry for the purple clay pot for 3 seconds, and then for his precious daughter. When he went out, he was followed by his biological parents like a thief. After feeling sorry for her, he went to his room to change his clothes, and the old couple followed him stealthily. On the other side, after parting with Li Shui, Zhaoan finally had time to check what new functions the upgraded True Eye had. True Eye Level 4, Recyclable. You can place 5 True Eyes within a 100 km radius that can detect 1,000 meters in a radius including 1,000 meters underground. The True Eye allows you to see all hidden things. The True Eye cannot be seen or detected by anything. Collect your good luck to upgrade your True Eye. The searchable range has not increased, but 2 more eye positions have been added. The deployment range has increased to 100 kilometers, and the underground range has also increased to 1 kilometer. It seems that we are getting further and further in the direction of mining. In addition, the increase in the deployment range makes Zhaoan's operating space more flexible, and the ability to remotely insert wards increases the stealth of his own exploration. Zhaoan looked at his luck value, which was 8.45 million. It seemed that he was not far from level 5. However, it would definitely be more difficult to upgrade as time went by. According to past rules, 100 million would upgrade to level 6, 1 billion would upgrade to level 7, 10 billion would upgrade to level 8, and 100 billion would upgrade to level 9. Forget it, we don't even know if there will be a level 9 yet. Maybe it would end at level 5-6. In a blink of an eye, it was already past 7 o'clock, and Zhaoan still hadn't received Li Ziyuan's call. He couldn't help feeling a little annoyed. "You dare to stand me up, let me see how I'm going to deal with you." Zhaoan found a seafood restaurant called Fisherman's Evening and sat down in an empty seat by the window. A waiter held the menu and asked politely, "Sir, how many people are there?" Zhaoan said, "You too, my companion will be here for a while. Can I order food first and wait for my friend to arrive?" The waiter handed over the menu, and Zhaoan took a look and ordered a few items that looked expensive: Australian lobster sashimi, steamed grouper, soft-boiled dried abalone, charcoal grilled croaker, and 2 servings of eel rice. He ordered another bottle of 1992 Bordeaux, priced at 6,800. Zhaoan said, "The red wine can be sober first," and I calculated the price. "That's 14,500, sir." Zhaoan didn't even frown, swiped the card. The waiter brought the POS machine and entered the amount. Zhaoan took out his bank card from his wallet. The waiter took it and swiped it. Then he put the POS in front of Zhaoan and said, "Sir, please enter the password." After Zhaoan entered the password, his phone rang. It was Li Ziyuan calling. Zhaoan chuckled and said to himself, "If you don't call me, I'll have to call you." He answered the phone and said, "Officer Li, it's almost 8 o'clock. I thought you were going to default on your debt." Li Ziyuan, who was driving on the other end of the phone, had a dark face, but still explained, "I worked overtime again this morning, and I didn't get home to sleep until 12 o'clock. I accidentally overslept. Don't worry, I always do what I say. Tell me, what do you want to eat? I'll treat you." Zhaoan gave the address and said with a smile, "I'm waiting inside. I've ordered the dishes and I'm just waiting for you to pay the bill." Li Ziyuan thought that she couldn't avoid being ripped off, but she still gritted her teeth and said, "Wait for me, I'll be there soon." After that, she hung up the phone, threw the phone on the passenger seat, stepped on the accelerator and drove towards the address Zhaoan gave. In a taxi about 2 or 3 spaces behind, Li Zhenghua, Li's father, and Shinichio, Li's mother, were sitting in the back seat. Shinichio kept reminding the driver, "Follow us, keep up, don't lose us." Chapter 12: A Simple Dinner Party. Li Ziyuan, who was sitting opposite Zhaoan, asked angrily in a low voice, "Are you going to eat me out of money? Don't you know that everything here is super expensive?" Zhaoan smiled and said, "How can I really ask you to treat me? You have taken a lot of trouble with my ex-girlfriend's case, so it's my turn to treat. I have already paid for the meal, so just enjoy the meal." Of course, ex-girlfriend was just an excuse. Li Ziyuan breathed a sigh of relief, but still said stubbornly, "How can I let you pay? It was clearly agreed that I would treat you." The bag you found this morning provided us with important clues to a gang-related case. In addition, you took the initiative to hand over so much cash and famous watches worth millions. I admire you very much. Zhaoan didn't blush or feel nervous. He thought to himself that if I could swallow up the money, I might not hand it over. He smiled and said repeatedly, police-civilian cooperation, police-civilian cooperation. At the same time, he signaled to the waiter to serve the dishes. Soon, the dishes ordered by Zhaoan were served one by one. The Australian lobster weighing more than 4 kilograms was perfectly separated, with the shrimp head and shrimp tail inserted upside down on the ice chips, and the white shrimp meat piled in the middle to form a perfect shape. The 5-gene grouper had bulging eyes and a slightly cracked body, which are characteristics only freshly killed fish have. The charcoal grilled gong was slightly steaming, and the sweetheart dried abalone stewed in broth had a clear and fragrant broth, which made the two people drool. Then the waiter came over with a decanter of red wine and filled each of the two people's goblets with 1/3 of the wine. Zhaoan raised his glass to signal Li Ziyuan. Li Ziyuan quickly refused, I don't drink. I haven't drunk since I was a child. When my colleagues toasted me at our company dinner, I never drank. Zhaoan explained, this is an aperitif, it warms the stomach. Most seafood is cold in nature, so you need to warm the stomach first. You only need to drink a little bit, just a little bit. Unable to resist Zhaoan's constant persuasion, Li Ziyuan still took a small sip. It was like a curiosity. She didn't know what it tasted like before drinking it. After tasting it, the scarlet wine slid across the tip of her tongue, which was more like an adventure for her taste buds. Li Ziyuan was a little surprised. The feeling of the lingering taste between her lips and teeth, and the natural flow of the flavor, made her unable to help but take another sip. Zhaoan looked at Li Ziyuan's face, which was slowly flushed. He wanted to laugh but held it back. So he said, I don't know what you like to eat, so I ordered some at random. Do you want to order anything else? That's enough. I think this much is enough to fill me up. Li Ziyuan took a spoon and scooped some soup and drank it. Then she immediately praised, wow, it's so delicious. You try it. Then she took Zhaoan's bowl and served him a bowl of abalone soup. Just as the two were enjoying dinner, chatting and laughing happily, two pairs of eyes were staring at them intently in a corner not far away. They were none other than Li Ziyuan's father Li Zhenghua and mother Shinichou. Because his back was facing away, Li Ziyuan couldn't see it. The two followed Li Ziyuan and found that their daughter was dating a young man. However, Li Zhenghua and Shinichou had different feelings. Shinichou felt that his daughter had finally come to her senses and knew how to eat alone with a boy. What Li Zhenghua was thinking in his heart was that the cabbages he had grown for 20 years were still being eaten by pigs. Shinichou kicked Li Zhenghua with a smile on his face, lowered his head and said slyly, just now I said that your Yuan is stupid and only knows how to go to work and come home all day long. I was originally planning to ask Sister Wang next door to arrange a blind date for her. Now it seems that it is unnecessary. Li Zhenghua had a face full of resentment, both because he was reluctant to part with his precious daughter and because he was dissatisfied with Shinichou for being too proactive. He said, you really did something unnecessary. I thought it would be better to just let things take their own course, but you insisted on taking matters into your own hands. Now that you've seen the results, are you satisfied? Shinichou was very disdainful of Li Zhenghua's words. What do you mean by letting things take their course? You're such a blockhead. If I hadn't taken the initiative to pursue you back then, you'd probably still be a bachelor now? After saying that, he covered his mouth and laughed. Humph, I was a famous police officer in the police station. I had done countless meritorious deeds. I had countless girls chasing after me. Li Zhenghua said angrily, I didn't expect that I would end up in your hands. Talking about the past, the old couple smiled at each other, as if everything was self-explanatory. Shinichou looked in the direction of Zhaoan. That was the way a mother-in-law likes her son-in-law. The more she looks at him, the more she likes him. She whispered to Li Zhenghua, don't say that Yuan has good taste. Look at this young man. He looks gentle and handsome, he's dressed neatly, and he behaves in a proper manner. Old Li, how about I add fuel to the fire for them? Li Zhenghua wondered, what are you trying to do? I'm telling you, don't go too far. Shinichou said mysteriously, why are you so angry? I just thought that this guy couldn't even order a drink. What's the point of drinking red wine? He should drink white wine. If she doesn't get drunk, what chance do you have? Li Zhenghua's face turned dark and he pulled his wife out, fearing that something might happen if they sat there any longer. Shinichio walked out of the door like a child whose wish was not fulfilled. He complained as he walked, "Why are you so flustered? I'm just talking. Yuan has never drunk alcohol since she was a child, so why does she need to serve white wine?" Hearing this, Li Zhenghua couldn't help but said with some worry, "Then we wait here for them to come out?" Shinichio rolled his eyes at him and said, "What are you waiting for? Go back here immediately. How can a free fighting champion suffer any loss? Instead of causing trouble, just wait a moment. I'll make a call." As he spoke, he took out a phone from his bag and called Li Ziyuan. Zhao and Li Shui ate and drank at the same time, and soon the bottle of Bordeaux was empty. Zhao tried his best to joke, using all the jokes he usually used to bicker with Li Shui, making Li Ziyuan laugh non-stop. Although the red wine tasted good at first, it also had a strong aftertaste. After the two of them finished a bottle of red wine, Li Ziyuan was already drunk. Just then, the phone rang. It was from Li's mother, Shinichio. "Mom, what's the matter?" Li Ziyuan asked after answering the phone. Yuan, your dad and I are going to your grandpa's house and we won't be back tonight." "If you don't want to come back, then don't come back," Li Ziyuan said nonchalantly, "it's no big deal. Say hello to grandpa for me when you go." Shinichio said, "It's not a big deal. I lost my house key when I was taking a walk with your dad just now. I asked a locksmith to open the door and change the lock at home." Li Ziyuan was a little slow to react. She changed the locks when she lost the key. The old couple also agreed to go back to her grandfather's house. She was drunk and asked anxiously, "You are all gone, how can I go back? What should I do in the middle of the night? What should I do?" "Ha ha." Shinichio seemed to be waiting for this question, but he said nonchalantly, "Well, you find a hotel to stay for one night. Your father and I will be back early tomorrow morning." "Okay, no more words, I'm hanging up now." Beep, beep. Looking at the beautiful policewoman who looked confused and only 70% drunk, Zhao asked carefully, "What's wrong? You look very unhappy?" Li Ziyuan wanted to cry but had no tears. "My parents abandoned me." Then she told Zhao what Shinichio said on the phone. Zhao comforted her, "Then just listen to Auntie and find a hotel to stay for one night. This is a commercial district, and there are hotels everywhere. You can't drive after drinking anyway. Have you eaten? I'll take you to the hotel after you've eaten." Li Ziyuan said helplessly, "Okay." After that, she stood up with the help of the table, but suddenly her legs went weak and she was about to fall to the ground. Zhao was quick to support her. Li Ziyuan squinted her drunken eyes and glanced at him, then shook off Zhao's hand and said naively, "Who asked you to support me?" and stumbled out. After taking only 2 steps, she lost balance and was about to fall to the ground. Zhao supported her again. Li Ziyuan tried to break free again, but this time Zhao used more force. She struggled for a few times and then let Zhao support her and walk out. When you walk out of the seafood restaurant, you will see the Victoria Hotel. Zhao helped Li Ziyuan to the hotel lobby and said to the front desk, "Get a deluxe king-size room." The lobby front desk needed 2 people's ID cards. Zhao held the unconscious Li Ziyuan with one hand and reached out to his wallet with the other hand, took out his ID card, and then rummaged through Li Ziyuan's bag, found the ID card, and checked in the room. After entering the room and plugging in the room card, Zhao threw Li Ziyuan onto the bed and sat down on the floor, gasping for air. He was really exhausted. After taking a short break, Zhao took a bottle of water from the counter and drank it in one gulp. Then he thought about it and used his true eyes to check if there were any hidden unstable factors in the room. As expected, I found something small in my real field of vision. There was a wall lamp above the TV, facing the big bed, and there was a pinhole camera hidden under the wall lamp. Zhao let out a poo sound, moved a chair over and staggered onto it, quickly took it off and threw it on the table in the room, deciding to wait until policewoman Li sobered up before handing her over to the police. Zhao was sweating all over after working so hard. He felt uncomfortable because of the alcohol. He took off his clothes and pants and walked into the bathroom naked as if no one was around. Anyway, Li Ziyuan was drunk like a dead pig. The warm shower washed over Zhao's body. Zhao was actually very distracted, but taking advantage of someone's misfortune was not his style, so he had to take a shower to dissipate some of the alcohol in his body and planned to spend the night on the sofa. With a click, the bathroom door opened. Li Ziyuan leaned against the door with drunken eyes and a red face, looking at the frightened Zhao. Then, as if Zhao didn't exist, she walked towards the toilet by herself, holding onto the wall, and vomited into the toilet. After vomiting, she tore off a piece of paper and wiped her mouth. After standing up, he looked at Zhaoan, who was staring at him in amazement at the water, and felt as if he was also sticky and uncomfortable. Li Ziyuan walked up to Zhaoan, pushed him back and said, "Get out of the way." She let herself bathe under the shower, and soon her clothes were soaked. The wet coat clung to Li Ziyuan's body, highlighting her tight and slim figure. The trickle of water from the shower flowed over the looming peaks. The visual impact made Zhaoan swallow his saliva constantly. Who could resist the temptation of such a wet body? It seemed that the wet clothes were even more uncomfortable, and Li Ziyuan wanted to take off her clothes again, but her drunken hands couldn't unbutton them, so Li Ziyuan looked at Zhaoan and said sweetly, "Help." Zhaoan was stunned. "What help do you need?" "Help me untie it." Li Ziyuan stamped her feet and was a little unsteady. Zhaoan quickly supported her waist. Li Ziyuan put her hands on Zhaoan's shoulders, hugged his neck and said, "It hurts so much, help me untie it." Zhaoan couldn't bear this anymore. He put one arm around Li Ziyuan's waist and used the other hand to unbutton his clothes. He lowered his head and kissed her soft lips. Their two bodies were pressed tightly together. Chapter 13 Golden Piscio. The next morning. In Victoria Room 1082, bright sunlight shines through the gaps in the gauze curtains onto the luxurious big bed. A thin blanket covered the key parts of a man and a woman. They hugged each other's naked bodies. The woman's head rested on the man's arm, one hand was around the man's neck, and the man's legs were around the woman's waist, completely surrounding her. It was Zhaoan and Li Ziyuan after last night's passion. Perhaps it was because of the glaring sunlight that Li Ziyuan woke up from her sleep. She squinted her eyes and felt the strangeness of being hugged tightly. She vaguely remembered her madness last night, and a blush quietly appeared on her face. Li Ziyuan quietly took back her hand from Zhaoan's neck and gently pushed Zhaoan's legs away. Unexpectedly, the gentle action woke Zhaoan up. He frowned and was about to open his eyes. Li Ziyuan shyly closed her eyes and pretended to be asleep, but she didn't know that the blush on her face would betray her. Zhaoan opened his eyes and looked at Li Ziyuan, who was curled up like a kitten in his arms. The absurdity of last night came to his mind. He had come to this point in a daze, but overall, he felt happy. Li Ziyuan's trembling eyelashes made Zhaoan want to tease her. He lowered his head and kissed her pink lips. The rich masculine scent made Li Ziyuan unable to pretend to sleep any longer. She pushed Zhaoan away and said angrily, "Get out of the way. You're going to die. I'm going to hit you." Zhaoan chuckled and said, "Go ahead and hit me. Even if there are 10 of me, they're not enough for you to beat." He said this fearlessly as he put his hand on Li Ziyuan's smooth and tight back and stroked it gently. Li Ziyuan's face became redder and redder. Their eyes met, neither of them spoke, and the atmosphere gradually began to become ambiguous. After a long while, Li Ziyuan raised his eyebrows, looked up at Zhaoan, and said, "Let me ask you, was this situation today something you had planned for a long time?" Zhaoan straightened his face and said, "Absolutely not. This all happened naturally. It was a coincidence and it all came to fruition naturally." "But isn't this too fast?" And Li Ziyuan hesitated, shrank her head back, bit her lip and looked at Zhaoan. "And do you really like me? You don't understand me. I'm neither gentle nor considerate." "What do you mean by like or dislike? We are all adults now. I just simply want your body." Zhaoan complained in his heart, but he didn't dare to say it out loud. He remained calm and smiled. "I like you. You are so beautiful and have a great figure. I'm afraid the people chasing you will line up from here to France." Li Ziyuan was secretly delighted. Suddenly, she turned over and propped herself up, staring straight at Zhaoan, and said softly, "Whether it was a coincidence or a natural outcome, this is the first time in my life that I like someone." Zhaoan's eyes were dazed. "Zhaoan," Li Ziyuan called. "Huh, what?" Zhaoan came back to his senses. Li Ziyuan continued to look at him and asked, "What is our relationship now? Who am I to you?" Zhaoan's lips were a little dry. He hesitated for a moment and asked tentatively, "My dear wife?" Li Ziyuan was obviously satisfied with his answer and said, "I am not like your ex-girlfriend Yang Yakan, who despises the poor and loves the rich. As long as you don't let me down, I will not abandon you." Zhaoan said dissatisfiedly, "Such a beautiful scene, please don't say those things that spoil the scenery." Sensing Zhaoan's dissatisfaction, Li Ziyuan cursed softly, "Bad boy." Then she buried her head in Zhaoan's neck and whispered into his ear, "Then I won't mention it anymore. I want to take a shower. Carry me there." Zhao Wanning picked up Li Ziyuan and walked into the bathroom. Due to the absurdity of last night, the bathroom was a mess. Li Ziyuan's clothes were wet and scattered everywhere. Such a scene made Li Ziyuan feel very shy. She punched Zhaoan's shoulder with her little fist and said coquettishly, "It's all your fault." Zhaoan wanted to say that it was you who seduced him first, but he said, yes, blame me. Blame my charm that has nowhere to go. Li Ziyuan laughed sweetly, but then she looked worried and said, "My clothes are all wet and wrinkled. How can I wear them?" "That's easy. I'll place an errand order and it will be delivered to you in an hour at most." Zhaoan turned on the hot water to rinse the two of them and said, "After you take a shower, you can put on your bathrobe first, and then we'll have dinner. It will be delivered almost when we're done." Li Ziyuan became happy, put her arms around Zhaoan's neck and said coquettishly, "You are the best." After taking a shower, the two of them happily ate lunch. During the lunch, Zhaoan asked Li Ziyuan, "Are you free this afternoon? If you are free, accompany me to an auction this afternoon." Li Ziyuan said regretfully, "I have to go to work this afternoon. The police force has been busy with a lot of cases recently." "Are there any auctions going on? Are they high-end?" Zhaoan said, "What high-end or low-end, I just want to see the world." "Okay, go ahead. I'll go directly to the police station in a bit. You can handle it on your own." Then Zhaoan showed her the pinhole camera that he had removed last night. Li Ziyuan was furious after seeing it. "I will take this back later and I will not stop until I have thoroughly investigated it." "Fortunately, you found it, otherwise what happened to us last night would have become a live broadcast." Li Ziyuan was furious and packed up her things and left in a hurry. Zhaoan smiled bitterly and shook his head, then checked out of the room alone. Walking on the white street, Zhaoan was very upset about all the things that happened from last night to today. There are three major frustrations in life: those who speculate in real estate become landlords, those who speculate in stocks become shareholders, and those who pick up girls become husbands. But it's not a loss anyway. Although the pretty policewoman seems to be arrogant and has extremely strong fighting skills, once you get close to her, you will find that she is a clingy little cutie. The place where the raw stones are auctioned is in the suburbs of Jiangcheng. It is a stone-cutting factory rented by Aiqingru Jewelry. It was originally a marble-cutting workshop, but it can also be used to cut jade raw stones. When Zhaoan arrived, the scene was already crowded with people. The organizer had even built a platform and placed dozens of chairs on it. The invitation was handed in at the sign-in counter, and the person in charge of sign-in was Li Qiushui's cousin Shendong. After a few pleasantries, Zhaoan found an empty seat and sat down, waiting for the auction to begin. It was exactly 2 o'clock, and just when Zhaoan was getting a little bored, a tall, elegant beauty walked onto the podium. It was Aiqingru, whom Zhaoan had met once. Aiqingru walked to the front of the stage and said with a smile, "Welcome everyone to participate in the Jadeite rough stone auction held by Aiqingru Jewelry. Today's auction items are all top-quality raw stones from old mines bought from the Burmese public auction. After the transaction is completed, we can also cut the stones on the spot. If we find top-quality jadeite, we can also use the site to auction it." Aiqingru glanced at the people in the audience and continued, "Everyone we invited today is our distinguished guest. I would like to express my sincere gratitude to Mr. Jiang from Pengcheng and Mr. Han from Xinjiang. They are both leaders and role models in the industry. I am deeply honored that they have come from afar to give us guidance." A slightly fat old man sitting in the front row said with his eyes narrowed into a smile, "Ha, Nisei I heard a long time ago that you secretly bought a batch of good materials at the Burmese public auction last year, but you never released them. I didn't expect that you would release them after arriving in Jiangcheng this time. Old Han, will take a few pieces back today no matter what." Old man Jiang next to him also echoed, "That's right. My store has always been short of treasures. If I find a top-quality jadeite this time, I will not let it go." Aiqingru smiled faintly and said, "Don't worry, seniors. Let's start today's auction. First, please take out the first item of today." Shendong was seen pushing a cart onto the exhibition stand, and lying flat on the cart was the nugget gold where the Zhaoan had dug up. Aiqingru introduced, "It is said that gold has a price but jade is priceless. However, this piece of gold ore has 2 horns on its head and a jade coin in its mouth. It looks fierce and resembles a picio lying on a golden plate. Most importantly, this golden picio is completely natural without any trace of artificial carving. It is a treasure given by God, so of course we need to find the best owner for it." Mr. Jiang in the audience was overjoyed when he saw the golden picio. He said, "Ha, this golden picio seems to be made for me. Everyone knows that Pichio only goes in and never out. It's perfect for the store. Nice AI, start the auction. I can't wait any longer. Aiqingru signaled Chendong that he could start. Chendong said seriously, holding the auction hammer, the starting price of this golden Pichio is 8 million renminbi, and each increase in price must not be less than 100,000 renminbi. As soon as he finished speaking, old man Jiang raised the sign and said, 8.1 million. He seemed a little impatient. 9 million. Old man Han next to him increased the amount to 9 million at once. Old man Jiang asked angrily, Han Qingdong, what do you mean? He even called him by his name, which showed how angry old man Jiang was. Old man Han laughed, I have hundreds of gold and jade Pichio at home, but now they all look like workmanship and have no spirituality. This gold Pichio is just what I want. How about it, brother Jiang, can you give it up? No. Old man Jiang was also a hot-tempered man. He raised the sign again and said, 10 million. 12 million. Old man Han was not to be outdone. 13 million this time. It was a middle-aged man holding up a placard and quoting the price. 13.5 million. 15 million. The competition was extremely fierce and intense. It seemed that everyone was very optimistic about this golden Pichio, especially old man Han and old man Jiang, who were full of hostility and refused to give in at all. In the end, this golden Pichio was bought by old man Jiang for 34 million. Zhaowen, the original owner of the Kaijin Pichio, sold it to Aiqingru for 8 million yuan. He originally thought it was a sky-high price, but Aiqingru sold it for 34 million yuan in a blink of an eye, making a net profit of 26 million yuan in just one day. Zhaowen could only watch others make money, but he didn't feel envious at all. He had such an awesome eye of true vision and extraordinary abilities, so why would he worry about not making money? This is just because Zhaowen lacks connections. If he had so many rich friends who liked this product, he could just communicate with them and sell it to them directly. There would be no need to go through so much trouble. But there is no way, I am still very weak now, I still have to keep a low profile. Don't worry, you might work hard all night to dig out a stone, but in the end you will only get 500 yuan and a small banner. Zhaowen was so sad that he wanted to cry but had no tears. In short, this golden Pichio, in Zhaowen's hands, is only worth about 8 million. When it came to Aiqingru, she put on a layer of Pichio's coat and sold it for 34 million. That was also her ability. Or maybe if I had the ability, I could earn tens of millions from her. Chapter 14. Green. The popularity of the golden Pichio made the atmosphere at the auction site heated up for a while, but Aiqingru remained calm and composed with a faint smile on her face. Seeing that the effect had been achieved, she signaled Chendong to continue. Chendong put his hands down, motioning for everyone to be quiet, and said, let's invite the second lot of today's auction. 2 staff members pushed a flatbed cart onto the stage, and on the cart was a stone weighing more than 200 kilograms. Chendong introduced, this is a piece of Burmese Pakan Dongshan material, which was not originally in our auction sequence, but the owner is a friend of our boss and is in a hurry to sell it. Although it is a new mine material, our experts have identified that the outer skin of this rough stone is white sugar-like, with obvious signs of weathering, and dark green stripes on the white ground. It is very likely that a large piece of top-quality jadeite can be produced. Although Chendong strongly recommended it, it was clear that everyone was not interested. The so-called new pit, also called mountain material, is jadeite veins that were formed in the geological strata relatively late. They are far away from the pit mouth of the large vein. Compared with the old pit material, most of them have a rough texture and less waterhead. Their advantages are large size and high output. But nothing is absolute. Old mines often produce worthless shitland, and new mines can occasionally produce good jade. It's all a matter of probability, but the chance is not very high, and it is a test of eyesight and experience. A few guests who could not resist Chendong's strong recommendation came on stage and surrounded the new pit material to watch. Some used magnifying glasses to look at the patterns, some took strong flashlights and pointed them directly at the ore to see the translucency, and some poured water on it to see the color change. In the end, no one said anything bad, but just shook their heads and said they couldn't tell for sure. Young man, you are very eloquent. Old man Jiang said, but we are here for the old pit materials bought at the public auction. This piece of mountain material is of good quality, but it is not up to our standards. Let's get started quickly. I guess this piece of material will just fail to sell. It was difficult for others to say it out loud. Old man Jiang made it clear. Chendong couldn't help but smile bitterly and said, it is said that this world is never short of beauty, but it lacks eyes to discover beauty. Today, this piece of Dongshan material. Whether it can find its destined person, we will wait and see. Shendong knocked the hammer and said, the starting price for this piece of vacant Dongshan material is 500,000 renminbi, and each bid increase must not be less than 10,000 renminbi. Everyone was talking and talking, but no one made a bid. It was completely different from the hot auction of the golden Pishio just now. Shendong had no choice but to ask again. This piece of vacant Dongshan material is very likely to produce top-quality jadeite. The starting price is 500,000 renminbi, and each increase in price must not be less than 10,000 renminbi. Does anyone want to bid? Shendong was forced to do something. It might be his first time hosting an auction. He was embarrassed to see that no one was interested. If no one bid, he would announce that the auction was a failure. 510,000. Just as Shendong was about to drop the hammer and announce that the auction had failed, an abrupt voice caught people's attention. The one who made the bid was Zhaowen. Zhaowen knew nothing about jadeite and jade. He had only heard of the story of gambling on jadeite. One cut makes you poor, another cut makes you rich. As for old pit water material and new pit mountain material, he had never heard of them. Just when this piece of material was pushed up, Zhaowen inserted a true eye on the stage. Under the true eye's vision, the introduction of this piece of material was as follows. The material from Dongshan in vacant weighs 126 kilograms and contains glass-type jadeite. The jade core weighs 15 kilograms and has a transparency of 6.2. The unprocessed value is estimated at 38 million renminbi. The real eye can directly see that inside this piece of material, there is a large mass of texture that is different from the surface, dark green jade flesh, and the crystal is translucent. The most important thing is that it has been prompted. The unprocessed estimated value is 37 million. This is probably a new function of the real eye, which increases the role of evaluation value. The mountain material worth 37 million was only sold for 500,000, and the key point was that no one was competing for it. Seeing that it was about to fail to sell, Zhaowen made a decisive bid. 510,000. This gentleman bids 510,000 renminbi. Shendong breathed a sigh of relief when he saw that someone finally made a bid. 510,000, is there anyone else who wants to bid? Faced with Zhaowen's offer, everyone remained unmoved, thinking he was a fool who wanted to be taught a lesson. 510,000 one times. 510,000 twice. Last chance, is there anyone else bidding? Shendong asked everyone according to the procedure. Seeing that no one was interested, he had to drop the auction hammer and said, 510,000 three times, sold. Congratulations to Mr. Zhao for buying this piece of Burmese vacant Dongshan jade. We wish Mr. Zhao to find the best jade and gain a lot of wealth. Zhaowen was also very satisfied with the result and nodded to Shendong. The staff came up and pushed the stone down. The raw stone belonged to Zhaowen. The next items auctioned after the third one were also called old pit materials. Everyone was very enthusiastic and made bids one after another. The transaction prices ranged from more than 1 million to 5 million. However, in Zhaowen's true eye vision, these old mine materials were either completely worthless or had too little water content. There were also some materials whose starting prices were not much different from the estimated prices given by the true eye, so Zhaowen did not make any more bids. Until the appearance of the 25th piece, the introduction of the 25th piece of seed material under the real eye vision was as follows. Burmese seed material, weighing 21.7 kilograms, containing imperial green jade core. The jade core weighs 3.1 kilograms, the jade core transparency is 8.3, and the unprocessed estimated value is 83 million yuan. This seed material appears to have a dense texture, with a grayish-white color mixed with a hint of milky white, and its shape resembles a cloud that has been squeezed and collided. It seems that the guests present are all experts who know the value of the product. As soon as this seed material came on stage, it attracted everyone's attention. Some were whispering in the audience, while others stood up excitedly to admire it. Aiqingru, who had been standing aside without saying a word, was obviously very satisfied with the effect. She said, "Dear guests, this is our last lot today. It was bought from the Myanmar auction last December. It is the finest jadeite rough stone. I hope you will recognize it." Shendong continued, "Okay everyone, this is the last item for today's auction. Guests who didn't get one should seize the opportunity and don't go home empty-handed." Old man Jiang stood up and rubbed his hands, saying, "Hurry up, I can't wait any longer." Shendong laughed and said, "The last lot for today is a Burmese seed material, a top-quality material bought at the public auction. The starting price is 10 million renminbi, and each bid must not be less than 100,000 renminbi. 15 million. This time it was Old Man Han who raised the sign first and increased the price by 5 million at once. This way of raising the price made all the guests in the audience gasp. They had seen ruthless people before, but it was rare to see someone as ruthless as this. 16 million. Old Man Jiang on the side was not to be outdone. Seeing that he couldn't suppress the other party, Old Man Han laughed and said, "Mr. Jiang, you have already bought the store's most valuable golden piece. Why don't you give the seed material to me, an old man?" Old Man Jiang also laughed and said, "Who would complain about having too much of a good thing? If you want it, make an offer." Seeing that psychological warfare was not working, Old Man Han had no choice but to offer 18 million. 25 million. Old Man Jiang also made a fierce offer, which choked Old Man Han so much that he couldn't speak for a moment, and his neck turned red from holding it in. After a long time, he finally made another offer of 25.5 million. Seeing how fierce the competition was, Zhaoan's original intention to participate gradually faded. Besides, he didn't have that much capital to participate in the competition. He thought that making a small investment for a big return was the right thing for him. As the bids gradually increased, some guests who originally wanted to bid also gave up. In the end, only Old Man Han and Old Man Jiang were left in the final competition. However, the bid increases were made by 100,000 at a time. 35 million. Perhaps he was forced to do so, and the Old Man Han, who was determined to win, said with a red face, 35 million, this is my last bottom line. Lao Jiang, if you pay $1 more, this piece of seed material will be yours. Old Man Jiang hesitated for a moment, then sighed and said, "Well, Old Han, we have been friends for decades, so I'll give you this seed material." Old Man Han's flushed face relaxed a little this time, and he let out a long sigh and said, "Thank you, Brother Jiang, for your kindness." Seeing that the fight was coming to an end, Shindong said, 35 million, Mr. Han offers 35 million, is there anyone who can offer a higher price? 35 million once. 35 million twice. 35 million 3 times, deal. Chen Dong dropped the hammer heavily. "Congratulations, Mr. Han, for winning this piece of Burmese seed material." When Old Man Han saw that the deal was done, he breathed a sigh of relief, and the tense atmosphere finally eased. Aiqingru, the organizer, walked to the middle of the stage, clapped her hands and said, "Today's auction was a complete success. Thank you for the strong support of all the guests. The guests who have won the original stones can cut the stones on the spot. Our company has booked 6 large cutting machines on the spot, and the workers will also fully cooperate with you. Of course, you can also take it home and unpack it yourself. As the executive director of Aiqingru Jewelry, I will prepare a banquet on behalf of Aiqingru Jewelry at the Jiangcheng Hotel and prepare some light wine to thank you for your presence and support." Next, the machine started, and the customers who bought the seed materials each asked the cutting master to help them cut the stone. Amid the roar of the machine, sounds of green, green, green or broken, broken, hey, broken could be heard from time to time. Old Man Han put the seed material he had photographed on a Land Rover, saying that he would take it back and solve it himself. He was probably afraid that if everything went wrong, he would be ridiculed by Old Man Jiang. Zhaoan took his time and waited until everyone had finished cutting before he pushed the cart with the photographed Pekin Dongshan material to cutting machine number 1. The worker used a crane to lift Zhaoan's raw stone onto the operating table and asked Zhaoan how he wanted to cut it. Zhaoan picked up a piece of chalk and drew a line on the raw stone based on his true eye vision. The seemingly random line just happened to open a window in the raw stone. The machine roared, and the rapidly rotating wide saw blade sawed on the original stone. In less than 3 minutes, it was successfully sawed open. As the saw blade rises and the outer skin falls off, a beautiful green color appears before everyone. Green, green, green. It's going up, it's going up, it's going up a lot. The crowd who were watching and waiting to see the joke exclaimed in surprise. Damn, it's glass type. This kind of water is so clear and transparent, it's incredible. Old Man Han heard the exclamations of the crowd and came over to watch. He couldn't help but marvel when he saw Zhaoan cut open one side of the raw stone. In fact, Zhaoan was really envious of the seed material he bought. Now it seems that apart from Aiqingru as the organizer today, Old Man Han is the biggest winner. If we take that piece of seed material back and unravel it, we can make more than 50 million. It is much better than Zhaoan's piece of material. If there were not a few tiny cracks in the middle, the price would probably be several times higher. Of course, the advantage of Zhaoan's rough stone is its high cost effectiveness. The price it was sold at is very low, and the rate of return is super high. This is the real excitement of gambling on stones. It is to make a small investment to win big, to use hundreds of thousands of dollars to leverage tens of millions of wealth. This is especially suitable for gamblers like Jade who have just entered the industry and have only a limited understanding of the industry. Eat food one bite at a time and earn money 1 penny at a time. Chapter 15, Financial Freedom at Last. Old Man Han looked at the raw stone with a window opened in it, and he couldn't hide the joy in his eyes. Young man, such a large area of green is rare. Just for this green of yours, I'll give you this amount. As he said that, he stretched out 3 fingers. 3 million. Just by opening a window, the price Jade paid for the raw stone was 6 times higher. This shows that Old Man Han is quite capable. Jade knew in his heart that once the rough stone was completely cut, it would be worth more than just 3 million. Am I the kind of person who needs that 3 million? Before Jade could refuse, Old Man Jade came over and shone a strong flashlight back and forth at the window surface of Jade's original stone. He then turned to Old Man Han and said sarcastically, "You are such an old hand. This is a glass-type jade with plenty of water and good flesh color. You are just paying 3 million for it. You are treating it like a beggar." When he turned to face Jade, he tried to put on a friendly smile and said, "Young man, there is a saying in gambling on stones, 1 cut makes you poor, 1 cut makes you rich, and there is also a saying, 1 thought makes you heaven, 1 thought makes you hell." This window is well opened, but another cut may not be the same. So, I won't say 3 million. I will double it for you. If you sell it to me for 6 million, you will make a net profit of more than 5 million. Let me take the risk. Jade kept complaining in his heart, "You 2 old men are really bad. You are singing the same tune and you are taking the risk. If I didn't have the vision of the real eye and could see it clearly, I might have been scared by you. But life is like a play, and it all depends on acting." Jade pretended to be a fool, blushed, and said loudly, "No, I must cut all the pieces of material into pieces today. If I win, I must win openly, and if I lose, I must lose happily." As he directed the workers, he used his true vision to deliberately draw a line on the part that did not pass through the jade core, so that they would think it was cut. After feeling their loss, I then cut out a window with a jade core on the other side to tease the group of industry bosses who were watching. Let them truly experience what they call 1 thought to heaven, 1 thought to hell. Humph. The workers started the machine, and the saw blade cut down along the line Jade had drawn. A thin water pipe sprayed water to cool the saw blade. Amid the splashing mud, Jade bulged his eyes like a gambler, clenched his fists, and kept muttering, "Green, green, green." In fact, these are all illusions. Jade is just acting. These people watching don't have good intentions, and if I don't tease them, I will feel unhappy. The saw blade cut to the bottom, the roar stopped abruptly, and the machine automatically rose up. Jade rushed forward in 2 steps, held the cross-section of the original stone, and revealed the answer in the midst of everyone's breathless concentration. It was indeed a grayish-white texture, without the slightest green, let alone the glass-like clear water quality. At this time, someone shook his head and said, "Oh, it's broken, this is shit land." Others said, what a shame, now it's not even worth 500,000. Old Man Jiang and Old Man Han also showed disappointed expressions, but never mentioned the purchase of raw stones. Jade was distracted for a moment, took a deep breath unwillingly, and drew another line on the other side of the original stone. This time he drew it on the back of the first window surface, and it happened to be along the edge of the jade core. After cutting it open, you can see the complete glass quality, and then you can see the various shocked expressions on people's faces. In less than a moment, the rough stone was cut. This time, after Jade opened the cut surface, he showed an ecstatic expression. "Huh, it's green, look, it's green." The guests who were watching stretched their necks, waiting for Jade to turn the cut surface over and take a look. They couldn't help but gasp, "Oh my god, it's out of water, and it's glass type, and it's high green glass type." Someone else said, "This must be a whole piece of jade core. The knife obviously didn't cut it well before." Jade laughed loudly and said arrogantly, cut it again. This time, cut it all out, so that everyone can see whether this piece of mountain material that no one cares about is really top-grade jade." So the worker followed Jade's request and cut down along the exposed edge of the jade core. The water that was cut out this time was still green, as clear and bright as glass, crystal clear and moist. Cut, keep cutting. Jade was as proud as a victorious little rooster, commanding with great pride until all the raw stones were cut. He then used a grinding wheel to grind off the edges and corners, and a crystal clear rough jadeite the size of a millstone appeared in front of everyone. Old Man Han stared at the rough jadeite with fascination, muttering, "Glass-type jadeite. It's been years since I've seen such a large, watery glass-type jadeite. Old Jiang, when was the last time you saw one? Old man Jiang sighed. It was 4 or 5 years ago, at a public auction in Myanmar, but it wasn't as big as this. Alas, it's true that the old waves of the Yangtze River push the old waves out, and the new generation is worse than the old. I'm old and not as bold as I used to be. I actually made mistakes sometimes, and others picked up the bargains, and I had to beg them to buy it back. Old man Jiang looked at Zhaoan's arrogant look and said in a deep voice, "Young man, do you want to sell this jadeite? If so, please name a price. I have to sell it, and I don't plan to do further processing." Zhaoan paused and said, "As for the price, please wait a moment." The person who spoke was Aiqingru, who had been watching silently from the side. She walked up to me with her long, straight legs and said with a smile, "What a pity. I was wrong. I was very excited to see such a good jadeite. Besides, the market is in urgent need of high-end jadeite with good quality. I was worried that my store might run out of stock." Aiqingru carefully examined the jade rough, nodded and said, "Uncle Jiang, I also want to compete for this jade, you don't mind, do you?" Old man Jiang sneered and uttered 4 words from between his teeth, "Of course." Aiqingru smiled and said, "Well, this time we will choose a secret auction. Guests who want to participate in the auction can write the price and their names on a piece of paper, and Mr. Zhaoan will choose the final winner. Of course, if Mr. Zhao is not satisfied with the final price, we can re-auction." This was a good idea and everyone nodded in agreement. Old man Jiang said he had no objection. So Qindong found some paper and pen, and the guests who wanted to participate filled in their prices and signed their names one by one, then folded it and handed it to Zhaoan. Aiqingru also wrote down her own quotation, folded the paper and handed it to Zhaoan, then smiled lightly, returned to her original position, and waited for Zhaoan to announce the result. Zhaoan smelled a faint fragrance at the tip of his nose, and his heart almost lost control. Business is important. After a brief moment of distraction, Zhaoan opened the notes one by one to check everyone's offers. Some offered 25 million, some offered 28 million, and some offered 30 million, but these obviously did not reach the price he had in mind. Old man Han's bid was relatively high, reaching 35 million. Old man John's bid was slightly higher, at 36 million. The highest bid was from Aiqingru, at 37 million. Seeing this result, Zhaoan understood Aiqingru's intention of proposing a secret bid. She was obviously sure of the other people's bids, which was exactly the same as the estimate after the true I was upgraded. Zhaoan took a deep breath and said, "I have seen the bids from everyone. The highest bidder," as he deliberately dragged out the words, unfolded the note from Aiqingru, and said in a sonorous and powerful voice, "The highest bidder is Miss AI. Her bid is 37 million. With a smile on his face, he said, "Congratulations, Miss AI. This piece of glass-type high-green jadeite is yours." Aiqingru had a half-smile on her face and was the first to applaud. The other guests also followed suit and applauded sparsely, saying in unison, "Congratulations." Aiqingru also smiled and said, "Thank you all for your humility." After he finished speaking, he stretched out his hand to call over a beautiful female secretary. The female secretary asked Zhaoan for his bank card number, and then she took out her mobile phone and started making a series of calls, obviously transferring money to Zhaoan on the spot. Just when Zhaoan was somewhat envious of the cell phone in the female secretary's hand that could be used to transfer large amounts of money, he received a text message informing him that the money had arrived at the reserved cell phone number bound to his bank card. At the same time, a mechanical voice in my mind also reminded, "Get a luck value of 37 million, luck value plus 37 million, your true eye has been upgraded, go and check out the new features." This is the upgrade. What Zhaoan expected was correct. When the luck value accumulates to 10 million, the Eye of True Vision can be upgraded to level 5. The next level is estimated to cost hundreds of millions. In addition to the 37 million yuan he earned this time, plus the 8 million from the sale of the golden pichio, the 400,000 from the first level lottery ticket, and the 510,000 spent on today's auction, Zhaoan has a total of more than 44 million in his card. Zhaoan, who had always been poor, earned more than 40 million yuan in just a few days, and finally achieved financial freedom. Financial freedom refers to a state in which a person does not need to work hard for money to cover living expenses. More than 40 million in cash, even if it is deposited in the bank to earn interest, is enough for Zhaoan to live a worry-free life for the rest of his life. But Zhaoan knew that more than 40 million was just the beginning, and the door to a new world had already opened for him. Chapter 16: The Annoying Little Goblin. The transaction was completed, and the raw stones that the guests had bought were also cut. Qindong loaded the glass jadeite rough into his store's car, and invited Zhaoan to go with him, and they took a ride to the Zhangcheng Hotel to attend the dinner. Zhaoan readily agreed and sat in the passenger seat of Qingdong. The dinner was in the form of a buffet, and Aiqingru Jewelry booked the entire restaurant to thank the guests from all over the world for their support. After all, with a daily transaction volume of several hundred million, Aiqingru could earn at least 70 to 80 million renminbi today, not to mention the sensational effect it would bring to Aiqingru Jewelry's store in Jiangcheng. Moreover, stone gambling merchants from all over the world can gather together in groups of 3 or 4 to exchange information or learn some new knowledge. You know, even now, with such advanced science and technology, it is impossible to see or detect the internal situation of the stone, whether there is jade in the raw stone, what the flesh color is, or where the color band goes. It all depends on everyone's own eyesight or industry experience passed down by word of mouth. To exaggerate, some of them are even passed down to males but not females. And this is the charm of gambling on stones. Zhaoan did not sit with them. Firstly, he did not know any of them. As a newbie in the industry, he had no experience in communicating with them. Secondly, he had the true eye in his hand and did not need their experience. Secondly, this group of people are all middle-aged and elderly people over 40 years old, and there are almost no young people. People say that there is a generation gap between people who are 3 years older. Zhaoan and them are 20 years older, and they are 7 or 8 generations apart, but they can't talk to each other. Should I tell them, I have 5 infinity swords, and can make 5 strikes per second, with every strike being a critical hit? So Zhaoan took the food, found a low-key corner, and started eating by himself. It must be said that as a 5-star hotel, Jiangcheng Hotel's meals are still very delicious. Take this grilled lamb chop for example, it is crispy on the outside and tender on the inside. When Zhaoan took a bite, the juices burst out like lava, but he didn't feel the slightest fishy smell. On the contrary, the unique freshness of the Ning Province salt pond beach sheep mixed with fennel stimulated the taste buds, and the rich and full taste experience gave Zhaoan a full sense of happiness. Then take a sip of 1982 liqueur, and the feeling is even better. Mr. Zhao is really in a refined mood. Aiqingru, who changed into a long dress, served as the host. Accompanied by the store manager Qingdong, she greeted the guests one by one. She looked for Zhaoan but couldn't find him. Unexpectedly, he was hiding in a corner, eating and drinking. If she had only applied a light layer of powder in the afternoon, Aiqingru was obviously dressed up carefully at this moment. Her hair was tied up high in a beautiful bun, and her 2 bangs were combed to the sides and hung on her cheeks, making her small pointed chin more prominent. The willow-shaped eyebrows were like smoke and black, and the almond-shaped eyes were painted with light pink eyeshadow. When the beautiful eyes moved, there seemed to be endless spring love flowing out. The long eyelashes made Zhaoan doubt that they were fake. Every blink of the eyes touched Zhaoan's heart. Under the high nose bridge is a straight and small nose wing, and the lips are as delicate and tender as cherries, which makes people daydream. In addition, the long dress wraps her figure with all the curves and curves. This is definitely the style of a domineering female president. That's right. With 5 female secretaries around him, it would be hard to impress them without some charisma. Zhaoan hurriedly took a tissue from the table and wiped the oil and saliva from the corners of his mouth. He smiled awkwardly and said, I have to thank Director AI for his warm hospitality. Aiqingru held the wine glass in one hand and motioned Qingdong to greet other guests with the other hand. She smiled and said, as the biggest winner of the whole event today, Mr. Zhao shouldn't be so low-key. Mr. AI is wrong, Zhaoan said with a wry smile, isn't Mr. AI the biggest winner today? He bought a piece of gold ore for 8 million, and insisted that it was the reincarnation of a Pichot. He sold it for 34 million, making a net profit of 26 million. Adding the revenue from the auction of other raw stones, he easily made 100 million. A small goal was achieved. It's not as easy as you say, Aiqingru smiled and sat down opposite Zhaoan, leaning back in a relaxed manner. She clinked her glasses with Zhaoan's and took a sip of wine and said, I have been preparing for today's auction for half a year, stocking up, hiring people, and choosing the right time. In short, I have to take into account the right time and place. As for the golden Pichot, it was really a coincidence. Zhaoan said nothing and pretended to be listening, but in fact his eyes were fixed on Aiqingru's beautiful face. Aiqingru's eyes smiled into a crescent shape, and she continued, when I was researching customer data, I found that most of these customers like to collect Pichot products. Especially Mr. Jiang and Mr. Han. Mr. Han has more than 300 Pichot products in his mansion. So when I saw your gold mine yesterday, I had this idea in my mind, so I still have to thank you. You don't have to thank me, Zhaoan said, it's a fair trade, and we both get what we need. If you can sell it at a higher price, that's your ability. I have some self-awareness. Aiqingru waved her hand and said, "It's not just about the gold ore, but also about the glass jadeite. I have to thank you for taking the shot at the critical moment, avoiding the embarrassing situation of it failing to sell." After hearing this, Zhaowen's favorable impression of her increased greatly. Although Aiqingru made a lot of money from him on the golden Pichio, he also doubled the money back through gambling on stones. In addition, Aiqingru in front of him not only had the temperament of a domineering president, but also had a figure and face like a seductive vixen. The faint fragrance of orchid and musk came over Zhaowen, making him intoxicated. However, he looked alert and said seriously, "I don't really understand it. It was just luck. I hope Mr. AI can give me some advice." In recent years, the number of high-income people has gradually increased, and the gap in the luxury goods market has also become larger and larger, said Aiqingru. Take jadeite for example. The supply of mid and low-end products is in short supply, but high-quality products are hard to come by, especially the top-quality jadeite with high green and high water quality. So the finished products made from this jadeite rough are enough to cover the sales of all my stores in a year. I have no way to expand. Zhaowen smiled and said, "So even if the price is 1 million more than theirs? That doesn't matter." Aiqingru changed her sitting position, crossed her legs, and looked very relaxed. "Just like I took the initiative to add 1 million to your golden Pichio, because I am sure I can make more, so it doesn't matter even if you add another million." Aiqingru leaned forward slightly, lowered her upper body, and said with a sweet breath, "Also, your acting skills in the stone-cutting field just now were really not that good." Zhaowen pretended not to notice the bright whiteness and asked in confusion, "Acting? What acting? I don't quite understand what you are talking about." "Pretend, try your best to pretend," Aiqingru laughed. "My father also started his business by gambling on jadeite. Since I was 10 years old, in addition to completing my studies, I had to follow my father to various jadeite raw stone stores, and I also saw countless gambling scenes. So those tricks of yours are really clumsy in my eyes." Zhaowen's face flushed, and he muttered, "Is it really that obvious?" This time Aiqingru did not answer, but crossed her legs again, holding the wineglass in one hand and shaking it gently, and asked casually, "Mr. Zhao is from Yunnan province, right? Your eyesight in identifying jadeite rough stones is not simple. Luck, it's really just luck." Zhaowen was a little overwhelmed. It was not just Aiqingru's sharpness. This woman had changed 4 sitting positions since she came here, and each sitting position was different. She is naturally beautiful, and she can be salty or sweet, pure or sexy. The changing styles, to use the popular online comments, are my mother's friend, kind aunt, romantic female boss, female classmate at the same table. Aiqing seemed to sense Zhaowen's embarrassment and laughed so hard that her body shook. It took her a long time to stop, and she said with a smile on her face, "Luck can indeed explain a lot of things, but everyone has their own secrets. As long as you can produce good jadeite, and I need good jadeite to expand my market, I won't care about your little tricks." Zhaowen said with a guilty conscience, "It's just luck. I'm just a poor boy. I never had the chance to get involved in such a high-end business as gambling on stones. This is purely a coincidence." Aiqingru was smiling with a meaningful look in her eyes, which made Zhaowen feel uneasy. After a long time, she said, "It doesn't matter, Mr. Zhao. Gambling on stones is said to be a matter of one thought leading to heaven or hell. I believe in Mr. Zhao's ability, or as you say, luck. There will be many opportunities for cooperation in the future." As she spoke, she waved her hand behind her, and a beautiful female secretary came running over and put a business card in her hand. Aiqingru pushed the business card along the table to Zhaowen and said with a smile, "The jadeite raw stones in Jiangcheng are too small. Ruweli in Yunnan province is more suitable for you. Remember, if you find top-quality jadeite, call me and I will give you a price that satisfies you." After that, she stood up lazily and walked away with her long legs twisting. The little goblin finally left. Zhaowen silently chanted in his heart, Avalokitesvara Bodhisattva, when practicing deep prajnaparamita, saw that the 5 aggregates are empty. Form is emptiness, emptiness is form. Gate gate, paragate. After silently reciting the Heart Sutra, Zhaowen finally calmed the evil fire in his heart. Aiqingru's every frown and smile exuded amazing charm, but she seemed close yet distant, always keeping a sense of distance, making you feel uncomfortable as if you could neither touch nor taste her. But she is right, gambling on stones is really a matter of one thought, heaven or hell. Just like at the auction this afternoon, many customers spent hundreds of millions to buy jadeite raw stones. Zhaowen could clearly see that there was either no jade or very little jade. I was so excited when I bought it, but after I cut it open, I realized how disappointed I was. But Zhaoan didn't have such a situation. He had the eye of true vision, an extraordinary ability that was even stronger than perspective. If you gamble on stones in the future, you will definitely be successful. There is also the border town Ruili that Aiqingru mentioned. It is near Zhaoan's hometown. If you have the chance, you can try to go and have a look. Is there any chance to get a vote or something? Chapter 17 New Features of True Eye. Zhaoan put away Aiqingru's gold embossed business card, and after having a hearty meal, he walked out of Jiangcheng Hotel alone without even saying hello to the host. The main reason was that he was a little scared of Aiqingru, fearing that her sharp eyes would see something again. After leaving the hotel, Zhaoan called Li Ziyuan and learned that she had to work until late, so he returned to the rental house by himself. Only then did he have time to check if there were any special changes in the True Eye that had been upgraded to level 5. True Eye Level 5, Recyclable, you can deploy 6 True Eyes within a radius of 1,000 kilometers, which can detect within a radius of 1,000 meters, including 1,000 meters underground. The True Eye allows you to see all hidden things. The True Eye cannot be seen or detected by anything. The True Eye can mark the key targets that the host needs. Go collect your good luck to upgrade your True Eye. In addition to increasing the deployable range, it only adds the ability to mark the host and key targets as needed. Is this the True Eye version of the search engine function? Can you get the desired results by entering keywords? Or try out the new function. A real eye was inserted in the city police station, searching for Li Ziyuan. The view immediately changed. Zhaoan saw Li Ziyuan sitting at her desk sorting out documents, looking serious, as if he was there in person. Li Ziyuan, wearing a uniform, looked particularly heroic. Her face without makeup was still fair and delicate. Her eyebrows were slightly furrowed, revealing a different style. Her clear eyes did not contain a trace of impurities, as if she could see through your heart at a glance. The slightly raised corners of her mouth made Zhaoan want to run over and kiss her immediately. Forget it, I won't disturb her from serving the people. Maybe she's afraid of being beaten. Another real eye was inserted into Jiangcheng Hotel to search for Aiqingru. Aiqingru was sitting at the head of the hotel conference room, organizing a meeting with the employees. She still looked like a domineering female CEO. Was she studying how much money she made today, or was she planning where to go next to continue making money? Ha ha. Look at what Li Qiushui is doing. A real eye is inserted into Li Qiushui's house, searching for Li Qiushui. The moment Zhaoan saw the picture, he said he would not watch it anymore, because he would get sty if he watched it. Take it easy, brother, life lies in movement, but it would be bad if it breeds life. If you are careful, I will rise in seniority. Zhaoan inserted the True Eyes into the Yangtze River, with 6 True Eyes in a row, searching for gold ore, wanting to see if he could find 1 or 2 pieces. After all, finding 1 piece would earn her millions, wouldn't that be great? The results came out. Within a radius of 6 kilometers, there were 6 pieces of gold ores of various sizes. 4 of them were on the riverbed and 2 were on the river bank. However, they were buried more than 10 meters deep, and it was almost impossible to excavate these 6 pieces. Zhaoan didn't believe it, so he retracted his True Eye, changed the river channel and inserted it again. This time it was even worse, not a single piece was found. After half an hour of hard work, it turned out that there is gold ore in the Yangtze River, but it is either in the riverbed or buried deep inside. There is almost no shallow gold ore. It seems that Zhaoan was really lucky to dig up the golden Paishio last time. It seems that the way to make a fortune by picking up gold ore by the Yangtze River is not feasible. Zhaoan was testing the new function of the real eye and fell into a deep sleep without realizing it. In the middle of the night, Zhaoan, who was sleeping soundly, was awakened by a rapid knock on the door. He opened the door in a daze and saw that it was Li Ziyuan who had changed into casual clothes. "Why are you here, and how do you know I live here?" Zhaoan asked, puzzled. Li Ziyuan said angrily, "Can't I come? I came to see if you have a mistress behind my back." Then she kicked Zhaoan and said, "Why don't you invite me in?" "Please come in," Zhaoan said with a smile, opening the door. "Welcome to my lady's inspection. My humble abode is simple and may not please my lady." Li Ziyuan put his hands behind his waist, really acted like a leader, and toured the room arrogantly. "It's really a shabby room." Then he wrinkled his nose and said, "Last time I asked you to go back and help with the investigation, I also visited the neighbors nearby. They said that you are a stay-at-home guy when you are not at work. No one has ever visited you. You are really doing badly." Zhaoan closed the door, smiled and hugged Li Ziyuan, saying, "So you are the first one to come here to see me. I am really very honored. I have you in my life, what else can I ask for?" Li Ziyuan had an expression that said, "You know it's fine," but she slapped Zhaoan and said, "Let go, you bad guy." Zhaoan didn't let go, but hugged her tighter. "No, you haven't told me why you came to see me in the middle of the night." "I was asleep. It's too much for you to disturb me like this. Do you miss me? Or did I do something wrong?" As he spoke, Zhaoan's face turned serious and he said sincerely, "Comrade police, I am guilty. I stole things, I stole your heart, and the owner has even come to my door." Ha ha. After saying that, Zhaoan couldn't help but laugh. "You are role-playing with me." Li Ziyuan tapped his forehead with her finger, and then said angrily, "I get angry when I talk about this." So Li Ziyuan told Zhaoan about the whole thing that happened after she was followed last night after she returned home and found out that the door lock was not changed. Zhaoan laughed so hard that he fell backwards, and it took him a long time to catch his breath and said, "Uncle and aunt, they are really cute carrot ha." Li Ziyuan rolled her eyes at him again and said, "So I ran away from home in anger, and you got what you deserved." She stretched out her finger and lightly tapped Zhaoan's forehead. However, Zhaoan held Li Ziyuan's hand and said seriously, "This is a humble room, but my virtue is fragrant. Wherever you are, it is heaven. Don't worry, I will not let you down." After that, the two kissed each other. As passion deepens, the temperature in the room begins to rise. The next morning, Zhaoan's room was in a mess. Zhaoan hugged Li Ziyuan in bed and asked, "Aren't you going to work today?" Li Ziyuan stretched out a hand from under the quilt, hugged him and said, "No, today is the night shift." "So what are your plans? How about I go shopping with you?" Zhaoan kissed Li Ziyuan's pretty face and said, "Shopping, eating, and watching movies are the three essential elements of a relationship." "That was before we succeeded," Li Ziyuan laughed, then turned over and said, "How about we buy a house?" Zhaoan was stunned, and Li Ziyuan hurriedly explained, "I have been working for 4 years, and I don't spend much money normally. My dad paid for the car. Now I have more than 200,000 yuan in my salary card. It should be no problem to buy a small house with a down payment. A 2-bedroom or 1-bedroom house is also fine. The property certificate will be in our names, so we can have our own home." Zhaoan was somewhat touched. Compared to Yang Yakan's love for the rich and the poor, Li Ziyuan was as simple as an angel. He held Li Ziyuan's hand and said, "You don't have to buy a small one. If you want to buy something, buy a big one, a villa. I have money." Li Ziyuan looked puzzled and said, "Buy a villa? You seem to be kidding me. Buying a villa in Jiangcheng will cost at least 10 million. I'm not kidding you. I really see that you live in such a simple place, which doesn't look like a home. If we buy a small house, it will be simple and warm, and I will be satisfied." Zhaoan took the phone, clicked on the bank text message he received yesterday, and showed it to her. It showed transaction alerts. 37 million yuan. Time, 17:33 on XXXXXX. Account, XX953. Type, quick transfer. Balance, 44,687,456.31 yuan. Li Ziyuan pointed at the screen and counted the balance, ones, tens, hundreds, thousands. Then he exclaimed, "More than 40 million, how do you have so much money? Did you rob a bank?" "Well, it's hard for you to rob a bank with your small body. Are you itching for trouble?" Zhaoan, who was mocked for no reason, said unhappily, "I've been lucky these past few days. I bought a few lottery tickets at first and won 500,000 yuan. Later, I found a piece of gold ore while fishing and sold it for 8 million yuan. Yesterday, I went to the auction and bought a piece of jadeite, but it turned out to be a glass jadeite, which I sold for 37 million yuan. This text message is a transfer reminder for the jadeite." Li Ziyuan looked like she didn't believe it, so Zhaoan took out the tax bill from the Welfare Lottery Center, the receipt from AI Shan Jewelry, and the receipt for the 510,000 yuan purchase of mountain materials from his wallet and showed them to her. Li Ziyuan looked at it carefully and believed what Zhaoan said was true. "I thought I was going to find a poor guy, but I didn't expect him to be a moneymaker." Then Li Ziyuan jumped out of the bed, not caring about her own sudden exposure, and said, "What are you waiting for? Get up, let's go look at houses." Seeing Zhaoan staring at his vital parts like an idiot, he spat and said, "What are you looking at, you little pervert?" Zhaoan said with a smile, "It's just a slut, why do you have to add that word?" Li Ziyuan hugged his neck and teased, "Not bad, I'm enduring it very hard, is it okay to say this?" Zhaoan kissed her soft lips lightly and said with a chuckle, "Wow, you are speeding." Li Ziyuan chuckled and said, "Speeding is fine, you don't have the power to enforce the law." Zhaoan said with a smile, "Who said I don't have the power to enforce the law? I'm going to enforce the family law on you." Aha, you understand. Chapter 18, Buying a House episode. The sun is shining. Li Ziyuan drove Zhaoan to the house sales office of a place called Waterside Flower City. This is the villa area of Zhengcheng. All the people living here are either rich or noble, and they are among the best families in Zhengcheng. After entering the gate, Li Ziyuan naturally took Zhaoan's arm. A sales lady with shoulder-length hair came up to greet them with a professional smile. "Welcome to Waterside Flower City. May I ask if you too want to view or buy a house? Do you have any familiar sales consultants?" Zhaoan said, "Let's take a look first. Are there any ready-made houses? The kind that you can move into right away?" "Yes, sir." The sales lady said, "Let me introduce our project to you first," and pointed to a large area map not far from the entrance and explained, "Our project is located in." Zhaoan waved his hand and said, "No need for introductions, just go and look at the house. If it's suitable, we'll buy it." "This is totally out of the ordinary," the sales lady muttered to herself, but still asked very professionally, "Do you need to see the sand table? Do you have any requirements for the location and apartment type?" "The sand table is worth a look." Zhaoan said carelessly, "If we think it's suitable, we'll buy it right away." The sales lady nodded and said, "Please come this way, my two guests, please take a look." All the villas developed by Xuanhua are single-family luxury villas. Each villa has an independent private garden and an underground garage. And the key is that the layout of each building is different, which means we aim to meet the needs of various types of customers. Zhaoan nodded and said, "How many vacancies are left now?" The sales lady pointed at the sand table and said, "The vacant houses include Building 2013, Building 2021, Building 3021, Building 3201, and more than a dozen others." Zhaoan looked at the apartment type on the sand table. He couldn't say it was good nor bad, but he had never bought a house before, so he didn't know where to start. So he said, "Well, I can't really tell anything from the sand table. How about we go to the actual house and take a look?" The sales lady had nothing to say, so she nodded and said, "Please wait a moment, I'll drive a sightseeing bus over." So the couple took a sightseeing bus and visited 4 or 5 single-family villas in succession, but none of them suited their tastes, either because the lighting was not good or the layout was not satisfactory. The sales lady's attitude was also okay. She kept persuading me patiently, buying a house is actually the most valuable investment. Even in the current environment, it is very suitable. Zhaoan looked at her name tag and found out that this saleswoman was called Wang Xiaoqian. He smiled and said, "In fact, we used to work in the same industry." Wang Xiaoqian smiled in surprise and said, "Oh, this gentleman has also worked as a real estate agent, then why did he come to us?" "Oh, no, I mean if a real estate agent works in a real estate company, buying a house will be much more convenient." "Are you talking about the story where someone goes undercover as a salesperson in a real estate company, gets to the bottom of the price, buys the house at the cheapest price, and takes the salary and commission at the same time? I saw it on TikTok." Zhaoan smiled and said, "You misunderstood. I used to sell lighting fixtures and I am familiar with some sales techniques, so forget about the toxic chicken soup." Wang Xiaoqian laughed and said, "It's not really toxic chicken soup, but there are too many real-life examples. For example, 10 years ago when housing prices were low, you had 200,000 yuan in your hand and bought a house with a mortgage. A friend of mine also spent 200,000 yuan to buy a luxury car with a mortgage. However, 10 years later, what has changed is that even if you still spent 200,000 yuan, you may not be able to sell your house even if someone offers you 5 million yuan. But his luxury car may not be wanted even at $100,000. This is the difference in investment methods. A house is not only a warm home, but also a long-term investment. When those luxury goods are outdated, when those products that seem to be high-end are finally eliminated by the times, you will find that only a house can be called a family heirloom." This made the two of them laugh. Li Ziyuan teased Zhaoan, "You are also in sales, are you also so good at talking?" Zhaoan raised his eyebrows and said, "There are special training courses for this. Different sales strategies will be formulated according to different customers, such as the chicken soup type that Miss Wang mentioned just now. There are also inspirational ones, which say that there are no products that cannot be sold, only sales that cannot sell products. There is no firewood that cannot be chopped, but the axe is not fast enough. Generally speaking, an excellent salesperson must have the following qualities: be able to drive, make PPTs, communicate, collect payments, calculate accounts, bargain, drink tea, brag, be able to endure hardships, be able to keep idle time, coax customers, etc., etc. What an expert! Wang Xiaoqian praised while driving the sightseeing car. It seems that Mr. Zhao is also an expert in the sales industry. Zhaoan laughed and said, actually not, I only did the last one. Wang Xiaoqian said, since Mr. Zhao also understands the secret, let's not play tricks today. I will take you directly to the best building king that is left in our company. How about it? Li Ziyuan smiled and said, okay, let's not talk about whether to buy it or not, I just want to know what the building king looks like. Wang Xiaoqian led them through twists and turns and finally arrived at a detached villa that looked very beautiful from the outside. Li Ziyuan fell in love with it at first sight. The house has an excellent location and the overall shape is unique and elegant without being cliché. Wang Xiaoqian opened the door and said, this 3201 is the best villa left in our company. Both the exterior and interior decoration were designed by a well-known domestic designer. Please come in. There is a spacious foyer at the entrance, and a spacious living room beyond the foyer. The spiral wooden staircase is designed in a unique and stylish way. Wang Xiaoqian introduced, the whole villa has 6 bedrooms, 3 living rooms, 2 kitchens, and 4 bathrooms. The design and decoration style of the whole house are also in accordance with the most popular styles today. After a long chat, he showed the two of them around every room. Overall, Zhaoan and Li Ziyuan were quite satisfied. Zhaoan smiled and said, overall, I am quite satisfied. The layout, location and lighting of the apartment here all meet my aesthetic requirements, and I can also see the unparalleled river view. Wang Xiaoqian struck while the iron was hot and said, since Mr. Zhao likes our villa so much, why not just buy it? Let me tell you, all the appliances and furniture in this villa are top brands, so you can move in right away. Moreover, if you purchase a property today, you can enjoy a 5% discount. It is better to act than to think. Only opportunities that can be seized are opportunities. You can save as much as you can. Zhaoan and Li Ziyuan were actually very satisfied. Zhaoan even inserted his real eye to check and found no unfavorable factors. Li Ziyuan looked at the villa marked 3201 and liked it more and more. She said, this house looks really good to me. I wonder how much it costs. Wang Xiaoqian smiled like a flower, our price here is 50,000 per square meter. 50,000, Li Ziyuan frowned and asked, is there any discount? Wang Xiaoqian said with a smile, you are so sincere, and you are my first couple of customers today, or even this week. How about this, I will give you another 5% discount. Li Ziyuan looked at Zhaoan, wanting to ask for his opinion. Zhaoan shook his head, sighed, and thought to himself, if you buy things like this, it would be strange if you don't get ripped off. Zhaoan coughed twice, cleared his throat and said, Ms. Wang, I want to know what the supporting facilities are like, what the greening rate of the community is, what the distance between rooms is, and what the average price of the house is. Wang Xiaoqian smiled awkwardly, with sweat on her forehead, and said, our community is equipped with parks, green spaces, playgrounds, basketball courts, and a small football field. There is a shopping supermarket inside and outside the community. Not far from the community is the experimental primary school and the blue sky kindergarten. The security is also of the highest national standard. The distance between rooms is more than 15 meters. What's the average price? Wang Xiaoqian said, the average price is 46,000. How many points of discount? Zhaoan asked hotly. 7 points, sir, this is the biggest discount I can give you. Zhaoan nodded in satisfaction, and then he said, okay, this is the one, swipe the card. Wang Xiaoqian was a little surprised. She thought these two guests would be difficult, but she didn't expect them to be so straightforward. She asked carefully, I wonder if you two are going to pay in full or take out a mortgage. If you want a mortgage, our company can provide. Zhaoan shook his head and said, it's too troublesome to pay for a mortgage, so we can just pay the full amount and move in today. Next, Wang Xiaoqian took Zhaoan and Li Ziyuan to go through a series of procedures for buying a house. Zhaoan finally paid more than 23 million yuan, and under Wang Xiaoqian's guidance, he set up the fingerprint lock password for the door. This detached villa with the address 3201 is jointly owned by Zhaoan and Li Ziyuan. Chapter 19, Returning Home in Splendid Clothes. Inside Villa 3201. Li Ziyuan pushed open the glass door of the third-floor balcony and looked at the surging river in the distance. She said with a look of happiness and satisfaction, it's so beautiful here. I never dreamed that I would be able to live in such a nice house in my life. Zhaoan hugged her waist from behind and laughed. Actually, I never thought about it. I was just a poor boy before, and now I've suddenly become a little rich. I'm a little uncomfortable with it. Li Ziyuan turned around, hugged Zhaoan's neck and said, "Do you think I'm with you because of money? Do you think I won't cherish it because it's so easy to get it? Why do you think so?" Zhaoan scratched her nose with his index finger and said with a smile, "It was mainly because I was attracted by your beauty and was bewitched by you. We ended up together by accident." "Oh, you're so good at talking, then talk more." Li Ziyuan smiled happily. "How many girls have you deceived before with such a sweet mouth?" Zhaoan's eyes dimmed slightly, and Li Ziyuan instantly realized that she had said the wrong thing, so she changed the subject and said, "Do you think we should try the shower in the new house?" Zhaoan immediately threw away the slightest bit of unhappiness in his heart. After all, a dead ex-girlfriend is not as important as the vivid and lively one in front of him. He lowered his head and touched his forehead with Li Ziyuan, and asked, "Are you sure?" Li Ziyuan smiled sweetly, "Sure." As soon as he finished speaking, Zhaoan picked him up and strode into the bathroom. Clouds come from the dragon, wind comes from the tiger, and there will be a rainbow after the wind and rain. I plan to go back home tomorrow. Zhaoan, who had entered the sage time, looked at Li Ziyuan, who was picking up clothes to put on the ground, and said, "Ah? Back home?" Li Ziyuan turned around. "Do you need me to go with you?" "I can go back by myself," Zhaoan said, "although my parents also want to meet their beautiful daughter-in-law. Your work is more important. You should serve the people wholeheartedly." Li Ziyuan smiled and said, "I can take a leave. We have annual leave every year. Will asking for leave affect your work?" Zhaoan said, "I see that you take your work in the police force very seriously, and you work vigorously and vigorously. If it affects your work, forget it." Zhaoan sighed and continued, "My parents have worked hard for most of their lives, and it's time for them to enjoy a peaceful life. This time I went back just to bring them over and live with me. What do you think?" Li Ziyuan nodded and said, "That's exactly what should be done. I didn't expect you to be so filial. That's a must." Zhaoan laughed and said, "Then we can let them take care of the children and enjoy the happiness of family life." Li Ziyuan shyly knocked Zhaoan, "Who wants to have a baby with you?" The two of them started playing around again. After a while, Li Ziyuan looked at the time, kissed Zhaoan on the face and said, "I have to go to work. You'll be lonely at home, so don't mess around with other girls. Otherwise, hum." As she spoke, she clenched her fist and shook it in front of Zhaoan's eyes. "I know. Even if there are 10 of me, I still can't beat you," Zhaoan said wisely. Thinking of the funny things that happened before, Li Ziyuan laughed and said, "It's good that you know." Zhaoan suddenly realized something and said, "So you let me eat just now so that I wouldn't mess around with other girls? You're probably overthinking it. With you in this world, no other woman will ever catch my eye. Men's mouths are full of lies." Li Ziyuan raised his eyebrows and said, "Anyway, you'd better remember this, otherwise you will be in trouble. Bye." She stamped Zhaoan's mouth again and went to work. After arriving at the police station, changing into uniform and completing the handover with colleagues, Li Ziyuan sat at her seat and started working. Yuan, where did you go last night? Don't you know that your mother and I are very worried about you?" The person who spoke was Li Ziyuan's father, Li Zhenghua. Li Ziyuan deliberately kept a straight face, didn't say anything, and lowered her head to read the information. Seeing this, Li Zhenghua softened his tone. Yuan, it's fine if you blocked your mother's number, but why did you blacklist your father as well? We are in the same group, and I am a friendly force." Deputy Director Li Ziyuan looked at Li Zhenghua seriously and said, "You are not my direct supervisor, and I have no work to report to you. You have interfered with my work, please leave." Li Zhenghua looked around and saw that there was no one around. He pulled a chair over and sat next to Li Ziyuan and said, "I didn't agree with your mother's actions from the beginning, but I couldn't stop her. You don't know, I was worried to death after you left last night." "Worried?" Li Ziyuan laughed coldly. "What are you worried about?" "You're probably worried that I won't be able to get married. That's what your mother wanted. I never agreed to it." Li Zhenghua explained, "You are my father's sweetheart. How could I bear to let you get married?" Li Ziyuan snorted and said, "My mother is just afraid that I won't be able to get married. This time I have to stay out for a few days to give her some time to dry out." "How many days will you stay?" Li Zhenghua asked. "Where will you stay? How many days will you stay?" Li Ziyuan tilted her head and raised her eyebrows. "It's none of your business." Li Zhenghua said angrily, "How can I not control it? I am your father. Li Ziyuan tilted her head to the other side and said, I'm an adult, you have no right to control me. Then I'll keep an eye on you when you get off work, Li Zhenghua said, if you don't go home, I'll keep following you. Li Ziyuan finally gave in. She knew that Li Zhenghua could really say it and dare to do it, so she said, okay, I'll do as you say. I'll go home after work, okay, Dad. Li Zhenghua then nodded with satisfaction and said, that's more like it. Then he left like a victorious general. The next morning, before Li Ziyuan got off work, Zhaoan was already on the plane flying back to his hometown. He had booked the ticket last night. Zhaoan did not inform his parents about his return trip this time, as he wanted to give them a surprise. During the 3-hour flight, Zhaoan slept smoothly without any turbulence because of the clear weather and no air currents. After getting off the plane and leaving the airport, Zhaoan did not go home immediately. Instead, he took a taxi to a 4S store. His purpose, of course, was to buy a car. Zhaoan felt that it was time for him to buy a car. Moreover, if he did not buy a car to show off after returning home rich and powerful, it would be like walking in the night in gorgeous clothes. No one would know what was happening. After entering the 4S store, Zhaoan finally bought Cadillac's top SUV, the Escalade long-axis version, based on the saleswoman's introduction and his own preferences. Originally, he wanted to buy a Mercedes-Benz G-Class or Lincoln Navigator, but they were out of stock. Zhaoan had no choice but to swipe his card generously under the surprised gaze of the salesgirl, got a temporary license plate, and drove away this top-of-the-line long-wheelbase version of the Escalade worth more than 2 million yuan. To be honest, this Escalade is no worse than the Mercedes-Benz G-Class. It has a tough exterior. The shield-shaped grille and the lines outlined by the vertical LED headlights on both sides make the entire front face look like the mask of a medieval black warrior. This awe-inspiring look is cool and domineering enough. As for the fact that some people say that the Escalade is not classy enough and not many people know it, Zhaoan doesn't really care. After all, this car is just for temporary transportation. When I have money in the future, I will buy a better one with more classy attributes. He had made up his mind on the plane that he must buy a car to drive home. This invisible show-off was the most deadly, so Zhaoan rushed to Chuncheon to buy it. Unexpectedly, there were no Mercedes-Benz G-Class cars in stock in Chuncheon, so I had to settle for the next best thing and bought an Escalade to temporarily get by. After leaving the 4S store, Zhaoan drove the Escalade on the streets of Chuncheon. The domineering Escalade attracted a lot of attention. But what Zhaoan didn't know was that there was an app called AutoNavi, which had released a report on car owner activity, saying that Mercedes-Benz owners loved going to airports and luxury hotels. BMW owners loved to go to shopping malls. Audi owners loved to go to government offices and top 3 hospitals. Lexus owners loved to go to factories and seafood restaurants. Cadillac owners loved to go to bath centers and sauna clubs. So, passers-by might be thinking, is this guy driving the Escalade going to a sauna? Funny. After filling up the tank at the nearest gas station, Zhaoan officially set out on his journey home. Chapter 20, If the old doesn't go, the new one come. I want to be as free as a dream and as strong as the sky. Zhaoan drove his newly bought Escalade, roaring along with the music on the radio, happily on the way home. After more than 2 hours' journey, the Escalade finally drove into the small county town where Zhaoan grew up and turned into the old residential area where Zhaoan's parents lived. This is a 5-story building with the outer wall paint starting to peel off. Zhaoan lives on the 3rd floor. The living environment of 2 bedrooms and a living room is where Zhaoan grew up. After wandering around for several years, he returned here and felt like a wanderer returning home. He went upstairs and knocked on his door. A middle-aged woman opened the door. Zhaoan shouted with a smile on his face, "Mom, I'm back." The person who opened the door was Zhaoan's mother, Lu Xiufen. Lu Xiufen was a little surprised at first, then she smiled excitedly, grabbed Zhaoan's hand and said, "Oh, son, why are you back without telling me in advance? If I had known you were coming back, I would have cooked a few more dishes you like. Wait, I'll go buy some more vegetables and I'll cook them for you right away." Zhaoan walked in, but closed the door behind him and said, "Mom, you don't need to buy any more vegetables. I love anything you cook. Where's my dad? Isn't he home?" "Your dad hasn't got off work yet," Lu Xiufen said, pulling Zhaoan over and saying with a smile, "I haven't seen you for more than a year. Let Mom see you. Wow, you've become thinner and taller." In the eyes of parents, it seems that their own children are little babies who will never grow up. Zhaoan smiled awkwardly and said, "How can someone grow taller in their 20s? It's just that being thin makes you look taller." It's just too high, Lu Xiufeng disagreed with him. People say that at the age of 23, you can still go up a bit, and you are exactly 23 now. By the way, didn't your girlfriend, the one called Yaqing, come back with you this time? Lu Xiufeng knew Yang Yakin. After all, she had been with Zhaoan for 5 years and she had heard about her from Zhaoan during that time, but she had never met him in person. Faced with his mother's question, Zhaoan thought about it and answered truthfully, she and I have broken up. Lu Xiufeng's eyes dimmed a little, and she sighed, well, let's break up. My son is a handsome man, so I can just find another one. Although our family is a little poor, we earn money through hard work and live an honest life. Should we be afraid of not being able to find a wife? Then she looked at Zhaoan and said, son, how about I ask someone to introduce you to someone? When you are free someday, you can go and meet someone. What do you think? Not so good. If I really go on a blind date, Li Ziyuan will beat me to death. Zhaoan complained in his heart, but comforted his mother, oh, Mom, don't worry about these things. And our family will also get rid of the label of poverty and backwardness in the future. I earned money in Jiangcheng and bought a house and a car. I came back this time specifically to bring you and my dad over to live with us and enjoy a peaceful life. I'd made money and bought a house and a car. Lu Xiufeng asked with a puzzled look on her face, how long has it been since you graduated? You've already made enough money to buy a house and a car? Does that sound unreal to me? The car is parked downstairs. If you don't believe me, come and take a look. Zhaoan said as he pulled Lu Xiufeng to the balcony. Pointing at the black Escalade parked downstairs, Zhaoan pressed the car key in his hand. The Escalade flashed its lights twice in response. Zhaoan said, look, it's not mine, but I pressed it and it lit up, didn't I? Lu Xiufeng still couldn't believe it. Oh my god, son, such a big and beautiful car, did you really buy it? Zhaoan smiled and said, Mom, don't worry, I really bought it. How about we go downstairs and I'll take you for a drive? Shameless. Lu Xiufeng tapped Zhaoan on the shoulder and said, am I such a superficial person? And you said you made money, how come you made so much all of a sudden, it couldn't be? Mom, just relax, Zhaoan said hurriedly, don't you understand me? This money is definitely from legitimate sources. I don't want any illegal money. I'm hungry, can I eat now? Lu Xiufeng then said, the meal is ready. You can eat something for lunch. When your dad comes back in the evening, ask him to buy a fish and then Mom will make you something delicious. After dinner, Zhaoan rested in his room with nothing to do. In the afternoon, Zhao's father, Zhao Deshang, who had just got off work, came home with a lot of vegetables, fish and meat. It was obvious that Lu Xiufeng had called him to inform him. After entering the door, Zhao Deshang went straight into the kitchen, put on an apron and started to tidy up, obviously wanting to show off his cooking skills. Lu Xiufeng also came in to help out and whispered something to Zhao Deshang. Zhaoan heard the noise in the room and knew that it was Zhao Deshang who came back. He also opened the door and left the room. Seeing the two elders in the kitchen, he said, Dad, you're back. Zhao Deshang raised his eyes and took a look, then uttered Then he continued to pick up the dishes in his hands. Seeing this, Zhaoan smiled and said, Dad, can I discuss something with you? What do you want to discuss? Zhao Deshang asked without raising his head. I made some money recently and bought a house in Jiangcheng. I want to bring you and my mom over to live with me. Zhaoan said, I just talked to my mother about this, but she refused to agree. Can you help her? Zhao Deshang pondered for a moment, then said earnestly, Son, your mother and I have lived here for most of our lives. Our life was a little hard, but we didn't have many needs. 3 meals a day and simple food were enough. Going to a strange place rashly and having to adapt to the new environment again. As people get older, they tend to be nostalgic. This place has our familiar relatives, friends, and neighbors. I feel like if we move to a new place hastily, we will not be able to adapt. This is the reason why there is no place like home. Well, Zhaoan originally intended to persuade his parents, but he ended up being lectured instead. Of course, he could understand what his father was saying. So, let it go and there was no need to mention it again. After a sumptuous dinner, Zhaoan talked with his parents in the living room for a while. They were all talking about trivial family matters, like my third uncle's cousin dropping out of school to work, my second aunt's cousin getting divorced again, and so on. As they were talking, the topic turned back to Zhaoan's lifelong event. Lu Xiufeng said, Son, you are not young anymore, it is time for you to get married. Your father and I are still waiting to have grandchildren. Zhaoan was thinking about Li Ziyuan, but he didn't plan to tell his parents right away. Instead, he evaded the question by saying, "Okay, I know. I'll go there in a few days and find a proper daughter-in-law for you." I was strolling in the market, and when I saw a pretty girl, I went up to her and asked her. Lu Xiaofan said angrily, "What nonsense! Although it is the era of free love for you young people. But you are being too dishonest. Let me tell you, if you want to talk, you should talk openly and honestly. Do you hear me?" Zhaoan said impatiently, "I know, Mom, I'll tell you the truth, I have a new girlfriend in Jiangcheng. It's just that we have just established our relationship, so please don't interfere in my marriage. I am an adult now, and I know what I am doing." Lu Xiaofan was surprised and asked, "Really?" Then she glanced at Zhao Deshang and said, "I knew my son was the best." The next morning, Zhaoan's parents went to work. Zhaoan was a little bored at home, so he thought that since he hadn't achieved the purpose of his trip home, he might as well go to the Jade town that Aiqingru mentioned. Maybe he could make a little fortune. "I have the ability of true vision, which is perfect for gambling on stones where you can risk a small amount for a big gain. What's more, I have to bet everything, sell low and sell high, it's so cool." I searched for information online and followed several bloggers who introduced Jade on TikTok. I have a general understanding of the concept of jade species, the distinction of water, the classification of ground, the difference in color and so on. I am no longer as ignorant as before. It turns out that jadeite has so many classifications and differences. Just the quality of jade has many grades. From high to low, it can be divided into glass type, high ice, jelly type, ice type, glutinous ice, hibiscus type, glutinous type, and bean type. Moreover, jade is not only green, but also comes in several other colors such as red, yellow, blue, white, and purple. Of course, green is the most respected color. The greenest color is called high green or bright green. Above this there is a top-level green called imperial green. Zhaoan was so bored that he felt he had learned enough. He went out again at noon and transferred 200,000 yuan to Lu Xiaofan's card. Then I drove alone to Ruili, the hometown of Jade, more than 100 kilometers away. Chapter 21: Gambling on Stones Again. Ruili has been an important town for jadeite trade with Myanmar since ancient times. Today, it is the largest jade distribution center in the border area, with about 6,000 tons of raw jade imported from Myanmar to Ruili every year. It has formed an integrated industrial chain of raw materials, processing, wholesale and retail, attracting businessmen from dozens of countries around the world to engage in the jewelry and jade industry. It was already 2 o'clock in the afternoon when Zhaoan drove to Ruili city. Various jade advertisements at the intersection reminded passing vehicles that this was the distinctive jade capital. Following the instructions on the billboard, Zhaoan drove to a relatively large jade wholesale market, which sold finished and semi-finished products, and of course, uncut raw stones. As soon as I got off the car, I saw Zhaoan driving a luxurious Escalade. Brokers came up one after another, leaning on the side of the car and asking if I wanted any good stuff. In their hands they were holding jade objects of various styles, which were very pleasing to the eye with their lush green color. As soon as you ask for the price, they will tell you that since you look kind, give me 1,000,000 or 800,000 and the item will be yours. This makes you feel that they are so honest. But no one with an IQ online would want this thing. Zhaoan calmly used his true eyes to take a look and found that they were all junk worth only a few dozen dollars, and some were actually fakes made of glass. The jadeite articles displayed on the market counters are of much higher quality, but the prices are also much higher, many times higher than their actual value. However, whether it was the junk in the broker's hands or the finished products in the counter, they were not what Zhaoan wanted. If you want to make a lot of money and find real good jade, you have to bet on jade raw stones. The price of raw stone is much different from that of finished product. Ignoring the solicitations of various brokers, Zhaoan walked straight to the raw stone trading area in the back rows. Seeing that their attempts to win over the target did not work, the brokers dispersed and looked for their next target. Only a broker who looked to be in his 20s, with a greasy face and slightly fat, ran a few steps to catch up with Zhaoan, and called Zhaoan breathlessly, brother, wait a minute." Zhaoan turned around and sneered, "What are you doing? Why don't you give up? The stuff in your hand can fool others, but not me." The broker smiled awkwardly and said, "I know that you are a discerning person, so I won't embarrass myself by showing off my little stuff. Look at what Big Brother is saying, do you want to gamble on the rough stone?" As he said this, he put the thing in his hand into the small bag on his back. Seeing Zhaoan nod slightly, the broker said enthusiastically, "My name is Wei Xiang. I have been hanging around in this area since I was a child. I am familiar with all the bosses. How about I show you the way, Big Brother? If Big Brother is in a good mood, I can just give him some hard work fee." Zhaoan was somewhat speechless at this guy's familiarity, but he did need a guide. He himself is just a novice, and knows nothing about the market conditions or human relations. Having Wei Xiang, who is familiar with the market, acting as a lubricant is safer than rashly buying raw stones. Thinking of this, Zhaoan looked at Wei Xiang and nodded, then lead the way. As long as I buy the jadeite raw stones I like, you will get the commission. Wei Xiang saw that Zhaoan was no pushover, so he didn't bother with those nonsense words and just led the way. At the same time, he said to Zhaoan, come on, this way. I see that big brother is a sensible person, so I won't waste my energy to cheat you. It sounded like the truth. Zhaoan was not afraid of being tricked. Once the true eye was inserted, no tricks were of any use in Zhaoan's eyes. As long as you don't pay any money, who can rob you openly? He led Zhaoan through several rows of sheds and came to a shed full of raw stones. Wei Xiang greeted the boss as soon as he arrived. It was obvious that he knew him. The boss politely gave the two of them cigarettes. Wei Xiang took it with a smile, but Zhaoan declined and said he didn't want one. When the boss heard that Zhaoan needed to buy jadeite rough stones, he asked, how many tons do you want to buy? Zhaoan was stunned and thought, so wholesalers mean to buy by tons, not sell individually. This stumped Zhaoan. He had to buy tons of goods at a time, but he didn't have a truck big enough to transport them. So Zhaoan asked tentatively, how much per ton? The boss pointed to the raw stones in the shed and said, the ones here are 2,000 per ton, the ones ordered in the past are 2,500 per ton, and the ones ordered over there are 3,000 per ton. For cargoes over 10 tons, we can give you a discount of 200 yuan per ton. Zhao Anxin made up his mind and said, boss, how about this? I'll pick a few pieces at random, and I'll give you 2,000 for each piece I pick. How about that? The boss thought that this business could be done perfectly, so he agreed. Zhaoan used his true eyes to select from the hills of jadeite raw stones. From the perspective of the true eye, most of these raw stones are waste, and only a few of them are valuable. In the end, Zhaoan picked out 3 raw stones that contained jadeite and 1 piece of waste material that had nothing in it to confuse the audience. According to the true eye's valuation, each of these raw stones is barely worth 200,000 or 300,000. The overall quality is just that, better than nothing. After paying the boss 8,000 yuan, Wei Xiang went to find a flatbed cart, put the 4 rough stones on it, and then pushed the cart and followed Zhaoan out. There was quite a bit of doubt in my heart. Zhaoan's speaking style is like that of a veteran, and he is also very experienced in doing things, but he is very casual in choosing the raw stones. He spent 8,000 yuan to buy 4 pieces of raw stones, but Wei Xiang himself couldn't see anything as there was no trace at all. But Zhaoan would not explain so much to him. As long as the raw stone he picked could be produced and sold at a good price, that would be enough. As he walked, Zhaoan observed the raw stones in the entire market with his true eye. But to be honest, the quality of the raw stones in this market is just so-so. Most of the stones are gray and there is no jade at all. Or there is just a spot on the corner, and the color band does not go in at all. But if the owner rubs the corner out and a colored spot appears, the value of this stone will undoubtedly double. But Zhaoan would never want this kind of stone even if he were beaten to death. Seeing Zhaoan's somewhat dissatisfied expression, Wei Xiang said with a smile, boss, you don't seem very satisfied? Is it because the stones here are not good? Zhaoan nodded, it's really not to my liking. I think we should just forget it and look for another place later. Although he was disappointed, Zhaoan's interest in gambling on stones did not diminish in the slightest. He still wanted to make a big bet and get rich overnight. Wei Xiang said, this is also normal. Ruweli's gambling stones are divided into night markets and morning markets, which are not in this market, especially the night market. The situation there is much more lively, and there are many more high-quality raw stones and semi-gambling stones than here. Zhaoan was surprised and said, oh, then I must see it for myself. Among the Mengtu gambling stone trading markets in Ruweli, the Jiegao morning market and the Dalong night market are the most popular. At night, Wei Xiang took Zhaoan on foot in the night market on Dalong Street. There are crowds of people here, and sellers of large and small stones are displayed along the street. After an afternoon of understanding, Wei Xiang also had a basic understanding of Zhaoan. He introduced him to Zhaoan, Mr. Zhao, these are all jade diggers from Myanmar. They all dig the raw stones from abandoned mines or manual operations. Of course, there are also sellers from domestic organizations. The quality is definitely much better than the market this morning. Zhaoan switched his view and took a look, and found that it was true. From a probability perspective, the stones here are much better than those in the morning market. Even the quality of the jade inside the stones is much higher. Wei Xiang also said that these Burmese jade diggers are also called yamusi. They have been engaged in jade digging for decades and have a unique vision. The jade they dig can be found in various producing areas, such as Muna and Mashisha. Zhaoan strolled along the street, asking the owners of goods from time to time, and occasionally picking up stones and pretending to observe them, but he did not take action immediately. He was mostly observing, and it might be that he did not find a good target. Finally, it was concluded that the stones here ranged from tens of pieces to hundreds of thousands, with the majority being kilograms and low-value raw stones. As the lights come on, the bustling gambling stone market is indeed pitch black. Experts and enthusiasts will hold flashlights to find their targets. This market doesn't seem to like lights that are too bright, because it is easier to identify the quality of jade under dark light. Suddenly, Zhaoan's eyes lit up. At a raw stone stall not far ahead, a stone weighing 7 or 8 kilograms attracted Zhaoan's attention. It was a roughly triangular cone-shaped stone, and the overall color was khaki in the dim light of the night. Zhaoan walked over and pretended to look at the other stones on the stall, then squatted down and rummaged through the stall to pick up some. From time to time, he picked up a piece, pointed the flashlight he carried with him at the stone, and looked at it carefully. The owner of the goods was a long-haired girl in her 20s. There was a sign behind her saying she would cut the stone for free. She didn't mind Zhaoan's actions. All the customers who came and went here did the same thing. Zhaoan picked up a small green stone, looked at it and asked, "How much is this?" The girl put down her phone and said calmly, "This is from Mashisha, 30,000 per kilogram. This stone is not very big, weighing about 1 pound. In Zhaoan's true eye vision, he knows that there is only a little green on the corners of the stone, and this little green is basically trapped on the corners, without entering the internal space at all. The appraisal given by the true eye is Mashisha jadeite rough stone, weighing 0.7 kilograms, containing high-grade ice jadeite, with an estimated price of 70,000 renminbi. If you buy it for more than 20,000 yuan, you can still make 50,000 yuan. Zhaoan immediately decided, let's take this one. After spending 20,000 yuan to buy the stone, Zhaoan handed it to Wei Xiang. He then picked up the yellow stone and asked, "How about this one? How much is it?" As soon as Zhaoan picked it up, the stall owner girl laughed happily and said, this one is incredible, it's a million-level stone. Although this stone may not look big, it is of high quality." Zhaoan remained calm, but he was indeed slightly surprised in his heart. It seemed that the appearance of the raw stone could indeed reflect a lot of things. Some experienced people could make a judgment based on the appearance, sandiness, light perception, etc. of the raw stone, but the gambling nature was still very high. The appraisal given by the true eye is Mashisha jadeite rough stone, produced in Mashisha mine, weighs 3.8 kilograms, contains glass-type jadeite, and has an estimated price of 20 million renminbi. This piece of stone is worth 20 million. Although it is small, it is very valuable. Therefore, Zhaoan is determined to get this stone. He looked up and asked, "Give me a real price and I'll really buy it." The girl said, "I have been selling this stone for more than a year. No less than 1,000 people have seen it, and no one has said anything bad about it. If you're sincere about selling it, I'll charge you 400,000 per kilogram." Hiss. He sounded quite arrogant. Zhaoan took a deep breath after hearing it. Wei Xiang was also terrified behind Zhaoan. Such a big stone is worth more than 1 million. Zhaoan frowned, weighed the stone, and said, "This is too expensive. No one would offer such a price as you do." The girl chuckled and said, "That's nothing. This street is full of people gambling on jadeite. There are people who get rich overnight. It's not uncommon to bet on jadeite. One cut makes you rich, one cut makes you poor. It's not new at all." Zhaoan tried to negotiate the price again. "I won't argue with you too much, 1 million for one, how about that?" If the price is 400,000 per kilogram, Zhaoan would have to pay more than 1.5 million to buy this stone. He was asking for a sky-high price and just had to pay back the money on the spot. However, the little girl was a little surprised when Zhaoan offered 1 million. She grinned and said, "The minimum is 1,200,000. If you agree, we can make a deal." Zhaoan looked around calmly and saw that people were still coming and going, but everyone's attention was on the stones placed along the street. He gritted his teeth and said, "Okay, let's do as you say, deal." After transferring the money, Zhaoan threw the stone into a snakeskin bag, pretended to stroll around the market for a while, and finally left the market as if nothing had happened. "Is there a place to cut stones nearby?" Zhaoan asked Wei Xiang. Wei Xiang replied, "Yes, Ruili is known as the capital of Jade. There are at least 800 if not 1,000 workshops that can cut stones. How about I introduce one to the boss? Zhaoan originally wanted to ask Wei Xiang to help introduce someone, but after thinking about it, he gave up the idea. I am not familiar with this place, and I dare not gamble with stones worth more than 20 million yuan. He said, not for now. I'll find a way to open it later. In the end, he threw 3,000 yuan to Wei Xiang as a running fee, and carried the snakeskin bag back to the hotel where he had checked into the afternoon. Put all the stones you harvested today into a bag and then throw them all under the bed. Chapter 22 Industry Secrets. The next morning, Zhaoan got up and found the business card given by Aiqingru and called. The other party answered the phone quickly. A clear and beautiful female voice came from the phone. Who else could it be but Aiqingru? Hey, Mr. Zhao, long time no see. Zhaoan coughed lightly and said, I bought a stone at the night market in Ruweli yesterday, but I haven't cut it yet. Can you help me find a place where it's convenient and safe to cut the stone? Aiqingru exclaimed in surprise at first, then laughed and said, I was also at Delong night market last night, how come I didn't run into Mr. Zhao? She was there last night too? Oh my god, it can't be such a coincidence. Zhaoan responded, who knows? Maybe I left early and didn't have the chance to meet Mr. AI. Aiqingru did not dwell on this issue too much, and instead answered Zhaoan's previous question. Our company has a stone cutting workshop in Ruweli, with all kinds of cutting tools. If Mr. Zhao trusts us, he can come to us to cut it. Aiqingru paused for a moment, as if realizing something, and then said, no, Mr. Zhao, please tell me an address and I will come to pick you up in person. Zhaoan wanted to refuse. How can this be good? You should give me the address and I will go there myself. But Aiqingru said in a tone that would not brook rejection, it's settled. Where is the address? Zhaoan had no choice but to tell Aiqingru the location of the hotel, and she said they would be there soon. Sure enough, within 20 minutes, Zhaoan had just finished breakfast in the hotel restaurant when Aiqingru called, Where are you? I've already driven downstairs of the hotel. Zhaoan responded, Okay, I'll be down with the things right away. Carrying the snakeskin bag downstairs, Zhaoan saw Aiqingru driving an Audi Q7. Aiqingru looked smart and capable today. She got out of the car, opened the trunk and said, It looks like Mr. Zhao has made quite a haul. Zhaoan said with a smile, No, Mr. AI, please don't make fun of me. The quality of raw stones is unpredictable. That's true. Aiqingru nodded, closed the trunk, invited Zhaoan to get in the car, and left the hotel calmly. We soon arrived at a somewhat remote location, which looked a bit like a warehouse, or an urban rural fringe area. Seeing Zhaoan's puzzled look, Aiqingru smiled and said, What are you doing? Are you afraid that I will sell you out? Zhaoan raised his eyebrows and said, No, I just think the environment of this place is not suitable for your identity. Zhaoan still trusted Aiqingru's character. In his impression, she was a generous, calm, beautiful, and connotative woman. Aiqingru laughed and said, Who am I? I just need to keep my head down and do my work. I don't need to care about the quality of the environment. Let's use Jade as an example. Good jade must have gone through the geological environment of high temperature and high pressure underground. Only then can some rare elements enter it and finally form a flawless jade. So, the worse the environment, the more likely it is to raise a child of destiny, although the probability is not high. After a while, the Q7 stopped in front of a row of small bungalows. There were many other cars parked on the side of the road. We're here, Mr. Zhao, please get off the car. Aiqingru got out of the car, and Zhaoan unbuckled his seatbelt and followed her out. He walked to the trunk, opened it and took out the snakeskin bag. Then Aiqingru took the lead and led Zhaoan towards the small bungalow. This is our company's workshop in Ruweli. It's an absolutely safe place. Mr. Zhao can rest assured to let us cut the stones. Aiqingru walked away, whispering, If I cut out a good stone, I can also collect it for Mr. Zhao. Zhaoan walked while observing his surroundings calmly. When he entered the small bungalow, he found that this was a unique place. There was a large office at the entrance, and further inside was an even larger workshop with at least 7 or 8 machines, all of which Zhaoan did not recognize or have seen before. Some machines were still running. 2 or 3 workers were standing around the rotating machines, talking to each other. Seeing Aiqingru bringing people in, a worker nodded first and then greeted, Boss AI, why are you here so early today? Aiqingru looked at the several cut stones on the ground inside. Were these cut today? The worker responded, Yes, they are all chopped up. The few pieces we collected last night are all here, and there is another piece being cut. Aiqingru suddenly lost interest and couldn't help but look forward to the stones that Zhaoan brought. Soon the machine stopped, and the worker opened the cover of the machine excitedly, took out a stone cut in half, and gently placed it on the ground in front of Aiqingru. He squatted down and carefully opened the lid of the cut stone, slowly and gently opening the lid like a devout gambler opening a card. It's gone up, it's gone up a lot. The worker saw some moist color at the cut, and happily picked up the stone and said, it has a glutinous ice bottom, and it looks like it's quite old. It's just that the angle of the crack is not ideal, but at least I can get a few brands and make a few egg-shaped ones. However, a hint of disappointment flashed across Aiqingru's eyes, but she still encouraged him, not bad, keep up the good work. Then he looked at Zhaoan and introduced him to the workers, this Mr. Zhao is my friend. He brought some stones today. Please help cut them. The excitement on the workers' faces remained undiminished, and Zhaoan immediately poured out the several stones he had collected yesterday. Then the worker praised, wow, these stones are in good condition. This boss is a connoisseur. Zhaoan was about to say something modest, but Aiqingru spoke first, let's not talk about it for now. The real business is to cut out the stone that Mr. Zhao brought. A few workers got to work right away. After a little research, they put the slightly larger stones directly into a large machine, fixed them in place, started the robot and started cutting. For smaller stones, they are held manually in front of a smaller cutting machine and cut while water is dripping. The small one was quickly cut, and the worker came over excitedly and said happily, it has increased, a lot. The worker opened the lid of the stone in front of Zhaoan, revealing a crystal clear and moist color inside. It's a high-quality ice stone with very little cotton. I wonder how much the boss paid for this stone. If it doesn't exceed 50,000, then I'll make a fortune. This was the small piece of raw stone that Zhaoan had bought at the Delong night market last night. The larger one was being cut in the wire cutting machine. It was Aiqingru who spoke first again, you are the only one who talks too much, go get some work done. Then he tapped the stone a few more times and said, here, and here, cut them all out. The workers went back to work. Aiqingru turned to look at Zhaoan and said with a smile, you're lucky. This first piece turned out to be jadeite. Zhaoan calmly replied, it's okay, it's okay. But he looked towards the wire cutting machine with some nervousness. About 10 minutes later, the wire cutting machine finally stopped. Zhaoan and Aiqingru gathered around it. The worker who greeted Aiqingru at the beginning opened the cover of the machine, held the stone in front of Zhaoan and said, boss, do you cut your own stones? He asked with a questioning look, but in fact he was very curious about whether there was any good stuff inside this stone that looked so good. Zhaoan took the stone, squatted down, and imitated the worker's posture just now, carefully opening the stone. Oh my god, glass seed. I'm rich, I'm rich. Although he already knew the situation inside the stone, Zhaoan still exclaimed when he opened it, and happily held up the stone to show it to Aiqingru. Aiqingru's eyes flashed with surprise, and then she said happily, it's very moist, and the water is quite old, worthy of being mashisha. Then he said, Mr. Zhao, are you selling this stone? Just for this window, I will give you 5 million. But if we continue to cut it, it's hard to say. Maybe there will be mutations. You are probably daydreaming. Zhaoan looked at her with a hint of contempt, grinned and said, I bought it for 5 million, and you asked me to sell it to you for 5 million. Didn't I work in vain? What do you think, Mr. AI? Aiqingru didn't believe that he bought it for 5 million, but seeing that he didn't want to sell it now, she let him do it and ordered the workers to cut the stone completely for him. Another 10 minutes passed, and the previous piece of stone was completely cut, but now everyone's focus was obviously not on this stone. The glass-bottomed mashisha rough stone was the focus of their attention. The worker from before came over again with the cut stone, his face also showing excitement and excitement. After all, what he was holding now was a priceless jadeite. If he could really find top-quality jadeite, he could tell others about it and have something to talk about. Finally, the stone was placed on a clean table. Zhaoan did not start again this time. Instead, he said to the worker, open it. The result is already determined. Life and death are your own responsibility. The worker tremblingly peeled off the skin of the raw stone, and what finally appeared in front of everyone was a piece of crystal clear jade that made people feel warm and soothed just by looking at it. Glass type, completely glass type. Although it is not big in size, it is indeed glass type jade. The worker gestured and said, the effect is really perfect. There is not a single internal crack. The base is completely melted. The light feeling of the jade is perfect. It feels like old jade. There is no problem in making a pair of glass bracelets. And the remaining scraps can be used to buy a few brands. The praise was beyond words. Seeing such a jade rough, it was enough for him to brag about it for at least a month. Aiqingru's face also showed excitement. She looked at Zhaoan and said, "Mr. Zhao, are you still planning to sell it now?" Zhaoan said, "Sell it. I can't eat it if I keep it. If Mr. AI likes it, just name a price." Aiqingru pursed her lips, then picked up the stone and said, "Let's go over there and talk." After returning to the original office area, Aiqingru closed the door and said, "This is not the first time I have dealt with Mr. Zhao. Mr. Zhao basically knows me. Generally speaking, I give customers the actual price. 18 million, what do you think, Mr. Zhao?" Zhaoan shook his head and smiled. "Add some more?" Aiqingru asked angrily, "How much?" 3 million. Jinyan estimated the value of the house to be 20 million, but Zhaoan had spent 1.2 million of his own money, so he felt that he should get it back from Aiqingru. Aiqingru snorted, but still said, "Deal. 21 million, right? I'll transfer it to you right away." Zhaoan asked in confusion, "Oh, why didn't I see your secretary today? Did you transfer the money in person?" Aiqingru said unhappily, "They went to the morning market in Jiegao, and they probably haven't come back yet." After saying that, he asked for Zhaoan's bank account and started to operate it. Zhaoan then received a message from a female voice in his mind: "You have obtained a luck value of 21 million, and your luck value has increased. Continue to collect your luck to upgrade your Eye of True Vision." The transaction was completed, and Aiqingru solemnly put away the glass-type jadeite. Zhaoan was still enjoying the pleasure of making money. Aiqingru continued, "In fact, whether it is Rueli or other places, the gambling stone circle is not very large, but even in such a large circle, it is still divided into levels. The Dalong night market we visited yesterday is only an entry-level market. The real insider gambling stone circle is actually not accessible to ordinary people." Insider stone gambling circle? This was the first time Zhaoan heard of this statement. Chapter 23: Earn another 40 million. Inside the gambling stone circle? This was indeed the first time Zhaoan had heard of this term, so he humbly asked Aiqingru for advice. What are the specific tricks of this expert gambling stone circle that Mr. AI mentioned? Aiqingru smiled slightly and said, "Our country is a huge market for jadeite, but Mr. Zhao knows that we don't actually produce jadeite in our country." "Mr. Zhao knows this, right?" Zhaoan nodded and said frankly, "I know a little bit, but not much." Aiqingru continued to explain to Zhaoan with a smile on her face. To be precise, all gem-grade jadeite is only found in Myanmar. To be more precise, gem-grade jadeite can only be mined in the area around Paikant, Myanmar. Zhaoan laughed when he heard this and said, "No wonder our ancestors wanted to govern that remote place. It turns out there was a reason like this." "You are going off topic now. I am not here to teach you about the history of jadeite as a collectible." Aiqingru rolled her eyes at him and continued, "But you are right about one thing. The cultural circles of East Asia and even Southeast Asia are all eager for jadeite, especially high-quality jadeite. However, jadeite comes from deep mountains, especially in the seemingly backward place of Paikant in Myanmar. Therefore, high-quality jadeite or even high-quality rough stones, which are the gambling stones we pursue, are actually hard to come by. Many mine owners or high-end jade dealers often collect high-quality jade rough stones. The market structure of more wolves than meat is far more cruel than you think. To put it bluntly, the real high-quality jadeite rough stones have already been screened in the front line and will not flow into these markets at all. Even if you want to see the goods, you don't have a certain level of assets and status, so don't even think about it." Zhaoan smiled and said, "So that's why you are so anxious to find high-quality jadeite?" Aiqingru said, "That's about what I mean. I happen to know that there are several private owners of raw stones in Rueli. Mr. Zhao, how about you go and take a look for me?" Since she said so, there was no reason for Zhaoan to disagree. As long as he could make money reasonably, he could satisfy his pursuit of wealth and the upgrade requirements of the Eye of True Vision. Why not do it? So Zhaoan nodded in agreement, and the two of them got back into Aiqingru's Audi Q7. Aiqingru drove Zhaoan through many twists and turns in Rueli City, and finally came to a not very conspicuous residential house. Taking Zhaoan straight inside, the latter discovered that there was a different world inside. The decoration in the room was antique, and the furniture in the room was made of bronze-colored wood. There were also several paintings and calligraphy hanging on the wall, indicating that the owner was at least a person who loved elegance. "Hey, Aiqingru is here again. A skinny-looking old man in his 60s greeted Aiqingru in a hoarse voice when he saw her come in. Aiqingru smiled and said, "Mr. Li, I brought a friend over to take a look." Elderly glanced at Zhaoan behind her and said indifferently, "I dare not say anything about others, but you can look at the people brought by Aiqingru however you want. They are just a few stones anyway. It won't hurt to look at them. What's your name, young man?" The last sentence was a polite question to Zhaoan. Zhaoan answered truthfully. Mr. Li grinned again and said, "Oh, the first surname in the 100 family surnames. Interesting. It's rare to see a young gambling stone player like you. Maybe there are young people like this too, but you are just a bit more closed-minded." Zhaoan complained in his heart, but said, "Ambition does not matter when you are old." Old Li smiled and said nothing else. He led the two of them inside and upstairs. Old Li solemnly opened a room. Wow, there was no other furniture in the room, just a few tables and shelves, and these shelves were all filled with stones of various colors and sizes. The small ones are the size of a fist, and the big ones are as big as a watermelon. Mr. Li was obviously very satisfied with his collection. He took a long breath and said, "Look, my Half-Life collection is all here. I have been playing with stones all my life, and even when I am old, stones are still my companions." This man obviously had a story to tell, but Zhaoan didn't write novels, so he didn't have the leisure to listen to him chattering about old stories. He immediately inserted the eye of true vision and looked carefully around the room. It doesn't matter if you don't look at it, but you'll be really scared when you do. Most of the stones in the room are valuable. Even if those that Zhaoan thinks are worthless do not have jade in the core part, the raw stones still have some color bands on their skin, so the risk factor is still high. This room is basically airtight. Mr. Li closed the door and turned on a dim electric light. This made it easier to observe the original jade materials in the room in low light. Zhaoan took out a flashlight for show and pretended to observe the room. In fact, we still use the vision of true vision to distinguish the value of jade inside the raw stone. He first picked up a piece of black stone. When he shone a light on it, a green with blue color suddenly appeared on the stone. In this kind of stone, you can basically see the ice-type base. After seeing this, Mr. Li couldn't help but laugh and said, "Young man, you have a good eye. This stone is incredible. It's a fine gambling material from Hejiang. Most of the materials in Hejiang are small. It took me a lot of effort to get a stone this big." Zhaoan then asked, "How much money does Mr. Li plan to pay?" Mr. Li chuckled twice, gestured and said, 700,000. Zhaoan shook his head and put the stone down. It was not that there was no jade in the stone, but that there was indeed jade in it, and it was indeed icy, with a beautiful blue background. But the only drawback is that there is a big crack in the middle of the stone, which just blocks the bracelet. As we all know, jade is most valuable when made into bracelets. Generally, jade is made into bracelets first. Therefore, the cost-effectiveness of this piece of jade is not that high, and the estimated price given by the Eye of True Vision is 1.3 million. Although it can make money, Zhaoan is not making all the money at present. Then Zhaoan picked up another fist-sized piece of material. He looked at it and asked, "What about this one, Mr. Li?" The jade material was identified as Hejiang jadeite rough stone, weighing 0.6 kilograms, containing high-quality icy-type positive green jadeite, with an estimated price of 5 million yuan. Mr. Li replied, "Someone offered this stone last year, but I didn't sell it for 120,000. The base color of this stone is very pure, but it is also very risky. A few years ago, I wanted to rub its skin a few times. If it turns out green, even a little bit, the price will increase tenfold. This is the charm of all gambling materials. If the color difference is one level, the price difference will be 10 times. It was obvious that Mr. Li did not make up his mind in the end. Zhaoan remained calm. "It's not sold for 200,000, so how much does Mr. Li plan to sell it for?" Mr. Li sighed and said, "If you really want it, just give me 250,000. Zhaoan raised his eyebrows and said, "Okay, I'll take this one." After picking and choosing among Mr. Li's collection, Zhaoan finally selected 4 pieces, spending a total of 2 million yuan. All of them were identified by True Eye as having high cost effectiveness. Returning to Aiqingru's workshop, she arranged for the workers to start cutting stones again. Then she chatted with Zhaoan nearby and said, "To be honest, although I am a jewelry and jadeite operator, I really don't have any skills in gambling on jade." Zhaoan said, "I thought you were also an experienced stone gambling expert?" Aiqingru shook her head slightly and said, "Although I have been exposed to this stuff since I was a child, I really can't learn it. But I really need good materials recently. On the one hand, I want to expand the market, and on the other hand, I want to make more money. I have to rely on Mr. Zhao's help. More than 2 hours later, Zhao had cut out all the 5 pieces of jade he had purchased today, as well as several pieces he had purchased yesterday. Aiqingru carefully looked at the jade roughs on the table, appraising them while evaluating their quality. She said to Zhao, Mr. Zhao really didn't disappoint me. Your skill in gambling on jade is beyond compare. Zhao smiled faintly and said, I'm just trying to make a living, but I'm sorry to make Mr. AI laugh. I'm not kidding, Aiqingru said with a smile, Mr. Zhao's skills seem to be tailor-made for me. We can cooperate for a long time. Mr. Zhao will help me solve the problem of insufficient supply. I have troubles, and you make money? Zhao did not agree immediately, but said vaguely, let's talk about it later. Seeing that her attempt to win over the people did not work immediately, Aiqingru smiled and did not mention it again. Instead, she watched the workers busy cutting all the raw stones and putting them neatly together. They were colorful and of different colors, and looked very beautiful. Aiqingru's eyes shuttled between the jade rough pieces. She leisurely admired Zhao's masterpiece and was busy identifying and estimating them one by one, and finally counting them on a piece of spreadsheet. Aiqingru calculated it lightly, handed it to Zhao and said, 10 pieces in total, the cumulative valuation is 38 million. I'll round it up to 40 million. What do you think, Mr. Zhao? Zhao estimated it and found that the difference was not big, so he said, Mr. AI is really generous, so let's leave it at that. Aiqingru raised her eyebrows, turned around, picked up her cell phone and transferred money to Zhao. In an instant, Zhao's mobile phone received a bank text message about the arrival of money, and the mechanical female voice sounded in his mind again, obtained good luck value of 40 million, good luck value plus 40 million, your TrueWise accumulated luck value exceeds 100 million, please upgrade as soon as possible. Hey, they used to upgrade to automatic transmission, but have they changed to manual transmission now? Zhao looked at his phone calmly, and felt happy when he saw the information that the money had arrived. Aiqingru was amused by his money-obsessed look. She smiled and said, I was planning to invite Mr. Zhao to dinner. AI Zhong is too polite. I should be the one to treat you, Zhao said with a smile, I wonder if President AI would be so kind as to honor you. Aiqingru looked like she was being sensible and smiled slightly, well, I'll give you this face, hee. Zhao said goodbye to Aiqingru temporarily on the pretext of going back to the hotel to change clothes. In fact, ever since he got this true eye, he has been using its extraordinary abilities passively. If his luck value is high enough, it will upgrade automatically. This time we need to actively upgrade, and there will definitely be some different changes. I don't know whether it is good or bad. As soon as he got back to the hotel entrance by taxi, he saw a timid head, occasionally leaning into the door to look around. Zhao chuckled, patted his shoulder and asked, What are you doing here? This person was Wei Xiang. He turned around and saw that it was Zhao. He couldn't help but said happily, Hey, Boss Zhao, it's getting dark soon. If Boss Zhao needs anything, I will take Boss Zhao to Delong Night Market to have a look. You may be attracted by my 3,000 yuan reward. However, this person was quite smart, and his words suited Zhao's taste, so Zhao simply refused and said, Oh, I won't go for the time being. I'll let you know if I need anything. Wei Xiang said happily, Then I'll wait for Boss Zhao's call. Chapter 24 Comprehensive Improvement. As the lights came on, Zhao and Aiqingru were chatting and laughing while enjoying their dinner in a private room of the Yujing Hotel restaurant. But Zhao at this moment is no longer the Zhao just now. To be precise, he has undergone earth-shaking changes compared to the afternoon. And all this has to start from when Zhao returned to the hotel and upgraded his true eyes. Originally, as long as the luck value reaches a certain value, it will automatically upgrade, but this time it prompts you to manually click to upgrade. So now it is still displayed as level 5, but there is an additional upgrade option below, and there is also a description of this upgrade below the option. The upgraded True Vision Eye requires the host to have stronger physical fitness to support it, so each upgrade after level 6 will provide the host with a one-time opportunity to improve physical fitness, with a random increase in the degree. Seize the opportunity for qualitative change. Zhao didn't know whether this was a good thing or a bad thing, but his mysterious feeling told him that he needed this opportunity for a qualitative change, because as the number of eye positions increased, Zhao felt that his thinking could not keep up, just like a person watching 6 TVs at the same time. This is a rare opportunity, why not give it a try? Zhao finally chose to click on the upgrade highlight. Instantly, a sharp pain like an electric shock came from the true eye in the palm of his left hand, and spread along his left arm to his whole body. His body couldn't help but twitch non-stop. Zhaoan's small body couldn't stand such a torment, and his eyes rolled back and he fainted. When Zhaoan woke up, he didn't know how much time had passed. He just felt relaxed all over, his mind was clear and his thinking was not sluggish, as if he was a person who was always sleep-deprived and slept soundly until he woke up naturally, feeling full of strength. His breathing was also extremely smooth, but the faint stench was a little unbearable. It turned out that the upgrade of the True Eyes brought about the effect of cleansing the hair and marrow, allowing the oil, impurities and toxins in Zhaoan's body to be discharged through the pores. A thick layer wrapped around Zhaoan's body, and some of it was still stuck to his clothes. It was probably difficult to wash off, so he decided not to wear this dress. Zhaoan jumped up from the ground, took off his dirty clothes that looked like rags, and strode into the bathroom. While washing the dirt off his body, he checked the upgrade status of his True Eye. True Eye Level 6, Recyclable, you can deploy 8 True Eyes within a radius of 10,000 kilometers, which can detect 10 kilometers, including 1,000 meters underground. The True Eye allows you to see all hidden things. The True Eye cannot be seen or detected by anything. The True Eye can mark the key targets that the host needs. The True Eye provides the host with 10 times stronger physical fitness. Collect your good luck to upgrade your True Eye. Compared to the search function added at level 5, level 6 has a larger deployment range and detectable range, and improves physical fitness by 10 times, which is even more effective. This is different from Li Ziyuan being able to beat 10 Zhao Anse. Zhaoan has improved his overall physical fitness this time, just like he could lift 100 pounds before, but now he can almost lift 2,000 pounds. This is a leap from quantitative change to qualitative change. Now, Li Ziyuan can't even beat 10 Zhao Anse, and Zhaoan beating 10 Li Ziyuans is a small problem. No wonder people say that 100 million is just a small goal. Oh. After taking a shower and changing clothes, Zhaoan immediately felt refreshed. Then he remembered that he had made an appointment with Aiqingru for dinner, and then he saw the scene at the beginning. Aiqingru was dressed differently tonight. The red dress wrapped around her tight figure, the big wavy hair on her shoulders, and the light makeup perfectly interpreted what it meant to be gorgeous but not vulgar, charming but not coquettish. She just smiled faintly and said to Zhaoan, I have no intention of exploring your secrets, but your skill in gambling on stones is really amazing and unheard of. Can you reveal a little bit? As she spoke, she made a little gesture. Zhaoan smiled faintly and shook his head, saying, the family's skills are passed down to men, not women. This made Aiqingru laugh so hard that her body shook uncontrollably. What era is this? Your excuses are always so weird. It's fine if you don't want to say it, but I don't want to hear it. It's really inconvenient to say, Zhaoan said, but as long as I can provide you with jadeite continuously, there's no need to worry too much about these small details. So you keep testing me? Aiqingru stared at Zhaoan with a smile in her eyes and said, probing whether you are irreplaceable to me? Now that I am satisfied, even your little brother is willing to give me a reward of 200,000 yuan, so I will just tell you directly. She paused deliberately and said word by word, you are really irreplaceable. If what Aiqingru said was love talk, Zhaoan might not be able to resist, but fortunately it was not. After his overall physical fitness improved, Zhaoan was able to control his facial muscles and emotions very well, and could also understand the meaning of Aiqingru's words more keenly. He said, is it just because I'm good at gambling on stones? Yes, isn't it enough to have good gambling jade skills? Aiqingru asked back, you probably don't know how many gambling jade masters seek fame and reputation. Even if they call themselves masters, they can become guests of honor for many people. It doesn't matter even if they lose the bet. What's more, I have witnessed your skills with my own eyes. I need you to gamble jade for me and keep opening good jade for me. Rich people get married, poor people just watch it happen. Zhaoan complained in his heart every day. He said, you are so rich now, why are you still working so hard? Aiqingru's eyes flashed with an unnatural look, and then she whispered, that's my secret. After that, she tried to force a smile and said, anyway, just find me high-quality jadeite, and I'll give you the compensation you deserve. This is the basic framework of our cooperation. How do you think? Zhaoan complained, didn't we just collect a batch this afternoon? Why are you still here? Aiqingru's enthusiasm rose again when she talked about business. That's nothing. It's only enough for my expenses for half a year. Besides, as you said, these are just low-end and medium-quality goods. If you want to be the best in the industry, you must have high-quality jadeite with high water quality. It would be best if it's imperial green emerald or something like that. You probably don't know that a fist-sized imperial green jadeite was sold at the auction last year, and the final transaction price reached more than 300 million. Lamenting the inhumanity of the rich, Zhaoan said, but even if you open all the jadeite rough stones in Rueli, you may not be able to find the imperial green you mentioned, let alone the even rarer emerald jadeite. Zhaoan asked curiously, isn't it said that the imperial green is the top grade? What grade is this emerald green? The value of emerald jade is actually similar to that of imperial green, but there are some differences in the trace element composition. Emerald jade contains more metallic chromium, and the color is slightly different. So, Aiqingru straightened up and said with a determined look, so our next stop is to go to Myanmar, to the mining area in Paikant, to the new and old pits in Wulu River, and buy rough stones directly from the mine owners. I believe that with your ability, it is much more reliable to buy rough stones directly to get top quality jadeite than to buy them at auctions. Zhaoan still had some confidence in this, but he was still a little worried, but I have never been to Myanmar, and I don't have a passport. I heard that the XX environment there is not very good, and there are always military conflicts and so on? There won't be any danger, right? Aiqingru rolled her eyes at him and said, we are businessmen and can bring them tax revenue. Moreover, jade exports account for half of Myanmar's GDP, so the military will only protect us, not harm us. As for the passport issue, give me your ID card and I can get it done for you in one day. Do you have any other questions? Yes, and quite a few. For example, we all have 9 years of compulsory education, so why are you so outstanding? Did you take extra classes secretly? Zhaoan said, then how will we divide the profits after we find the jadeite? Aiqingru laughed and said, I will cover all the expenses for this trip to Myanmar. I will be responsible for buying the raw stones you like, and I will pay you half of the estimated value of the jadeite I find. How about that? Even if nothing comes out, you won't lose a cent. Zhaoan smiled and said, if it's split in half, I feel like I'm still a little bit at a loss. Wouldn't it be better for me to go to Myanmar and buy the raw stones myself? Aiqingru laughed and said, Mr. Zhao, you may not know that gambling on stones is also divided into circles. The way you played yesterday and the day before yesterday is just the entry level, or maybe a little better than the entry level. The real gambling stone circle is far more complicated and cruel than you can imagine. If you want to profit from such an environment, you need a team, strength, experience, courage, and luck. These are all indispensable. It is true. The environment in Myanmar is in chaos from top to bottom. There are warlords fighting each other and all kinds of people in the country. Especially in the Paikant mining area that produces jade, there must be countless crimes hidden behind the high profits. Going there rashly without knowing the place, even if Zhaoan's physical fitness is 20 times that of an ordinary person. If you take a wrong step, you may lose everything, and you may not even know how you died. Zhaoan asked curiously, this is the first time I've heard of a gambling circle. Can you tell me more about it, Mr. AI? Aiqingru said, of course there are circles. Jade gambling has gone through hundreds of years of historical changes. Especially in recent years, 4 major circles have gradually formed, the entry circle, the expert circle, the master circle, and the more mysterious hidden circle. Moreover, the span of each circle actually has very high barriers. The extension of gambling makes this industry deeply concealed. Without the guidance of insiders, you can't even think of getting in touch with the deeper level of the gambling stone circle. Perhaps with Mr. Zhao's ability, he will be able to get in touch with him sooner or later, but I can see that Mr. Zhao is not such a patient person. If Zhaoan had patience, he would not have rashly run to Rueli alone to gamble on jadeite in a big way. It turns out there is so much to learn in the gambling stone industry. I will take this opportunity to ask Mr. AI for more advice. Zhaoan thought for a long time and finally agreed. Aiqingru said sincerely, thank you. This thank you made Zhaoan feel a little at a loss, and he said dryly, you're welcome, we are just using each other's relationship, we still can't talk about feelings, talking about feelings costs money. Aiqingru smiled, lowered her head and said softly, being mercenary does have its advantages. At least you know the power relationship. I am afraid that sometimes it is difficult to cut off and sort out the mess. Zhaoan didn't know how to respond to this, so he asked the waiter to pay the bill, but was told that it had already been paid for. Zhaoan shook his head and accepted it calmly without pretending to be pretentious. In the end, Zhaoan gave his ID card to Aiqingru and asked her to handle all the procedures for the trip to Myanmar. He believed that with her skills and strong secretarial team, these things would be trivial. The gambling business has such high profits, and Zhaoan has the ability of true vision, which seems to be specially born for gambling. Under the vision of the true eye, the interior of the raw stone that countless high-tech cannot see through, but in Zhaoan's eyes, there is not a single secret. The stone gambling techniques passed down by word of mouth, such as the water splashing method, the light shining method, etc., are not necessary for Zhaowen. He can see through the internal conditions of the stone at a glance. Moreover, there are all kinds of strange techniques in the gambling stone industry. If Zhaowen's ability of perspective is used properly, it can also be classified as one of them. Chapter 25 Departure to Myanmar. Zhaowen stayed in the hotel for 2 days and finally waited for Aiqingru to send a message saying that she was ready to leave. During this period, Wei Xiang came once, and Zhaowen asked him to make his own arrangements first and discuss other matters after he came back. Zhaowen also sent a text message to Li Ziyuan to report on the matter. After all, he didn't know how long he would be away this time. Who knew that Li Ziyuan called and asked, "Why are you going to Myanmar, such a far place?" Zhaowen replied, "If you follow a boss to do business, you can't just sit back and do nothing, right?" Li Ziyuan said angrily, "Well, be careful." On the day of departure, Aiqingru led a convoy of 4 cars to pick up Zhaowen at the hotel early in the morning. This time, Aiqingru only brought 2 secretaries, and the rest of the entourage were bodyguards who also served as drivers. Zhaowen did not drive his own car. The beautiful boss promised to cover all the expenses for the trip, so Zhaowen was naturally happy to do so. Sitting in the back seat of the Prado with excellent off-road performance, Zhaowen looked at Aiqingru and her 2 female secretaries in the same car, and asked curiously, "Mr. AI, I have always been curious. For most people, 1 or 2 secretaries or assistants are enough. Why did you give yourself 5? Is it because you are beautiful?" Aiqingru laughed and said, "Thank you for your compliment, but they are actually very good too. We were college classmates and roommates, and we couldn't bear to be apart after graduation. So I just let them be my secretaries. Actually, there is only a slight difference between our positions, there is no difference in superiority or inferiority." Then he introduced Zhaowen, "This is Amy, who is mainly responsible for managing my finances. This is Jessica, who is mainly responsible for the identification, review and valuation of jewelry. The other 3 are responsible for intelligence, legal affairs, and daily arrangements. Next time I have the chance, I will introduce him to you." Amy is a pretty girl wearing glasses, but she is definitely inferior to Aiqingru. But she is also a beautiful woman with delicate features and beautiful eyebrows. Jessica is a cute girl with a ponytail, bright eyes, and 2 dimples on her cheeks when she smiles. She is also a very beautiful woman. Yes, if I were really too ugly, I wouldn't be able to play with Aiqingru and the others. Zhaowen greeted the 2 beauties and asked Aiqingru, "Shall we just drive all the way there?" Aiqingru said, "This time we will leave from Tingchong, pass through Myitkyina in Myanmar, and directly reach the mining area in Paikant. 80% of the mine owners of the new mines there are Chinese. We have been familiar with each other for a long time. The last time you bought and mined the glass jadeite, it was commissioned by one of the mine owners. This time we are mainly looking at goods in the new mines. If we don't find high-quality jadeite in the end, we will consider the old mines and the public auctions in Mandalay." After a day of bumpy ride, Zhaowen and his party finally arrived at their destination Faken town. As it was getting late, Aiqingru arranged for everyone to stay and rest. The next morning, Aiqingru brought Zhaowen and her followers to the jade mining area of Wulu River. The mining area was actually under the control of the armed forces. After a lot of interrogation, the group finally arrived at a place called Huika. This is the new pit opened up by the Chinese boss that Aiqingru mentioned. The mine owner's surname is Xu, and his ancestors also migrated here from Huaxia. When Aiqingru and the others arrived, they enthusiastically took everyone to visit his mine. Mechanized operations greatly increased his production. The raw stones mined are piled up like hills waiting for buyers to take them away. While Zhaowen was visiting, he quietly inserted a true eye. I searched for jade silently in my mind, and all the marked jade in my field of vision were displayed densely. I have to say that, from the perspective of the real eye, there are quite a lot of jadeite raw stones in the mine. As for the quality, it is somewhat disappointing. At least Zhaowen has not yet found the high green and high water quality that Aiqingru specifically requires. Zhaowen searched for glass jadeite again, but this time there was no result. At least there was nothing Zhaowen found in the pile of raw stones that had been mined on the ground. Hey, in a mine more than 100 meters away from Zhaowen, more than 1 meter underground, there is a piece of raw stone the size of a wheel. Zhaowen zoomed in and took a closer look. The introduction of Xinyan is as follows: glass-type jadeite raw stone, weighing 54 kilograms, containing a floating jade core. The weight of the jade core is 18 kilograms, the transparency of the jade core is 6.4, and the unprocessed estimated value is 26 million yuan. The original raw stones with good appearance have long been picked out by the mine owners and sold to other places. Or they can keep it for themselves, but there are still some jadeite stones with good water quality in places that have not been mined underground. But no one has the ability like Zhaoan, who already knows the value of the raw stone while it is still buried underground. Not to mention that there is a layer of stone shell on the outer skin of the jade core. Zhaoan walked nonchalantly to the top of the glass jadeite stone and said to the mine owner, "Lao Zhu, Boss Zhu, which level of the mine have you mined?" Old Zhu laughed and said, "We have only reached the second layer. The materials produced are mostly red sand shells. And it has waxed leather. Are you also an expert?" Zhaoan waved his hand and smiled, "I'm not an expert, I'm more of a gambler. How about this, Boss Zhu, let's make a bet. If we dig 2 meters deep in this place, I will buy every piece of raw stone I dig out for 10,000 renminbi. If you dig out 2 pieces, I will pay 20,000, and so on." He gestured to a 2-meter radius. Old Zhu was also interested. He had never seen such a strange way of gambling on stones. He laughed and said, "Brother, you are indeed a young man, you have many ways to play. Okay, I'll do as you say." As he spoke, Lao Zhu used the walkie-talkie to call for an excavator, and then gave the excavation task to the excavator operator through the walkie-talkie. The excavator started, and the narrow and long mining bucket kept digging downwards. The material is out. The excavator master used the bucket to hook out a red and black stone from the pit, gently placed it in front of Lao Zhu, and continued digging. Lao Zhu smiled proudly and said, "The yield rate of my mine is quite high. Brother, from the spot you pointed out, digging out 10 or 8 pieces of material is nothing." Zhaoan smiled faintly and said, "It's okay, Boss Zhu, as long as we are happy. People always have a hobby: eating, drinking, gambling, smoking, murder, arson, and stealing. You have to have 1 or 2 of these to make life interesting." Finally, the excavator dug out 7 pieces of material, including the raw stone containing the glass jade core that Zhaoan had just seen. Zhaoan looked at Aiqingru with satisfaction, and Aiqingru signaled Amy, the secretary in charge of finance, to pay the bill. Old Zhu was also considerate enough to call a bulldozer and shovel the raw stone purchased by Zhaoan to their car. Seeing that Zhaoan had no other ideas, Aiqingru ordered the bodyguards to load the raw stones into the car, said goodbye to Lao Zhu, and led the group to the next mine. She did not say a word during the whole process, which showed her trust in Zhaoan. After leaving Lao Zhu's mine, Zhaoan shouted, "Stop!" The convoy stopped at the side of the road. Zhaoan got out of the car under Aiqingru's confused gaze, walked to the back and opened the trunk filled with stones. He just picked up the stone and threw it to the side of the road, leaving only the piece containing the glass-type jade core. Zhaoan got back into the car and was met with Aiqingru's smiling gaze. It seemed that the beautiful boss had noticed something but just didn't point it out. Aiqingru took Zhaoan to visit 6 or 7 mines and bought more than 10 pieces of raw stones, but they did not find the imperial green jadeite that Aiqingru mentioned. During this period, Zhaoan also saw jadeite with such jade cores, but they were all more than 10 to 20 meters deep. There was no way to replicate the operation at Lao Zhu's mine, so he had to give up. It seems that finding imperial green jadeite is a long and arduous journey. After all, it is such a valuable item that it is a small target at every turn. If it were so easy to find, it wouldn't be so valuable. Scarcity makes things valuable, of course, except for artificially hyped things like diamonds. However, the production of imperial green jade is really rare. Even in a major producing area like Myanmar, only a few pieces may be produced a year. In the early years, production efficiency was low, and in bad years, perhaps not a single piece could be produced. After all, imperial green jadeite is a high green and high water jadeite unique to Myanmar, and due to its rarity, its price and value are also first class. Every move is a small goal, which is not comparable to ordinary jade. Therefore, finding the imperial green jadeite has become Zhaoan's top priority. Chapter 26: Make a living by your own ability. At night, Zhaoan was lying on the hard bed in the hotel dormitory, thinking constantly in his mind how to quickly and effectively find the imperial green jadeite that Aiqingru wanted. As mining activities intensify, the jadeite raw stones from major mines are becoming less and less. Some have already mined to the 5th layer, which is more than 30 meters deep, and some have even mined it all out. The formation conditions of imperial green jade require more stringent temperatures and pressures in geological evolution, so even if you dig to the bottom of a pit, you may not find a piece of it, so it is very rare and precious. Zhaoan thought of the previous method of searching for gold ore. He used 6 reais in a row to search along the Yangtze River. This time, the true eye has been upgraded to level 6, the number of eye positions has been increased to 8, and the monitoring range has also been increased to 10 kilometers per true eye, with 8 true eyes in a row. The entire vacant mining area can be completely covered without leaving any blind spots. Zhaoan immediately put down 8 true eyes. From Hongba in the southernmost part of the mining area to Longkan in the north, the 8 true eyes completely covered the entire vacant mining area. Search for Imperial Green Jadeite again, and this time there will be many more results. Zhaoan asked Aiqingru for a map and marked the mine stones on the ground. Then he asked Aiqingru which scene the location marked belonged to. Aiqingru introduced them to Zhaoan one by one with a pen. This is Gramu, and next to it is Dagudi and Muna. These places are all old mines, and the raw stones mine need to be auctioned at public auctions. The big Mabian and small Mabian here belong to the new pit mouth, which is also where we plan to go tomorrow. Why, did you find anything? Zhaoan did not answer directly, but pointed to several other points on the map and asked, what about these points? These points are in the Wulu River. I don't know which mining area they are in. Aiqingru thought for a moment and said, it's possible that this is not a mining area. Do you think there are raw stones in the river? Zhaoan said, think about it, after the jadeite is formed, it will fall off the mountain after weathering. After being transported by the water, it settles on the riverbed, so there are jadeite stones on the riverbed as well. Aiqingru smiled and said, the earliest jadeite raw stones were found in the river. Therefore, some jadeite raw stones are also called water materials. You also saw many places in the river on the road yesterday. The excavated pits are as bumpy as the surface of the moon. They are where water materials are extracted. Among them, the mine in Demukan is the most famous. It produces more yellow jade, violet jade, and the rare red jade. Those should be shallow water areas, like river beaches or something like that. Zhaoan added, I mean the deeper water, the river section that no one has ever set foot on. Aiqingru put away her smile and said, what you said is possible, but we can't go to places with deep water. Zhaoan smiled without saying anything, having his own thoughts in mind. The next morning, we ate Myanmar's unique fish and rice soup with Myanmar's unique rice dumplings. Although I am not used to the food, it is impossible to satisfy all needs in a foreign country. After a quick breakfast, Zhaoan started a new day of stone hunting. According to the details agreed upon by Zhaoan and Aiqingru last night, they would go to Shaomobian and Daemobian today to buy the raw stones marked by Zhaoan, which would include the Imperial Green Jadeite that Aiqingru needed. Then go to the Wulu River area to see if there is any opportunity. Originally, Aiqingru disagreed with Zhaoan's idea, but under Zhaoan's repeated insistence, Aiqingru decided to give it a try, but also emphasized that if the danger was too great, she would rather give up than take the risk. Aiqingru led the team through a bumpy 30-kilometer mountain road and arrived at the pit entrance of Xiamobian in more than an hour. The owner of this mine is named Zhou. When Aiqingru and the others arrived, he enthusiastically took everyone to visit his private collection. It is called a collection, but in fact, it is just jadeite rough stones with good surface that are usually dug up and specially stored in a warehouse. There are probably more than 100 pieces of raw stones in the warehouse, both large and small. The big ones weigh 200 to 300 kilograms, while the small ones are only the size of a rice bowl. Old Joe proudly introduced these raw stones to Aiqingru one by one. Look, Mr. AI, this piece of material is white salt sandskin, the sand is fine and hard. The surface is covered with pine flowers, and the thin skin is foggy. There must be jadeite with good color and water quality in here, it is a rare and good material. Aiqingru didn't say anything, but looked at Zhaoan. Zhaoan put down his real eyes, cleared his throat and said, well, Boss Zhou, this piece of material looks good to me. You name a price and I'll see if it's suitable. If it's suitable, we'll buy it. Seeing that Zhaoan was young and a stranger, old Zhou. Aiqingru did not introduce Zhaoan at first, as she was somewhat unsure of his identity. But he was also an old hand, so he said, since you are so honest, I won't exaggerate. One price, 1.88 million renminbi. Zhaoan smiled and said, brother, you always say that I am honest, so don't multiply the price by 10. This piece of material looks good, but it is still just a covered material. There are many examples of waste materials being produced from pine flower skin. So 200,000, no more. Sell. Old Joe blushed and said, 200,000. If you dare to say so, I will sell it to you. Is it so casual? Zhaoan was a little confused. This piece of material still had a jade core in the True Eye Vision. The estimated price given by the True Eye Vision was 3 million renminbi in unprocessed form. You won't lose money if you buy this material. Zhaoan suddenly had an idea and smiled at Lao Zhou. Brother, I think I won't watch it anymore, and you don't need to introduce it. I will blindfold myself and randomly pick 5 pieces of material from your warehouse. If I choose one, I will give you 200,000 to buy it. How? Old Zhou thought, there are only 1 or 200 pieces of material here, how good can I pick out if I choose with my eyes closed? He nodded and said, deal. After that, he asked his men to find a pair of eye masks, and Zhaoan put them on as agreed. Even with the blindfold on, Zhaoan could see the stones clearly. Even the value is clearly marked. I'm afraid that the shrewd old Zhou has miscalculated this time. As agreed, Zhaoan randomly selected 5 rough stones, including the rough stone containing imperial green jadeite. Zhaoan took off his blindfold and said to Lao Zhou with a smile, how is it, brother, did you not pick your treasure? Lao Zhou was relieved and said, of course, these pieces are all my treasures. But brother, I can do what I say. These pieces of material, plus the one I just mentioned, worth 1.2 million, are yours. Zhaoan winked at Aiqingru and said with a smile, thank you very much for your kindness, brother Zhou. Aiqingru motioned Amy to pay the bill, and she walked out without looking back. Zhaoan helped the bodyguards load the rough stones into the car, and left Lao Zhou's mine with Lao Zhou's warm farewell. The next stop was to the pit entrance at Demobian, where there was an imperial green jadeite waiting for him. In the car, Aiqingru joked to Zhaoan with a smile, I didn't expect that the trick you used in Rueli would still be quite effective when used again here. Zhaoan chuckled and said, how come Director AI knows all these details? Aiqingru rolled her eyes at him and said, it's not possible to not know, mainly because your action is too weird, and the effect is too explosive. He is indeed a man with the title of stone-chopping maniac. Demobiankenku is located northwest of Xiamobiankenka, about 4 or 5 kilometers away, but it still takes more than 10 minutes to get there by car. The main reason is that the road conditions in the mining area are too poor. There are basically no standardized hardened roads, let alone the first and second class asphalt roads in the country. Because of mining, the green mountains and clear waters here have been dug into potholes. From a distance, it looks like the surface of the moon, desolate and shabby. But in fact, jade mining accounts for more than half of Myanmar's GDP and brings thousands of jobs to the local area. Every day, there are no less than 100,000 people picking up materials from the slag. The convoy arrived at the destination, which was a flattened mountain top. At the foot of the mountain, more than a dozen domestic Sani excavators were carrying out excavation operations. From time to time, materials were dug out and loaded onto a dump truck nearby. When it is full, it is pulled to the stacking area at the other end and piled up, then picked up by an excavator with a grapple hook and piled higher. This mine owner, Aiqingru, was also known to him. The mine owner laughed and said, I haven't seen Aizuan traveling around for many years. I didn't expect to see Xiaoqingru today. Aiqingru respectfully called out Uncle Wu. Old Wu said with a straight face, why call me Uncle Wu? Your father gave you to me back then. Aiqingru had no choice but to call out dryly, Godfather. Then he introduced Zhaoan and said, Godfather, this is the stone gambling expert I found. This time I came to your pit specifically to gamble on some rough stones. Old Wu's eyes lit up and he said with a smile, this handsome young man is quite capable despite his young age. I, Wu Jinan, have been playing with stones for decades, but this is the first time I have seen such a young expert in gambling on stones. You must open my eyes today. Zhaoan said with a smile, Boss Wu, you are joking. I am not an expert at all. It is all because of Boss AI's kindness. I was just lucky enough to win a few bucks by betting. I don't deserve the title of a master. Wu Jinan still smiled and said, it's okay, little brother, since gambling on stones has the word gambling in it, there must be some tricks. There have been many schools of thought on stone divination since ancient times, including scientific and metaphysical schools, as well as those that rely on luck or fluke. The ultimate goal is to find the jade in the stone. Some people lose everything for this, some people become rich because of it, success or failure determines a hero, who cares how you won the bet? Since Zhaoan started gambling on stones, this was the first time someone had told him so much. Whether it was right or not. At least Zhaoan agreed with Wu Jinan's point of view. So Zhaoan bowed sincerely and said, that's very well said. Thank you, Mr. Wu, for your advice. Wu Jinan waved his hand and said, what's the big deal? When Old Man Li and Aizuan were in the Jade world, so many people followed them and picked up shit to eat. People with real abilities are respected wherever they go, but of course precautions must be taken, after all, people's hearts are hidden. Zhaoan said sincerely, I've made note of it. Thank you again, Mr. Wu. Wu Jinan waved his hand and looked at Aiqingru and said, "How come in recent years, you are the only one who shows up in public, but not your father? And what about your mother?" Aiqingru's eyes darkened, and she lowered her head and said, "My mother died in a car accident 3 years ago, and my father." Seeing this, Wu Jinan sighed slightly and said, "Alas, poor kid. Several years have passed, and I haven't been back to China, and I have no news sources. I didn't even know that such a big thing happened in your family." Aiqingru whispered, "Godfather, it's okay, it's all over." Wu Jinan was also feeling a little down, so he forced a smile and said, "You guys want to pick stones, right? Then, you can pick as many stones as you want from the mine. It will be your dowry from your godfather." Aiqingru turned from sadness to joy and said, "Godfather, are you serious?" Wu Jinan laughed and said, "Of course it's true. I have 3 sons, but I just need a daughter like you. Otherwise, I wouldn't have begged your father to send you to me." Aiqingru smiled sweetly and said, "Thank you, Godfather." Then he called out to Zhaoan, "What are you still standing there for? Pick one." According to what Zhaoan had discovered with his true eyes, this mine had a rough stone containing imperial green jadeite, which was piled up in a pile of rough stones. There is no room for showmanship like before, and we have to use an excavator to dig it out. Fortunately, Wu Jinan gave the order and told Zhaoan to pick anyone he wanted, so Zhaoan really started to pick without any hesitation. While switching the field of view of the real eye, he picked out a few pieces of jadeite rough stones with high ice water content. But then he was not satisfied and wanted to dig open the core of the pile to take a look. Wu Jinan laughed and directed the excavator to dig up the pile of raw stones, exposing the raw stones in the core for Zhaoan to choose. Zhaoan finally picked out the raw stone that had been marked long ago. It was a piece of white sandstone weighing about 70 to 80 kilograms. There was a lot of cotton on the surface and obvious signs of weathering. Zhaoan patted the stone and said to Aiqingru, "This is it." Aiqingru felt a little reluctant and wanted to pay some money to buy these stones, but was rejected by Wu Jinan. He kept laughing and said, "My little brother's ability to pick up stones is really eye-opening for me." Zhaoan said with a smile, "Boss Wu, thank you for the compliment. I'll just make a living." Before leaving, Wu Jinan was going to invite Aiqingru and others to dinner, but Aiqingru politely declined. She thought that since she had picked up so many top-quality raw stones for free, it would be a shame to have the meal in vain. They called the bodyguards, put the stone in the car, and drove back to Pekin town. Chapter 27 Underwater Rock Digging. In the afternoon, Zhaoan still wanted to go to the Wulu River alone to take a look. He had used his true eye to search before and found 3 pieces of water material containing imperial green jadeite in the river. Moreover, it is exposed on the riverbed. A piece of such high-quality jadeite would be worth a lot of money, at least several hundred million. Why not pick it up for free? As the saying goes, people die for money and birds die for food. So what does it matter if you take a little risk for a few small goals on your bank card? Moreover, with Zhaoan's current physical fitness, which is 10 times superior to that of ordinary people, it is not difficult for him to dive down and pick up a stone. In addition, it is free to fish out the rocks in the water, and at most it takes a little effort. For Zhaoan now, strength is the least valuable thing. After all, it was an imperial green jadeite, not to mention that fishing out a piece would cost hundreds of millions. Rather than letting it sink in the water and waste it, it is better to dig it out and let it see the light of day again. Let the world discover its beauty, and make a little money at the same time. It's the best of both worlds. What a great thing. During the break after dinner in the evening, Zhaoan expressed to Aiqingru his desire to go out for a drive. Aiqingru said, "Brother, this is Pekin, Myanmar, and there are all kinds of people here. Why are you strolling out so late at night instead of taking a rest? Just strolling around." Zhaoan said, "Look, this is my first time going abroad, so I have to bring back some local specialties." Aiqingru said unhappily, "You are so poor, and you still talk about local specialties. This is the territory of the Kachin army. Be careful that others will turn you into a local specialty." After that, he said with a pa sound, "The bad ones don't work, but the good ones do. You've confused me." Zhaoan laughed out loud after hearing this, thinking to himself, "So you also have times when you poop, and it turns out fairies also have to poop." But it is precisely such fairies that seem more down to earth and more worldly. After much persuasion, Aiqingru finally agreed to Zhaoan's request to go out alone. The raw stone that Zhaoan found was in a very narrow canyon area, where the water flow was relatively gentle and the depth was bottomless. The car could barely drive nearby. Taking advantage of the night, Zhaoan drove alone, inserting true eyes along the road to detect the movements ahead. The detection and early warning functions of the True Eye seemed extremely powerful at this time. Zhaoan didn't even need to turn on the car lights, because the real eye vision along the way was clearer than what he could see during the day. Fortunately, the Kachin army's activities were not frequent at night, allowing him to arrive safely at the riverside. But the road is still more than 100 meters away from the exact location. Zhaoan got out of the car, stepped on the weeds and rocks, and came to the canyon where the imperial green jadeite raw stone was buried. He switched the vision of his real eye to be on guard against any unusual movements around him, then took off his clothes, revealing his muscular body. In fact, Zhaoan had never exercised before. He just passively excreted toxins and excess fat during his last physical strengthening. And his physical fitness has been strengthened tenfold, making his body even more firm. With just a rope, Zhaoan jumped into the water with a plop. Then he dived down, kicked off the water with his feet, and disappeared in the blink of an eye. This place belongs to the sphere of influence of the Kachin militia, and Myanmar is a country ruled by warlords. Local warlords have money and guns, and have a lot of say in their respective spheres of influence. So this matter really cannot be made public, and it must be resolved quickly. Zhaoan had inserted the True Eye early in the morning. The quiet river water was like Zhaoan's aquarium. The fish and various aquatic plants and animals in the river are all clearly visible, and the piles of rocks at the bottom of the river have become nests for the small fish. However, the fish's warm home was broken. Zhaoan went to the bottom of the water and started searching among the rocks. 3 rough stones containing imperial green jadeite were hidden among the rocks. Zhaoan's strength had greatly increased, and with the buoyancy of the water, he easily moved away the rocks covering the surface. The 3 priceless imperial green jadeite rough stones were revealed. Zhaoan guessed that these 3 pieces of imperial green jadeite stone should have been a whole piece. Later, for some unknown reason, it broke into 3 pieces. Zhaoan could already see the green jade core from the cross-section. Due to the long time, these 3 pieces of raw stone, each weighing 60 to 70 kilograms, have a small part still embedded in the riverbed. He had to pull the raw stone out of the riverbed with his bare hands, then he untied the rope around his waist and tied one of the raw stones tightly. Tie a strap knot and carry it on your back, then walk in the water to the shallow river edge, untie the raw stone and place it on the riverbank. The trip into the water took only about 5 minutes, and a piece of jadeite worth hundreds of millions of dollars was obtained. After taking a short breath, Zhaoan entered the water again. How could a stone be enough? Now that we are here, we have to clear it out. The second piece was also quickly done. After tying the raw stone firmly in a few moves, Zhaoan put it on the shore again. After checking the surrounding movements, Zhaoan entered the water again. The third time he entered the water, Zhaoan was not in such a hurry. He took his time to tie up the raw stones and even had the mood to tease the passing fish. He was seen lying on the riverbed holding the raw stone, observing the riverbed with his true eye. In fact, there were still many raw stones containing jade cores on the riverbed. It's just that its value is not as high as that of the imperial green jadeite. The manpower is limited this time, and 3 raw stones are enough for him to move, so even if some are missed, there is nothing he can do about it. Zhaoan found a piece of green and transparent raw stone not far from him. After taking a closer look, the appraisal result of the real eye came out. The emerald jadeite rough stone weighed 17 kilograms and contained glass-type emerald jadeite. The net weight of the jade is 4.3 kilograms, the transparency is 7.4, and the unprocessed value is estimated at 700 million renminbi. What a good thing! Zhaoan carried a piece of raw stone on his back, but he still swam over quickly like a fish. He held the raw stone in his arms, then carried another piece on his back and returned to the shore in his arms. Looking at the 4 raw stones piled together, Zhaoan could no longer suppress his joy. He wanted to laugh out loud, but he was afraid of provoking the patrol officers of the Kachin army. I can only laugh silently and wave my hands vigorously in the air to vent the joy in my heart at this moment. A piece of imperial green jadeite is several small targets, and now there are 3 pieces in front of him. And there is also an even rarer emerald jadeite, which is worth more than 1 billion yuan. Zhaoan had only dreamed of having so much money before, but now his dream is about to become a reality. How can I not be excited and happy? However, the right thing to do is to leave the scene immediately without delay. There are many classic movie examples before. Zhaoan also knows that villains die because they talk too much. Use a rope to string all 4 stones together, and then carry them all on your shoulders. There is no rush to put on the clothes you have taken off, but to put them directly on your back to avoid the stones hurting your back. The 4 stones together weighed more than 200 kilograms, but Zhaoan's body was as agile as a monkey, running and jumping on the rocky road. The raw stone was quickly transported to the side of the car, then he gently opened the trunk and put the raw stone in. Finally, I took off my wet underwear and threw it into the river, then put on dry clothes, pants, shoes, and socks. I got into the empty vehicle and turned around and headed straight for Faken town. This is the territory of the Kachin army. Although the Myanmar army is lazy, it will still be very troublesome if we encounter them. This time, Zhaoan quietly came out to fish out the stone. Although it was a big risk, some risks were worth taking. After all, it was a rare imperial green jadeite. Moreover, imperial green jadeite also comes in different qualities. The inferior ones cost tens of millions, while the better ones, especially the top quality ones, are extremely expensive. These raw stones are hidden in deep water. Since the history of jade mining began, almost no one has set foot in them. Almost no one would have thought that this would benefit Zhaoan, who used his extraordinary abilities. Now, 3 townhouses are available, and an emerald jade is also included. It's like picking up money. It's so easy. Zhaoan carefully returned to the hotel in Faken town and found that Aiqingru and the others had not rested yet, but were preparing food with their bodyguards. Zhaoan waved to her quietly, and Aiqingru only brought Amy Jessica to a corner of the parking lot where Zhaoan's car was parked. He opened the trunk to reveal the stones inside and said, "I picked up these 4 stones. Mr. AI, please help me take them back." It was too dark to see clearly, so Jessica turned on the flashlight and shone it. He exclaimed, "Imperial green jadeite, and it is imperial green jadeite with natural window surface. I made a fortune." Zhaoan said proudly, "I spent a lot of money to get these stones, Mr. AI, please settle the bill for me." Aiqingru said unhappily, "I took the risk, too. But these few pieces are indeed a pleasant surprise, so I'll just keep them all for you. After I get back and cut it all open, I'll give you a complete estimate, how about that?" Zhaoan nodded with a smile and said, "That's more like it, but by the way, what are you doing?" Chapter 28 Heading to Mandalay. Aiqingru raised her eyebrows and said, "Let's have a midnight snack. Mr. Zhao picked up such a large sum of money, shouldn't he treat us?" Inviting guests is no big deal. Zhaoan could no longer hide his smile, and said, "It turns out that picking up money is such a happy thing." Aiqingru also laughed and said, "What is as difficult as ascending to heaven for others may really be like picking up money for you. So sometimes I really can't help but be curious, is it true that your ability cannot be passed on?" Zhaoan laughed and said, "Really, don't ask. I can't explain it even if you ask, and you may not be able to afford the price." Aiqingru asked doubtfully, "Price? What price? All your wealth will be wiped out. Can you accept this?" Aiqingru said gloomily, "Hundreds of billions, the price is really too high." "Hundreds of billions." Zhaoan almost choked to death on his own saliva, exclaimed, "Sister, hundreds of billions, why are you still working so hard? You make us poor people who are not as rich as you and lazier than you feel bad." Aiqingru blushed and spat, "Go to hell, the hundreds of billions I mentioned are just assets under my name, not cash." Amy beside him nodded and agreed, "Yes, the assets under his name alone are tens of billions, not counting the future inheritance from his father." Before he could finish his words, Aiqingru covered his mouth. Then Amy tried hard to pry her hands open and said to Zhaoan slyly, "Her father is Aizuan. You can find his name on the Forbes rankings. His family owns a variety of businesses including jewelry, jade, antiques, calligraphy and painting, real estate and finance. In recent years, the jewelry and jade business has been transferred to Mr. AI's name. So, young man, keep going. I am optimistic about you. Yes, as the old saying goes, when you are young you don't know the sweetness of soft rice, and you mistakenly take young girls as treasures. When you reach middle age, you will be arrogant and vain," Zhaoan said in a contemptuous tone. Aiqingru had always been calm in the face of praise or criticism, but at this moment her face flushed with anger, and she hurriedly said, "Stop talking nonsense. If you keep talking, I'll get mad." Zhaoan and Amy looked at each other and laughed in tacit understanding. After playing for a while, Zhaoan parked the car in a safe place again. Aiqingru called Zhaoan to come over quickly, saying that today's midnight snack was very rich, not only with open-air barbecue, but also with beer and crayfish, as much as you can eat. It's true, having a barbecue in a foreign country has a unique style and flavor. The ingredients were almost ready. The innkeeper, who was also of Chinese descent, enthusiastically cleared out the backyard and volunteered to be the chef. He skillfully lit the fire on the barbecue grill, and when the fire was almost right, he put the skewered ingredients on it and started grilling. 10 people just sat around a table and started drinking beer. When the atmosphere became heated, Aiqingru raised her glass and said, "Everyone has worked hard these past few days, especially Mr. Zhao, who has been working hard in a foreign country for my business. So I toast to Mr. Zhaoan with my first glass of wine. Thank you for your hard work for me and for creating value for the company." The others applauded, but Zhaoan raised his glass and clinked it with Aiqingru's, saying, "Boss AI, you are too kind. We just each take what we need. Besides, it is really a pleasure to cooperate with Boss AI. Why not do it?" Aiqingru smiled and said, "Mr. Zhao, you are too polite. However, if you have any outstanding talents in the future, you must not hide them, but show them bravely. The company's business is booming, and it needs talents from all walks of life to show their talents. So this second glass of wine is for you who work hard for the company. This month, everyone's salary will be tripled on the original basis, and the bonus will be quintupled." Everyone cheered and jumped for joy after hearing this. Their brows were beaming with joy, they almost danced with joy, and they kept clapping their hands, because in their eyes, these words were simply throwing money around, so clapping was nothing, even slapping someone in the face was acceptable. After everyone quieted down, Aiqingru continued, "The third thing is to talk about our next arrangements. Since the mission of this trip to Faken was overfulfilled, only Amy and Mr. Zhao will stay to accompany me to the public auction in Mandalay next week. The rest of us will go with Jessica to escort the raw stones back to Ruili first. After we have swept the public auction, we will cut the stones together. So tonight is both a celebration and a farewell. I hope everyone will eat and drink well and enjoy this exotic and pleasant night. It's no wonder that the Chinese boss's barbecue skills are really amazing." The group of people ate to their heart's content, and the cups and plates were in a mess. Aiqingru, Amy, and Jessica didn't eat much and went back to rest. Zhaoan's recent physical fitness may have improved, so his appetite is more than 3 times that of before. He finished 7 or 8 servings of crayfish by himself, plus other meats and beer, which is at least the amount for 3 or 4 normal people. However, these bodyguards are all big and strong men with amazing appetites, so Zhaoan does not seem so surprising among them. A bunch of rough guys got together and talked about all sorts of topics. Men, once they drink a little, they get a little drunk and brag without limit. A bodyguard boasted, "A man must be strong. If he is not strong, he will not be able to do it. My wife and I have sex 7 or 8 times every night, and each time lasts at least half an hour. If you don't make her submissive, you will have no status at home." Another bodyguard retorted, "Family status is not created by what you say, but by mutual respect and harmonious coexistence. I only spend 2 or 3 minutes each time, and my wife is very satisfied. Isn't it also harmonious and peaceful?" Suddenly, Zhaoan at the side couldn't help but say, "What's the point of having so many peaceful days? It's just that someone is carrying the burden for you." This statement was originally very positive, but in the current context, it also had some double meanings, so the bodyguards who understood the other meaning of the statement also burst out laughing. "Only 3 minutes of toughness made me feel a little depressed, my mentality is broken. Ah. The next morning, when Zhaoan just got up, Amy had already hired a truck in the town according to Aiqingru's instructions. The bodyguards also loaded all the raw stones purchased on this trip into the truck. After breakfast, the team officially parted ways. Jessica led the bodyguards to escort the raw stones back to the country, while Aiqingru took Amy and Zhaoan and drove to Mandalay to prepare to participate in the auction of Jadeite raw stones in Myanmar. Mandalay is the second largest city in Myanmar. It is located in the inland of south-central Myanmar. It is the largest Jadeite raw stone trading center in Myanmar. Myanmar's Jadeite raw stone public auction is also held in Mandalay, not in its capital Naypyidaw, so Mandalay is also known as the City of Treasures. Zhaoan and 2 other people took turns driving. It took a whole day to travel more than 400 kilometers from Pekin to Mandalay. It was not until the afternoon of the next day that Zhaoan drove the Prado into Mandalay, the second largest city in Myanmar. The journey of more than 400 kilometers, if it were in China, it might take half a day or at most a day to get there, but this is in Myanmar. Moreover, the road out of the Faken mountain area is almost like no road at all, winding and full of potholes. People are almost being shaken apart, let alone speed. Fortunately, after leaving Faken, there is an asphalt road. Although it is still winding, at least there are no mud pits. Chapter 29 Super Jade Market. The journey of more than 300 kilometers took a whole day to arrive. If they had known earlier, they would have taken a plane. So as soon as Zhaoan and the other 2 arrived at the hotel, they checked into their own rooms and fell asleep on the beds. I slept so soundly, just like a person who was extremely dehydrated and suddenly encounters a downpour. As a result, Zhaoan's strength and physical fitness made him sleep until the next day, waking up at around 10 o'clock local time. Aiqingru and Amy hadn't even gotten up yet. It was only when Zhaoan went to knock on the door that they reluctantly got up to wash. Even though the auction has not yet begun, the streets of Mandalay are still busier than ever. Since they were free anyway, Aiqingru took Zhaoan and the others to the largest rough stone trading market in Mandalay. See if he can pick up some leaks or something. Of course, with Zhaoan's cheating ability, it's not too normal to pick up some leaks or something. Mandalay is an ancient trading market. After mining in the Pekin area, people transport the raw stones here for trading and auctioning. In addition, Mandalay is the world's largest jade egg-shaped face trading market. The so-called jade egg-shaped surface is the jade core of the jade that has been cut and polished to remove the scraps to form a jade rough. Then use machine or manual to grind and polish it into an oval shape. The boiled egg is as smooth as a peeled egg, so it is called egg-shaped jade. Manual polishing of egg-shaped surfaces takes a long time and is inefficient, but good craftsmanship can bring out the most beautiful side of the egg-shaped surface. Generally, it is machine polished and then hand polished. Foot grinding is not as efficient as machine grinding, but considering Myanmar's poor electricity supply, it is understandable that this method is the most reliable. Of course, the egg-shaped jadeite is already a transparent material, and the stones that are usually gambled are covered materials or semi-transparent materials, which are also very common in the rough material market in Mandalay. The biggest feature here is the egg-shaped jade trading method. Normally, buyers walk around the market looking for suitable jade. Here, it is just the opposite. The owner or the middleman carries the goods with him and walks around the market. When he meets a buyer, he takes the item out of his bag and shows it to people. If it doesn't suit him, he leaves and looks for the next buyer. Since Zhaoan and his team entered the market, they have experienced more than 10 waves of sales promotions from different cargo owners. There are glutinous, water type, bean green, and apple green varieties, and of course there are quite a few fakes as well. There was a kid in his teens holding a piece of translucent, green egg noodles, trying to sell it to Zhaoan. He spoke in a half-baked Mandarin with a Burmese accent and said slowly, "Good stuff, it's shiny and crystal." As soon as Zhaoan entered the market, he put in a real eye. As soon as this thing was taken out, Zhaoan knew it was a fake made of glass. However, Zhaoan, who was in a playful mood, deliberately asked about the price. Jingliang, how much is it? The little boy made a very serious gesture and said, 800,000. What kind of thing dares you ask for 800,000? Do you think I'm a fool? Zhaoan sneered, Myanmar chot? The little boy was anxious and angry, stamping his feet and cursing, what Myanmar chot? People, chot, 800,000. He acted it out really like it was the real deal. Zhaoan watched the little boy's performance and found his acting skills much better than his own, so he wanted to tease him. He took the emerald egg noodle given by the little boy, looked at it carefully in the sunlight, and said with a smile, "It's so shiny and bright. Now I give you a price and I'll make the deal immediately. 80 RMB, will you sell it?" The little devil stared at Zhaoan angrily with his eyes wide open. It took him a long time to utter one word from between his teeth, sell. Then he made a gesture of counting money and said unwillingly, "It's my bad luck. I sold it to you at a low price." Zhaoan slapped his forehead, feeling that he had been tricked, but he still honestly paid the money to the little brat. The little kid who got the money quickly dived into the crowd and disappeared in a few seconds. Zhaoan chuckled, handed the egg noodles to Aiqingru and said, "This is for you. It's made of glass." Aiqingru took it, weighed it in her hand, and then threw it on the ground, saying with a smile, "I'm afraid it's made of glass. Have you learned it? This is the acting skill of the best actor. You are far from it." Ha ha. Zhaoan didn't care about this little thing. Just think of it as spending a little money to have some fun and watch a show. Once you enter the raw material area, there are much fewer people. The raw materials here are all placed directly on the ground. The owners wear Burmese-style hats, waiting for customers to buy them. Some raw materials have 1 or 2 windows opened on them. This is called semi-clear material or semi-gambling material. The price is also much higher than the blind material, but even for the semi-transparent material with windows, the risk is still high. Because there is no window on the side, no one can tell whether there is anything inside or not. Some materials only have the window surface, with a little water coming out, and the green color is also very good, but the back is all dregs. If you cut it again, you will lose all your money. This is also the origin of one knife makes you poor, one knife makes you rich. Zhaoan and the other two walked and shopped, occasionally picking up fabrics from the stalls to take a look, but they were just looking. With their true eyes, they saw that these were all rubbish and not worth buying at all. When passing by a stall of a Burmese girl in her 20s, Zhaowen found a piece of icy green jadeite and squatted down to ask the stall owner for the price. The girl spoke Mandarin well and said with a smile, 100,000 yuan. 100,000 shots? The little girl, who was also wearing a bamboo hat, had a flushed face and patiently explained to Zhaowen. It's not Myanmar chot, it's 100,000 renminbi. The price is reasonable, and you can earn hundreds of thousands of yuan if you buy it. But Zhaowen still wanted to bargain to see if the price could be lowered, so he asked, 70,000 renminbi, will you sell it? 100,000 renminbi, I bought it. At this time, a male voice that sounded a little perverse came, abruptly interrupting Zhaowen's question. Zhaowen turned his head and saw that the person who spoke was a young man. He is about 1.7 meters tall, with a fair complexion, and the suit he wears is obviously a famous brand. There were 3 or 4 burly men following behind him, probably bodyguards or something like that. The man walked straight towards the 3 of them, smiled affectionately at Aiqingru and said, Qingru, long time no see. I didn't expect to meet you here. I heard that you were looking for high-quality jadeite. I will buy this rough stone and give it to you. I hope you can get the imperial green you want. Aiqingru said calmly, I appreciate Brother Luo's kindness. Besides, Brother Luo and I are not very familiar with each other, so it would be better if you just call me by my real name. I hope Brother Luo will follow the principle of first come first served when buying things in the future. Sorry, I have something else to do and I'll leave first. Then he turned around and was about to leave. Luo Shixiang stepped forward quickly to stop her and said with a smile, Qingru, you are such a joker. We are going to get engaged in the second half of the year, why are you still saying that we don't know each other well? As he spoke, he squinted his eyes and stretched out his hand to Zhaowen, saying, Luo Juanhao, Qingru's future fiancé, may I ask who you are? Zhaowen did not shake hands with him, but just said lightly, Zhaowen, temporary consultant of Director AI. He didn't want to pay any attention to this guy who looked at him sideways, not only rudely interrupted his bargaining, but also acted condescendingly. Zhaowen didn't shake hands with him, but Luo Juanhao didn't feel embarrassed. He raised his hand and adjusted his hair. Seeing that Zhaowen said he was just a temporary consultant, he ignored her and turned his attention to Aiqingru. He said with a smile, Qingru, do you have time? I will treat you to a meal. I visited Uncle AI a few days ago, and he told me to get closer to you, because you are about to get engaged, and it's not good for you to be so distant. Aiqingru's face was as cold as ice, and she said coldly, my father agreed to the marriage, but I didn't agree. The Luo family is a wealthy and powerful family, and Mr. Luo is extremely talented. I cannot afford to marry him, so please do not bother me again in the future. After saying that, he turned around again and walked away cleanly. Zhaowen and Amy quickly followed. Luo Juanhao was about to chase her again, but was stopped by a Burmese girl who was selling things on the street. She said angrily, you quoted 100,000 yuan, are you going to buy it or not? If not, don't even think about leaving. Luo Juanhao blushed, broke free from the little girl's hand, and patted his clothes in disgust. He looked around and saw that the people around him were pointing at him. He had no choice but to twist his face and growl to the person behind him. Give her money. Zhaowen was very confused when he left the market, so he asked Aiqingru, who is this person? Why is he so shameless? Aiqingru was silent, while Amy beside her said excitedly, this is Mr. AI's biggest suitor. You don't even know the famous Luo Shao of Xinjiang. Don't you usually read gossip news? Aiqingru rolled her eyes at Amy and said calmly, being pursued by him is my greatest misfortune. If it weren't for him, I wouldn't have fought so hard. Oh, there is a story. Zhaowen chuckled and said, no wonder. Aiqingru didn't say anything, as if she didn't want to mention it. It was Amy who took over the conversation again and said, we need to double our family's jewelry and jade business within half a year. Otherwise, he will have to accept his father's arrangement and get engaged to this rotten Mr. Luo. Is it so exciting? Zhaowen thought to himself, isn't this the plot from a TV series? Handsome men and beautiful women, grudges between wealthy families, family feuds, this is how most idol dramas are played. But what Luo Juanhao is doing will delay my plan to make money. Annoying. Chapter 30 Chaos and Chaos. Back at the hotel, Aiqingru was still angry. Seeing that she was still angry, Amy advised, why don't we go back to China? With Luo Juanhao following us this time, who knows what trouble he might cause. And now, he will definitely follow me as soon as I leave the hotel. Just like before, clinging to me and I can't get rid of it. Apparently, when she was in China, Aiqingru was often harassed by Luo Juanhao. Aiqingru said sullenly, "It must be that bastard Ai Liangye who revealed my whereabouts again. He really did everything he could to get me out of the house as soon as possible." Who is this Ai Liangye? Zhaoan asked this question but complained in his heart, listening to the name, "It sounds like Aiqingru's brother, from the ancient poem 'From now on I have no heart to love the good night, let the bright moon go down the west tower.' It seems that the name Ai Jigui is quite poetic. First there was Aiqingru, and then there was Ai Liangye, both of which were very nice and poetic names. But from the feeling from Aiqingru's words, it seemed that Ai Liangye was not worthy of his name. Who else could it be? Amy said angrily, "Boss Ai's half-brother. A bastard who is uneducated, spends his days drinking and partying, and bullies her sister whenever he has nothing to do. He really is his younger brother, but why didn't he beat such a younger brother to death earlier?" This story tells us, it's better to beat your younger brother as early as possible. If you don't beat him, you won't be able to beat him when he grows up. Zhaoan said, "Then this Luo Juanhao is really infatuated with you. He even came all the way to Myanmar to pursue you." What do you mean by infatuation? I think you can't see the essence of the problem. Amy said angrily, "Didn't you see that he just interfered with your purchase of rough stones? This guy is here to cause trouble. He sincerely doesn't want us to buy good rough stones so that Mr. Ai's expansion plan will go down the drain. In this case, if President Ai loses the bet, he can get engaged to President Ai naturally." There was also this matter. Zhaoan asked Aiqingru, "What about your father? He is a wealthy man on the Forbes list. Did you just let these people humiliate you like this?" Aiqingru's eyes dimmed and mist formed in them. "After a long while," she said, "my father fell ill a few years ago and has been paralyzed in bed for many years. His original intention was to find me a support, but this matter was deliberately and maliciously manipulated by some people. I don't want my father's family business to fall into the hands of these people, so no matter what, I will fight back and gamble my future just for a chance of survival." So you are also an avid gambler. After listening to Aiqingru's explanation of the whole story, Zhaoan couldn't help but sigh. It is true that you cannot imagine the happiness of rich people, but you also cannot understand their troubles. Looking at Aiqingru's tearful face, her eyes were full of tears and looked very lovable. Zhaoan said indignantly, "This Mr. Luo, why did he come at this time instead of earlier? Not only did he hinder your plan, but he also disrupted my plan to make a fortune. There must be many opportunities in a place like Mandalay where there are a lot of rough stones. I think I can try other methods. Mr. Zhao has done enough for me." Aiqingru shook her head and said, "If the rough stone I bought in Faken can really produce top-quality jadeite, it will be enough for us to open more than a dozen stores. Then I will hold an exhibition to promote the high-end brand. Then, by expanding rapidly, you can achieve the effect of becoming a big hit overnight." Zhaoan smiled and said, "Is that top-grade jadeite? The more the better?" Aiqingru finally smiled and said, "Of course, the more the better. After all, the top-quality jade is in short supply in the market. The supply is very limited. In addition, in recent years, the relevant departments of Myanmar have restricted the mining of raw stones. So if you can find more and better jade for me, I will really be very grateful to you." How to thank you? Give me your body? Zhaoan complained in his heart every day, but said, "I will try my best. If you go out, you will be blocked. If I go out, Luo Juanhao will not block me, right? And I am probably just a nobody in his eyes." Then he muttered, "Oh, I should have brought Wei Xiang here earlier. It's really inconvenient to not have a toolman." So the next morning, Zhaoan quietly went out the back door, strolled to the rough stone market, put in a real eye, and looked for the best jadeite. Of course, the main target is jadeite raw stone. After all, the price of raw stone is more than 100 times cheaper than the finished product. I have to say that the function of the true eye really comes into play in this place. In a short while, Zhaoan bought more than 10 pieces of jadeite with high water quality and high green color, and rented a cart to push the cart. By the way, we will rent a temporary warehouse to store the materials temporarily, and then transport them back to Ruweli for centralized stone cutting. The rough stone market in Mandalay is said to be the largest in the world, not only in terms of area and traffic. The key point is that 80% of the jade produced in the vacant area is transported here for distribution, so there are many types and large quantities. There is no need to search from hill to hill like in the mining area. The base here is large enough. It is large enough to meet the needs of jewelry and jade merchants in dozens of countries around the world. Jiawen rented a warehouse, moved the dozen or so raw stones he had just collected into the warehouse one by one, locked the door carefully, and went to collect the second batch of raw stones. But just after he bought 3 or 4 pieces, he was stopped by someone. The person who stopped him was a Burmese jade merchant. He had a very Southeast Asian look, with a beard, a big belly, and a large jade guanine pendant on his chest. The bearded merchant pointed at a piece of green leather on Jiawen's cart and asked, "Brother, do you want to sell this?" Apparently this guy's Mandarin is not that good. Jiawen looked at the rough stone he pointed at. It was a rough stone with a green skin and a slightly foggy texture. It was a gift for another good stone he bought just now. Originally, Jiawen didn't plan to take it. There was only a little bit of high ice jade core in it, and the size was not very large. It could barely be used to make a label or an egg-shaped shape, and could be sold for tens of thousands or so. However, the gift was given for free and was forced upon him by the owner, so Jiawen accepted it reluctantly. But he was asked to sell it again just after accepting it. Strange things happen every year, but this year there are especially many. Jiawen thought to himself, "I've been buying jadeite everywhere. Where can I buy it if I sell it to you? Even if it's a mosquito leg, it's still meat." So he waved his hand to refuse. The bearded merchant refused to give up and was determined to buy it. He pulled Jiawen's cart. He said very sincerely, "Brother, I like this material very much. Sell it to me and we can be friends." Jiawen said depressedly, "Just tell me how much money you can offer." Seeing that Jiawen finally gave in, the bearded businessman laughed and said, "Friend, if you are willing to sell it, I can offer 50 million. How much?" Jiawen couldn't believe his ears, and then his heart moved. Then he asked, 50 million chot? The bearded businessman smiled and nodded, "Yes, chot, chot. I am Burmese and I only have chot." Jiawen took out his cell phone and calculated the exchange rate. 50 million Myanmar chots converted into RMB is not a small amount, about 200,000 yuan. It is just enough to use Myanmar chots to purchase the raw stones. In order to avoid encountering cargo owners who only accept Myanmar currency, he would have to exchange the money again. Of course, in the raw stone market, RMB is hard currency, but who can guarantee that they won't encounter those who are picky? After thinking about it, Jiawen decided to sell it to him, so he nodded and said, "Deal." The bearded merchant seemed very happy. He took off his backpack and handed it to Jiawen, then he walked away holding the stone. A mechanical female voice sounded in Jiawen's mind, "Good luck value of 50 million, good luck value plus 50 million. Wait, Jiawen was a little confused, 50 million luck points were added? Doesn't this thing take into account the exchange rate? Then Jiawen thought of countless ways to exploit the bug, so the level of the true I wouldn't rise rapidly? Originally I thought that upgrading was a long way off, but it turns out there is a shortcut. Thinking that the true I can be quickly upgraded and have more powerful functions added, Jiawen couldn't stop smiling. Just as Jiawen was daydreaming, a graceful body suddenly bumped into his arms. Jiawen came to his senses and saw a very beautiful woman with long hair. When the woman saw that she had bumped into someone, her face turned red, she said sorry, lowered her head and disappeared into the crowd. Jiawen smelled the remaining hair fragrance on his shoulders, said incomprehensible with a lingering feeling, and continued his business of purchasing raw stones. In fact, as the largest jade trading market in Myanmar, Mandalay has a large number of clear materials, semi-clear materials and unopened full gamble materials. Although vacant is a mining area with a lot of raw stones, the power structure there is complicated and chaotic. The environment in the mining area is not very good, especially the road. Without an off-road vehicle, you dare not drive there. Mandalay is different. Not only is the market mature, but jadeite and raw stones from all over the world are concentrated here. Moreover, the public security is much better than that in the vacant mining area. Therefore, there are many merchants coming to buy jade, and there are also many jade products for sale. There are also countless unopened gambling materials, creating a prosperous scene. The true eye that Jiawen had planted made it so that all the raw stones in the market could be seen. This made him go all out, pushing his small cart to buy the high-quality jadeite he saw. Big or small, they are all caught in one swoop. Anyway, the stones will not be cut here. They will be transported back to the country and cut together, so there is no need to worry about the risk of exposure. As long as Jiawen takes a fancy to it, it must be a raw stone with high value and good cost performance, and he will collect them all. The profit from the price difference is as easy as picking up money. Chapter 31 If you are ill, you must treat it and you cannot stop taking the medicine. Jiawen ran around all day buying raw stones. He spent more than 30 million yuan and bought a total of 300 to 400 pieces of stone. The rented warehouse was filled to the brim. Each stone is carefully selected, with high quality and value. Each piece of jade mined is worth at least 1 million yuan, and some of them are high-class jade. The jadeite that is unlocked should be enough to meet Aiqingru's needs for expanding her company. Zhao unlocked the door of the warehouse and walked back with satisfaction. As soon as he walked out of the door, he saw Luo Juanhao and several other people. He walked towards Zhao with a step that showed he didn't recognize any relatives, with a look of disdain, arrogance, and contempt in his eyes. After listening to Amy's accusation against this man, Zhao subconsciously didn't want to deal with him, so he went around to the side and tried to pass by them. Who knew that Luo Juanhao would stop him directly, sneering and saying, "Boy, your name is Zhaoan, right?" Zhaoan saw that the visitor was not friendly, so he raised his eyebrows and asked, "What can I teach you?" "Oh, it's quite prickly." Luo Juanhao tilted his head, looked back at the bodyguards behind him, and sneered, "I've seen a lot of guys like you. Don't think that just because Aiqingru is rich and pretty, you have a chance to marry into a rich family. She will be my Luo family sooner or later. You will be poor if you keep doing this. Stay away from my Qingru in the future. Otherwise, you will be in trouble. This guy might be sick." Zhaoan sneered and said, "I remember I told you that I am just a temporary consultant, and my relationship with Mr. AI is just that of an employer and employee. It's not as complicated as you think." Luo Juanhao obviously didn't believe it. He just raised his finger arrogantly. Pointing at Zhaoan's chest, he said, "Anyway, remember this. Don't think I can't deal with you just because you're not in the country. I'm not afraid to tell you. Just like here, it only takes a few minutes to kill a poor, small-time jerk like you, remember? Remember this, Luo Xiao." Zhaoan nodded wisely and said, "But I still have one last question for you, Mr. Luo." Zhaoan was suppressing a storm in his heart. This Luo Juanhao might have been used to being arrogant in the country. He has already made it very clear, but he still calls me a poor bastard. More importantly, Luo Juanhao almost disrupted his plan to make money. As the saying goes, cutting off someone's wealth is like killing their parents. What's more, Zhaoan is not the kind of person who would swallow his anger. Seeing that Zhaoan's answer satisfied him, Luo Juanhao said proudly, "Since you asked sincerely, I will be merciful and teach you. Tell me, what's the problem?" Zhaoan cleared his throat and asked loudly, "I want to know if your mother forgot to give you an asshole when she gave birth to you. Otherwise, how come all the shit, piss, and farts come out of your mouth? Others have a mouth under their nose, but you have an asshole under your nose. When other children were young, they drank breast milk. Your mother fed you shit and piss and raised you, didn't she? Otherwise, why does your speech stink like a fart? I also want to give you a piece of advice: if you are ill, you must treat it and you cannot stop taking medicine. This insult is too blunt." Zhaoan doesn't want to cause trouble, but he's not afraid of it either. Others are acting like a smart guy and are bullying him. Shouldn't he just fight back and save it for the new year? Didn't you see that Zhaoan felt refreshed after scolding everyone? When Luo Juanhao heard Zhaoan's insults, his fair face turned red, and he was furious. No one had ever dared to talk to him like this since he was a child. He pointed at Zhaoan with a trembling finger and roared, "You are simply seeking death. This is outrageous. What are you still standing there for? Beat him up, beat him to death. If I don't kill this son of a bitch today, I won't be named Luo." The bodyguards following behind him immediately rushed up, and the leading bodyguard tried to kick Zhaoan to the ground with a whip kick. But in Zhaoan's eyes, their movements were like a slow-motion shot slowed down 10 times. Slow, too slow indeed. Zhaoan dodged the kick lightly, then raised his foot and kicked the leading bodyguard in the chest. The bodyguard immediately felt as if he had been hit by a car. He hunched his body and flew backwards like a cooked lobster. Several people following him were also knocked to the ground one after another. The leading bodyguard rolled twice on the ground to relieve the impact of the kick. Only then did he feel that his breathing was a little difficult. He realized that some of his ribs were broken, squeezing his lungs. He endured the pain and stood up. He said to his accomplices, "This is a tricky idea. Brothers, surround him first, then attack together and we will kill him with a pile of him. I can't leave the front line even if I'm only slightly injured. There's no other way. I have to take money from others and help them get rid of their disasters." Several people surrounded Zhaoan tightly, like a pack of wolves staring at their prey. On the other hand, Zhaoan seemed very relaxed and even hooked his finger at them provocatively. The bodyguards were furious, and the leader shouted, "Go!" Several people attacked Zhaoan from all directions, either with fists or feet. Zhaoan suddenly leaped upwards, and all his attacks missed. Then he twisted his body, and his right leg drew a beautiful circle. The sole of his shoe was extremely fast, and he personally greeted everyone's cheek. All of a sudden, the people who were besieging them scattered in all directions like flowers from heaven and flew backwards. "Ah, my face!" The bodyguard knelt down and wailed with his face swollen like a foamy steamed bun. "Pa, your face is nothing, I've lost a few teeth." The other bodyguard let out a poo and actually spat out a few bloody teeth. Zhaoan kicked away the bodyguard who was blocking his feet and rolling on the ground wailing, strode up to the frightened Luo Juanhao, and slapped him in the face. Luo Juanhao woke up in shock and tried to run away, but Zhaoan was quick to grab him by the collar. Luo Juanhao quickly put his hands on his head and put his elbows on his face to prevent Zhaoan from slapping him again. He kept saying, "You are dead, you dare to hit me, you are fucking dead." This guy was quite stubborn. Zhaoan grabbed his collar, pulled him forward, and kicked him in the front of his left leg. With a snap, the leg bone broke directly. Luo Juanhao screamed and fell to his knees. Zhaoan slapped him in the face several times. The burning pain made Luo Juanhao wail loudly, and then he raised his hands to stop her, saying, "Stop. Stop hitting me, stop hitting me. I admit defeat. Tell me what conditions will allow you to let me go." Luo Juanhao was a man of honor and would not suffer a loss in front of him. Seeing that the gap in strength was too big, he admitted defeat decisively, but he still spoke toughly. But Zhaoan did not attack again in the end. It was because this guy was too aggressive that he fought back, which led to the scene before us. Zhaoan looked at Luo Juanhao coldly and said, "Don't threaten me. It's easy for me to kill you, even if you are anywhere in the world. Do you understand?" Luo Juanhao's eyes flashed with a sinister look, and he said, "Okay, let's forget about today's matter, and we will not interfere with each other in the future." Zhaoan knew that he was unwilling in his heart, but it didn't matter. He would take it one step at a time and deal with it as he pleased. "Mr. Luo, you better keep your word. There are some people you may not be able to afford to offend. Take care of yourself." Finally, Zhaoan gave Luo Juanhao a look full of murderous intent, left a few words lightly, gave him a chic back, and strode away. After returning to the hotel, Zhaoan found Aiqingru and told her about the purchase of the raw stone and the conflict with Luo Juanhao. Amy, who was standing by, almost jumped up with joy after hearing this. She pulled Zhaoan and asked, "Did you really beat him up?" "I've been annoyed with this guy for a long time, but I don't have the ability to beat him up. Today, you finally helped us vent our anger." "Thank you so much." Zhaoan laughed and said, "Then you have to thank me sincerely. That guy's face is now swollen bigger than a steamed bun, huh?" Aiqingru couldn't help but said with some worry, "Luo Juanhao is a vengeful person, he will never let go of any grudge. You made him embarrassed in public. Be careful that he will do whatever it takes to target you when he returns to his country. And who knows, he might resort to some despicable means." Zhaoan said nonchalantly, "Why should I be afraid of him? If I can beat him once, I can beat him twice. Just don't provoke me. If you mess with me again, there will be consequences, I will beat him up." Aiqingru felt extremely guilty and said, "It's all because of me that you offended Luo Juanhao and did so many things for me. Zhaoan, I really don't know how to compensate you." "If it really doesn't work, you can pay with your body," Zhaoan thought to himself. In fact, it was not entirely for her. Zhaoan himself felt that he had finally come to Myanmar, and Mandalay was about to open, so there were more opportunities to buy and sell raw stones than before. But he said, "We are a golden partnership, we should not let some clowns affect our plans to make money. Our goal is to reach the stars and the sea. We should not let these petty matters affect our setting sail." After hearing Zhaoan's joke, Aiqingru burst out laughing. Then he said sincerely, "In short, you have done so much for me, I will do my best to repay you." Zhaoan said nonchalantly, all right, that's it, don't let this kind of scum ruin our mood. I'm also tired after a day, so I'll take my leave first." Then he gave Amy the key and location of the warehouse and asked her to make her own arrangements. He went back to his room, took a shower and went to bed. After a day of moving stones and fighting, Zhaoan was exhausted and fell asleep soon after he lay down on the bed. In the middle of the night, Zhaoan felt someone approaching him in his sleep, and then someone covered his mouth with tape. Zhaoan woke up and opened his eyes. He wanted to fight back, but found that his hands and feet had been tied up with ropes. They also went around the bed and tied him up on the bed, with his body tied into a cross shape. The person who tied him up was standing in front of his bed, staring at him. Jiawen looked carefully and saw that it was the beautiful woman who bumped into his arms this afternoon. Jiawen's mouth was sealed with tape and he couldn't speak. He couldn't help but complain in his heart, "Is it so exciting? Beauty, if you want my body, just say it directly, I won't resist. If you do this, be careful or I'll sue you." Jiawen was not afraid at all. With his current physical condition, he could break this not-so-thick rope with just a little effort. He just wanted to see why the beautiful woman who had deliberately bumped into him in the market had now run into his room in the middle of the night and tied him up like this. What exactly do you want to do? Chapter 32 Interrogation, Leaving. The long-haired beauty looked at Jiawen struggling on the bed and said softly, "Don't be afraid, and don't struggle hard. I won't hurt you. I just want to ask you something and get my things back." Jiawen did not struggle. These two ropes could not tie up a human-shaped beast like Jiawen. The struggle just now was just a try. He felt that if he exerted a little force with his arms, he could break the ropes. So Jiawen, who wanted to play a prank, deliberately used his tongue to push the tape on his mouth, and thought to himself, "Come on, hurt me, or we can hurt each other." Seeing Jiawen wanted to talk, the long-haired beauty said, "I'll loosen the tape for you, but you can't yell." Then she made a fierce expression and said, "If you dare to yell, I will kill you. Do you hear me?" Jiawen made a woohoo sound and nodded quickly. When the beauty saw Jiawen nod in agreement, she tore off the tape on his mouth. After removing the restraint on his mouth, Jiawen deliberately made a lip shape as if he was going to shout. The long-haired beauty hurriedly covered his mouth with her small hand. Jiawen, who had succeeded in his evil plan, stuck out his tongue and licked the palm of the long-haired beauty's hand, causing her to scream and quickly let go. Zhao Anil laughed loudly, and the long-haired beauty said angrily, "How can you be so frivolous?" Jiawen said, "Please. Beautiful girl, you didn't sleep in the middle of the night, broke into my room without permission, and tied me up like this. You still said I was frivolous. Please, I'm a normal person. You did this in the middle of the night and it makes me think of something wrong." "You bastard," the long-haired beauty pretended to hit him, but Jiawen pulled hard with his hands and feet at the same time, and the ropes that bound Jiawen's hands and feet broke with a bang. Jiawen stood up and swung the ropes, tied the long-haired beauty's wrists behind her back, pulled her other hand, and tied both hands behind her waist. The long-haired beauty struggled hard, but her strength was no match for Jiawen's. Jiawen used one hand to hold her down, and used his other hand to untie the knot on his hand. The long-haired beauty saw that she couldn't struggle anymore, so she lay on the bed sideways, stretched out her legs and kicked Jiawen hard. Jiawen grabbed her ankles with one hand. He took the rope and tied both ankles separately, pulled them behind her back and tied them together with the knots on her hands. Then it went down from her neck, crossed her chest, and finally went around her waist and tied a knot. Now the long-haired beauty was completely subdued. Even though she was tied up like this, the long-haired beauty still refused to accept it and kept cursing Jiawen, "You bastard, you son of a bitch, let me go, or you'll be in trouble." Jiawen laughed and said, "Let you go? Then you can tie me up again." Then he took a bottle of water from the counter, unscrewed the cap, and drank a big sip. Then he deliberately got close to the long-haired beauty and said frivolously, "You deliberately bumped into my arms during the day, and came to my door at night. Beauty, you covet my body, this charm that has nowhere to go, just say it directly. I am not the kind of unreasonable person, maybe I can satisfy your wish of throwing myself into your arms and warming your bed." The long-haired beauty cursed, "You are a scoundrel, shameless and vulgar. Let me go now, or you will be in trouble. Hey, you threatened me, you're tied up like this, what can you do to me?" Jiawen said with a chuckle, "You probably didn't see that the person who threatened me before has a swollen head like a pig and a swollen face like a steamed bun." After saying this, Jiawen put away his playful expression, pulled a chair over and sat in front of the bed, staring coldly at the long-haired beauty, and asked in a light tone, "Tell me, who sent you here, and what is your purpose in approaching me?" The long-haired beauty was ashamed and annoyed. Her body was tied in such a humiliating position and she was interrogated mercilessly by this bastard. She said angrily, "What do you mean by approaching you? I'm here to take back what belongs to me." "Your own stuff?" Jiawen asked curiously, "Why are your things here with me? Did you put something on me when you bumped into me during the day?" The long-haired beauty nodded in shame and said, "I was chased by bad guys during the day. I thought I couldn't escape, so I put a USB drive with a tracker in your pocket. There are very important documents in it. So you got rid of the pursuer and found me here?" Jiawen asked, "What kind of USB drive does it look like?" The long-haired beauty said excitedly, "It's a small silver USB flash drive. Did you find it and put it away?" Zhaoan slumped his shoulders, spread his hands and said regretfully, "No, don't you have a tracker? How come you couldn't find it? Why did you tie me up to look for it? This kind of tracker can only give an approximate range." The long-haired beauty puffed her eyes. Seeing that Zhaoan had no intention of further invading, she patiently explained, "The locator only locates your room, but I searched through all your clothes and couldn't find it." Zhaoan stood up and took his clothes. He searched every pocket carefully, and indeed there was no USB flash drive as the long-haired beauty mentioned. Zhaoan didn't believe it, so he used his true eyes, and sure enough, he found a USB flash drive under the hem of the lining of his clothes. It turned out that there was a hole in the pocket, and the USB flash drive fell into the lining. No wonder he couldn't find it. Zhaoan reached through the hole in his pocket, took out a USB drive, and shook it in front of the long-haired beauty, saying, "Is this it?" The beauty nodded repeatedly and said, "Yes, it is this USB drive, return it to me quickly." Zhaoan raised his eyebrows, sat down leisurely, and laughed, "Beauty, you may not understand the situation. You are my captive now. Although I am not interested in your secrets, if you insist on involving me, I have to talk to you." The long-haired beauty was silent for a while, and suddenly said in a tough tone, "I have nothing to say. Since you have caught me, I will let you do whatever you want. Think it over. Either kill me, or let me go and give me the USB drive." Zhaoan was stunned. He didn't expect this woman to be so tough. He also found out during their fight just now that the long-haired beauty was actually quite skilled. If Zhaoan's physical fitness had not been enhanced 10 times by the true eye, he would probably not be her opponent at all. Zhaoan carefully examined the long-haired beauty. He saw that she had sword-like eyebrows, eyes like stars, a high nose bridge, and beautiful facial features. Even compared with Aiqingru, she was not much different. It could even be said that they were equally beautiful. Each had her own merits. She was a rare beauty. Although he had tied her up like this, Zhaoan could not do anything to bully her. And this long-haired beauty was adamant and wouldn't say anything. Zhaoan suddenly felt a little overwhelmed. He couldn't hit her, and he didn't know where to start scolding her. It was difficult to deal with. Zhaoan said helplessly, "You can always tell me the name." The long-haired beauty was silent for a moment, and after thinking for a long time, she said her name, Lin Wanxiao. Zhaoan was stunned and asked, "Your father must be a fan of Wen Ruiyan's books. Otherwise, why would he give you such a bitch name?" Lin Wanxiao cursed angrily, "You're the bitch. Asshole, let me go, I really have something urgent to do. We're all Chinese, don't be so confused about right and wrong." Zhaoan said with a smile, "Chinese people also have loyalty, treachery, good and evil. How do I know if you have the intention to harm others?" Lin Wanxiao lowered her head in silence, then suddenly gritted her teeth, as if she had made up her mind, and looked up at Zhaoan and said, "I don't know who you are, but I don't think you're a bad person." "I'm not a bad person," Zhaoan interrupted. Lin Wan smiled and said, "Don't interrupt me. What I want to say is that the Myanmar military has decided to launch a military riot early tomorrow morning to control the leaders of the National Assembly. The information in the USB flash drive is their specific action plan. I must pass the news on as soon as possible. And as a Chinese, you'd better leave Myanmar before the storm. Naypyidaw is only more than 200 kilometers away from here. This news is something you don't know until you ask. Once you ask, you'll be shocked. And it's the kind that scare people to death." Even though Zhaoan had experienced something as magical as the true eye, he was still stunned by such explosive news. It took him a long time to calm down and ask, "Are you sure? Are you sure what you just said is true? Can you make up a story about something like this?" Lin Wanxiao sneered, "If you don't believe me, you can look at the information on the USB drive yourself and you will know if what I said is true." Zhaoan looked at the USB flash drive in his hand and couldn't help but complain, "This is a lousy hotel. There's not even a computer. Where can I plug it in?" Hey, in the field of vision of the real eye, a box appeared next to the USB flash drive, with a few lines of text inside, which was the real eye's introduction to the USB flash drive, mobile hard disk, 2.3 cm long, 1.2 cm wide, 128 GB memory, containing the Myanmar military's military riot action plan, the Myanmar Working Group list, the Myanmar Working Affairs Charter, owner, Lin Wanxiao. After reading the introduction of the real eye, Zhaoan understood that what Lin Wanxiao said was true. He then smiled and untied Lin Wanxiao, saying, "So Miss Lin is the legendary Zhan Shibang, 007, the unsung hero of the Special Front. I'm sorry, this is all a misunderstanding. Miss Lin, please don't take my recklessness today to heart. After saying that, he gently placed the USB drive in Lin Wanxiao's hand and said with a flattering smile, Ms. Lin has a mission to complete, so I won't stay here for long. We'll meet again in the future. Lin Wanxiao rubbed her sore hands and feet, wanting to slap the bastard twice, but when she thought about the possibility of losing, she decided to give up. What if this guy tied her up again? Who would she go to for justice? This guy was a scoundrel and full of dirty words before, and now he was so mean that he wanted to get rid of her quickly. If it weren't for the mission, she really wanted to find a chance to teach him a lesson. Lin Wanxiao saw the broken rope and keenly realized that this guy had a lot of secrets. He would have to find another chance to investigate him later. Humph. Zhaoan continued, Ms. Lin, it's getting late, and you have official business to attend to, so I won't keep you any longer. Goodbye, goodbye. Lin Wanxiao glanced at him, squeezed the USB flash drive in her hand, and said, watch your mouth. You are a sensible person. Some things should be kept to yourself. Let's not see each other again. I don't want to see you again. Humph. After saying that, he opened the window and jumped down. Zhaoan didn't care about that. He thought that with Lin Wanxiao's skills, or some props, it had nothing to do with him. He hurriedly picked up the phone on the bedside, called Aiqingru, and said hurriedly, don't say anything, get up quickly, we have to leave Myanmar immediately. This is a military uprising. There will be bullets flying everywhere. With Zhaoan's small body, even if his physical fitness is 20 times that of an ordinary person, he can't withstand so many bullets. So, it's better to leave first. Chapter 33, Amy who hasn't woken up yet can't be provoked. Aiqingru answered the phone in a daze and asked resentfully, what's the hurry? Don't you know that sleep is the enemy of beauty? Big sister, how can you not be anxious? It's really urgent. Zhaoan said hurriedly, hurry up and call Amy. I'll wait for you in the car. There's no time to explain. Get in the car first. Amy, who slept in the same bed with Aiqingru, was woken up and said angrily, why are you going back to the country so late at night? It won't be too late to leave tomorrow morning. I think Zhaoan is just spoiled and arrogant. He has learned to bother people in the middle of the night. Suddenly there was a knock on the door. The person knocking was Zhaoan, who was planning to go out to drive. After thinking it over, he was really worried, so he decided to go to the door and call for help himself. Otherwise, based on his stereotype of girls, if they didn't take a long time to get out of bed, it would be a shame for the gender God had assigned to them. Aiqingru, wearing loose pajamas, yawned as she opened the door. Zhaoan walked in anxiously and said, Miss, don't dawdle anymore. Hurry up and put on your clothes and follow me. It's urgent. If you don't leave now, it will be too late. Ah, how can you just casually enter a girl's room? Hearing Zhaoan's voice, Amy screamed and quickly covered her exposed body with a quilt, saying, get out, you peeping pervert. Zhaoan didn't care about that. He walked to the bed in 2 steps, pointed at Amy and shouted, you have 3 minutes to get up and get dressed. I'll wait for you outside the door. Don't take any non-essential luggage. Don't think I'm joking. If you don't have 3 minutes, I'll spank you. You bastard. Amy grabbed a pillow and threw it at Zhaoan who was walking out. Zhaoan paused and said, this is a matter of life and death, you can try it. Then he went out and closed the door. Xingru, look at him, this Zhaoan, he actually dared to be mean to me. Tears welled up in Amy's eyes, and she said to Aiqingru angrily, I won't get up, let's see what he can do to me. Aiqingru sighed and said, from the look of him, he doesn't seem to be taking the opportunity to make things difficult for me. Maybe he really has something urgent to do. Hasn't he shown us enough magic along the way? Just do as he says and listen to his explanation later. If his explanation doesn't make sense, we can talk about other things. Then, looking at the indifferent Amy, he said angrily, hey, don't dawdle. Be careful that he really spanks you. I won't be able to help you then. As she spoke, Aiqingru took the lead and changed her clothes. Amy saw that she had no choice in the situation and was afraid that Zhaoan would really spank her, so she finally got up reluctantly and changed her clothes, still muttering bad things about Zhaoan. Although it finally exceeded 3 minutes, Zhaoan did not blame them too much, because it was really not the time to blame them. If any complications or accidents occurred at this time, it would be bad. Now time is life, and retreat is the top priority. Other things can be dealt with by returning home first. Zhaoan took their luggage without saying a word and walked straight to the elevator. The two followed him in. Zhaoan pressed the button for the second floor below ground, which was the garage floor. Amy asked curiously, should we go to the first floor to check out first? Zhaoan glanced at her and said, we really don't have time. Checking out will take more time. I'll tell you in detail when we get in the car. Now just follow my lead. Amy puffed up her cheeks with anger, and kept criticizing Zhaoan in her heart. This bastard not only didn't let her sleep, but also made her travel overnight. If she couldn't beat him because he was tall and strong, she would have really wanted to punch him in the head. After finding the car and putting the luggage in the trunk, the three of them got in. Zhaoan sat in the driver's seat, started the car, released the handbrake and shifted the gear, then stepped on the accelerator to the bottom, and the car rushed out of the underground garage with a whoosh. During this time, Zhaoan said nothing, his eyes staring at the road ahead, until the car drove out of the empty and silent Mandalay city in the middle of the night. Zhaoan said, "Two beauties, I apologize to you first for disturbing your sweet dreams, but it will be too late to blame me after you have heard my explanation. In fact, I had no choice but to do it. However, in fact, if we don't leave now, I'm afraid it will be difficult to leave later." What happened? Unlike the angry Amy, Aiqingru said calmly, "We are waiting for you to give a reasonable explanation." Zhaoan pondered for a moment, organized his words, and slowly said, "I have received reliable information. Tomorrow morning, the Myanmar military will launch a military riot, control the leaders of the Congress and the president, and block the border. After that, they will implement all-round military control over Myanmar. Myanmar is going to be in chaos." Amy was shocked at first, then asked in disbelief, "How did you know such confidential information?" Zhaoan glanced at her in the rearview mirror and said, "I can't reveal the specific source of the news, but I can tell you for sure that the news is true, so we must cross the border of Muse City and return to China before 6 o'clock tomorrow morning." Aiqingru also couldn't believe it. After all, this happened too suddenly. She asked, "Did the news you got mention the warlord in Myanmar?" Zhaoan thought for a moment and said, "It should be the Myanmar Defense Forces with Min Aung as the commander-in-chief." Aiqingru nodded and said, "I see. If it is really the Myanmar Defense Forces, then this is probably possible." Amy looked at her in surprise and said, "Do you really believe this guy's nonsense? I think he just wants to make it up. His purpose is to trick us out in the middle of the night and then kidnap us or sell us to human traffickers." Zhaoan almost vomited blood after hearing this. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry, and said, "Big sister, are you suffering from paranoia or have you watched too many melodramatic TV dramas? I am a billionaire after all. Do I need to work so hard to earn the few tens of thousands of dollars I earned from selling you?" Amy said angrily, "What? You said that I am only worth 10,000. Humph, even if I am worthless, don't I still have Qingru? Qingru, I can always be worth." Aiqingru interrupted her and said, "Okay, Amy, stop talking. I believe what Mr. Zhao said. If it's really Min Aung, then maybe it's possible." Zhaoan smiled triumphantly after getting Aiqingru's support. Amy was so angry that she scratched her head. She didn't expect that even Aiqingru would help Zhaoan. Aiqingru continued, "Last year, when the public auction was held, it coincided with the Myanmar general election. The military forces that lost the election at that time clamored to seize power. I didn't expect that they would launch an attack at this time." Then he said to Amy in a serious tone, "So Mr. Zhao's decision is correct. Burmese warlords are fighting each other, and Mandalay is the territory of the National Defense Force. It is much wiser for us to withdraw from Burma now than to leave after a military riot. By then, there will be chaos and many unimaginable things will happen. Amy, you should apologize to Mr. Zhao immediately." Amy shuddered as she imagined that scene, but she still grumbled to Zhaoan, "I'm sorry, I just didn't sleep well, I didn't mean to cause you any trouble. You are a magnanimous person, so please don't argue with a little girl like me." Zhaoan was not a stingy person, so he said, "I don't have time to argue with you. We are now on the same side, and we are on the brink of crisis. Only after passing the border checkpoint and returning to the country will we be safe. By the way, did you take the key I gave you yesterday?" Amy smiled proudly and said, "If what you said is true, Myanmar is really unsafe, then I have foresight. Yesterday afternoon, in order to prevent Luo Juanhao, that bastard, from causing trouble, I contacted a truck to load the raw stones and arranged for them to be transported back to China overnight. I'm afraid they have passed the border checkpoint by now, Zhaoan freed one hand, gave Amy a thumbs up and said, "You are amazing. Even a blind cat can catch a dead mouse." Amy snorted, but didn't argue with him. The three of them didn't say anything else. Zhaoan placed real eyes along the way, paying extra attention, and drove the car very fast, just to get across the border before 6 o'clock. Fortunately, there were no dangerous incidents along the way. Except for refueling once, Zhaoan drove quickly all the way and finally passed the border inspection stations of Ruili and Muse City before dawn and returned to China safely. After crossing the border, Aiqingru drove back to the city and checked into the Yujing Hotel where Zhaoan had stayed before. Zhaoan stayed in his original room because he had not checked out before. Aiqingru booked another room and lived opposite Zhaoan. The three of them, tired from traveling all night, could finally rest. This trip to Myanmar ended successfully. Although I had to flee in a panic at the end, I still gained a lot of high-quality jadeite raw stones. These are huge piles of money. As long as you cut these raw stones, you will make a lot of money. So what do the few difficulties and setbacks in it matter? Chapter 34, Rough Stone Cutting Market Soars. Zhaoan was awakened by a phone call. He rushed back to China overnight. How could he sleep well? Zhaoan picked up the phone angrily and was ready to yell at the caller, but he lost his temper instantly. The caller was Zhaoan's girlfriend, the flower of the police force Li Ziyuan. "Hey, baby, why did you think of calling me?" Zhaoan asked with a smile. Li Ziyuan on the other end of the phone yelled angrily, "You bastard, you stinky bastard, you disappeared for so many days and I can't get through to you on the phone. Where on earth have you been?" This is a big temper. It seems that the old saying that young people have three fires is indeed true. It has only been a few days since the fire was put out, and it has risen 3 feet high. Zhaoan quickly apologized, "Don't be angry, baby. I had an emergency a few days ago and went to Myanmar. I sent you a text message to let you know where I was going, but my phone didn't have international roaming activated, so I didn't get back until last night. I just took a short break and was about to call you, but you called me first. This shows that we are indeed like two phoenixes flying together, but our hearts are connected. Who is in tune with you?" Li Ziyuan was obviously still angry and said, "I called you every day these days, but I never got through." Zhaoan laughed and said, Sorry, it was indeed my negligence. I will definitely activate international roaming next time so that you can contact me immediately next time. Don't be angry, I will be back tomorrow morning at most. Don't be angry, I have prepared a big surprise for you. In fact, there is no surprise, it is just a delay. First get through this wave, the rest is not difficult. Li Ziyuan said, "What surprise? Just don't be scared. By the way, are your parents coming with you?" Zhaoan sighed, "Well, no matter how hard I tried to persuade them, they just wouldn't agree to move to Jiancheng with me. They also said that people who leave their hometowns are inferior and so on. It was impossible to communicate with them, so I went to Ruili by the way. As a result, a boss insisted on taking me to inspect the mines in Myanmar. I couldn't refuse, so I had to go with him. Because it was a sudden decision, I didn't call you at the time, and accidentally neglected my little baby. Damn it. Humph, who knows whether you did it on purpose or not." Li Ziyuan warned, "Anyway, if you do this again next time, be careful or I won't be able to stop myself and punch you in the head." It was still unclear who would beat whom. With Zhaoan's current tenfold physical fitness, he could beat up 6 professional bodyguards in Mandalay without any effort, even though Li Ziyuan was the provincial champion in free fighting and his fighting skills were better than Zhaoan's. However, Zhaoan's strength, speed, endurance, defense, and even recovery ability are 10 times that of ordinary people. With the saying one force can defeat 10 skills, I'm afraid that 10 Li Ziyuans would not be enough to defeat Zhaoan now. But girls are not meant to be beaten, it's too late to feel the pain. Zhaoan responded repeatedly, yes, I understand. My dear wife, do you have any other instructions? If not, can you let me go and wash first? Li Ziyuan sneered and said, "It's okay, kneel down and be at peace." Yes, Zhaoan cooperated wisely, hung up the phone and prepared to wash up. At this time, there was a quick knock on the door. When I opened the door, it was Amy. Amy held her phone and said excitedly, Zhaoan, your information is really accurate. The Burmese military really launched a military riot early this morning, took control of the president and congressional leaders, and announced military control over Myanmar. You can see that it was reported on Tushio today. Fortunately, we rushed back overnight, otherwise the consequences would be really disastrous. Zhaoan chuckled and said, "It's you who has suffered the consequences. I guess you're disappointed that they didn't sell you to a black coal mine." Amy said with a tangled face, "I'm sorry, I apologized to you last night, why are you still not letting it go? You deserve it." Aiqingru, who opened the door opposite, scolded with a smile, "I told you not to dare to act so recklessly in the future." Mr. Zhao is a generous man and will not bother with you. If you meet someone who is vindictive in the future, he will beat you to death. I know. Amy was about to cry because of grievance. She said with tears in her eyes, I will never dare to do it again. By the way, are you hungry? I'll make you some instant noodles. This topic of driving without a car is too embarrassing. Who would have the mood to eat your instant noodles if they don't eat the meals provided 24 hours a day in a star-rated hotel? Aiqingru and Zhaoan looked at each other and smiled. Let's go quickly and go to the restaurant to eat. After the meal, there will be a pile of raw stones waiting for us to unlock. After dinner, the three of them drove to a stone-cutting site. Jessica and the others had been waiting there for a long time. When Aiqingru got out of the car, she looked around at the various raw stones piled up on the site and the cutting machines that were being sharpened. She felt very satisfied and said with a smile, let's get started. Let's get started. The workers turned on the power switch, and more than a dozen machines started to roar. The wide saw blades, which had been thirsty for a long time, turned rapidly and sawed on the stone. The sawing dust was washed by water and turned into mud, splashing everywhere, but no one cared about it. The bright green patches in the sawed cracks were the focus of people's attention. It's green, a worker shouted, and it's the emerald green of glass. There's nothing to be surprised about. People who are familiar with Zhaoan are silently saying in their hearts, basic practice, don't be stupid. Aiqingru was not surprised at all. She leisurely sat on a lounge chair in the shade with Zhaoan and introduced her besties and secretaries to Zhaoan. The tall one is Anqi, who is responsible for legal work. The one with short hair is Shanshan, who is responsible for my daily arrangements. The one with big breasts is Bobby, who is responsible for collecting and organizing information. Zhaoan took a closer look and found that it was indeed big, round and white. Bobby looked at Zhaoan in shame and anger and said, what are you looking at? Do you want to touch it? Zhaoan said awkwardly, some other time. Some other time. Bobby rushed towards Aiqingru and said, yours is also very big. Why didn't you mention it when you introduced yourself? Aiqingru quickly dodged and said with a smile, don't come over here, or I will really touch you if you come over here. Bobby stamped his feet and put his hands on his waist and said, I hate you. I won't pay any attention to you. Little did he know that this posture made the majestic mountains look even more upright. After a while, a worker came over with a piece of cut jadeite. It was a high green glass type jadeite. Aiqingru looked at it and nodded with satisfaction, saying, the waterhead is good, and the flesh is also good. Jessica, give me a good market price, and then pack it up. Jessica took out a caliper and an electronic scale, and after weighing it carefully, she marked the blank with a number, then recorded the number data and valuation on a spreadsheet, and finally instructed the workers to wrap it with foam and put it in a container. Cut jade rough stones were brought in one after another. Aiqingru only took a look at them at the beginning, and later she didn't even look at them, because these raw stones were all carefully selected by Zhaoan in the mining area, and the estimates given by his true eyes were all very high for the jade raw stones, so the jade cut out was naturally the best of the best. Once, twice, it will weaken, and third time, it will be exhausted. The top quality jadeite is bright in color, crystal clear, and moisturizing, but if you look at it too much, you will get aesthetically fatigued, so Aiqingru simply stopped looking at it and left it all to Jessica. Zhaoan was confident because he had picked out these raw stones himself. He knew exactly what kind of texture they were and how much they were worth, so there was no need to look at them again. Moreover, Zhaoan was confident in Jessica's professionalism, so there was no need to look at them again. Moreover, Zhaoan did not really value things like jadeite and jade. They were not as valuable as real gold and silver. He could not understand why so many people were chasing after them. It might be due to hype. However, since the reform and opening up, the price of these things has been getting higher and higher. It is hard to say the specific reason. Professional matters should be left to professionals. The board people started chatting and talked about the current situation in Myanmar. Bobby said with a smile, after the Myanmar Defense Forces took over the Myanmar political situation, they were opposed by the whole world and even their own people. I am afraid that Myanmar will be turbulent for a long time. The turbulent situation will inevitably affect the import and export trade of jadeite. I noticed that starting from this afternoon, the jadeite rough stones and relief started to rise slightly, and it is expected that there will be a trend of continued rise in the next few days, and the increase is also very strong. As a financial assistant, Amy keenly grasped the key point of this information and said, in other words, this batch of jadeite we have opened will be enough to dominate the entire high-end jadeite market. Bobby nodded and said, yes, I have also paid attention to the inventory of major shopping malls. In a month at most, their high-end jadeite inventory will be out of stock. If we can open enough jadeite this time, we will be able to take over the entire market and dominate the entire high-end jadeite market. Aiqingru's stores will be greatly expanded, and it is just around the corner to fulfill the bet of doubling in 1 year. If we operate well, it is possible to even surpass it. And she continued, then, we can counter AI Liangye and his mother, take over the entire AI family, and drive them out of the house. I'm looking forward to this scene. Aiqingru showed a faint smile on her face, full of yearning for her future life. Zhaoan was filled with endless emotion. The grudges between the rich and powerful are really a good show. Talk is talk, noise is noise. Although Aiqingru was very beautiful and attractive, Zhaoan only regarded her as a friend, or even a partner. After all, he and Li Ziyuan have already established a relationship, and a treasure girl like Li Ziyuan is something Zhaoan can only meet once in a while. And the lesson he learned from Yang Yakan was the painful experience of being treated as a backup and having multiple relationships at the same time. He didn't want to be that kind of person. Otherwise, what difference would there be between him and a scumbag like Yang Yakan? A scumbag? Ha, Zhaoan thought to himself. I won't be a scumbag, not at all. Chapter 35 1.5 billion received, farewell. They were busy until after 10 o'clock in the evening, and all the jadeite raw stones brought back from Myanmar were finally cut, appraised, packed and loaded, including the hundreds of raw stones that Zhaoan bought from Mandalay, which were also cut. Jessica reported to Aiqingru, Boss AI, all the rough stones have been cut. Among them, there are 406 pieces of high ice jadeite, 73 pieces of glass jadeite, 8 pieces of imperial green jadeite, and 3 pieces of emerald jadeite. The total estimated value of all the jadeite is 14.063 billion. With so much money, even if it was split in half, Zhaoan would get more than 7 billion yuan. In addition, there were 3 pieces of imperial green jadeite and 1 piece of emerald jadeite, which needed to be calculated separately, so Zhaoan would get even more money. Even though Zhaoan was mentally prepared, he couldn't help but be slightly shocked when he heard this number. Aiqingru took the list from Jessica, glanced at it casually, then handed it to Zhaoan and said, take a look and see if the numbers are correct. Zhaoan had no objection to the list and said, I still trust Mr. AI's character and Miss Jessica's professionalism. Aiqingru smiled and said, brothers should be clear about accounts. We didn't sign a contract before, we just made a verbal promise, which has no legal basis. And this amount of money is not a small sum. How can you trust me like this? Zhaoan sneered and said, I dare not say anything about others, but Mr. AI is a man who has done great things, and he has his own ambitions. Although I was poor and had never seen much of the world, I still have a clear mind about how to behave. Aiqingru laughed and said, you heard it too. This batch of jade is really important to me. It will play a crucial role in the upcoming battle. Whether I can take over the AI family depends on it. So what? So, Aiqingru said with a grin, so this batch of jadeite is my magic needle to stabilize the sea. It is reasonable for me to give you no less than your reward. And because you have played such a big role and made so much effort during this period, and you also advanced more than 30 million in Mandalay, I decided to increase your commission to 60%, and the jadeite you fished out of the water will also be calculated separately for you. But even so, I feel that I am taking advantage of you. How much is 60%? Zhaoan waved his hands and refused, no, that won't work. We agreed to split it in half, so we should split it in half now. Once a word is spoken, it cannot be taken back. You are paying me more money because you want me to owe you a favor. I don't want to get involved in your feuds. Aiqingru rolled her eyes and said, what kind of family feud is this? You've watched too many TV dramas. And who asked you to advance the 30 million in Mandalay? Now your investment ratio is higher than mine, so I'm not doing you a favor by giving you 60%. You deserve it. Really? Zhaoan asked doubtfully. Really? Aiqingru said sincerely, I have made enough money from this. Moreover, after this batch of jade is processed, the price will increase several times under our operation. You can calculate how much I can make. I feel bad for you. Indeed, Aiqingru's expenses on this trip were less than 20 million yuan, and the most valuable jadeite stones she got were fished out by Zhaoan from the Wulu River, without spending a penny. When Zhaoan bought the stones in Mandalay, Aiqingru and her friends were blocked in the hotel by Luo Juanhao, so Zhaoan still paid for the goods, so he still suffered a loss. But the account cannot be simply calculated like this. Aiqingru has also invested a huge amount of manpower and material resources, as well as personal connections. Therefore, it is reasonable to give Zhaoan 60%. Moreover, the total estimated value of this batch of jade is over 14 billion. Even if Zhaoan takes 60% of it, Aiqingru can still earn more than 5 billion, not to mention the high profits from processing it into finished products. Zhaoan thought about it and felt that what Aiqingru said made sense, so he said, "Okay, then, let's do as you say." Aiqingru smiled awkwardly and said, "Let's stop here with the principles, but I still have an unwelcome request to tell you." Zhaoan smiled and said, "After all, we are close friends who have been through thick and thin together. If you have something to say, just say it directly. Don't be so pretentious." Aiqingru said discouragedly, "We have to transport this batch of jadeite tonight, but our working capital is not enough to pay you the full amount. We can only pay you a small portion of the 8.5 billion yuan in advance." Zhaoan frowned and asked, 500 million? Aiqingru said hurriedly, 500 million is not enough, it's 1.5 billion. We will hold exhibitions, open branches, upgrade flagship stores and so on, so we can only pay you 1.5 billion at most at present, and we will pay you the remaining 7 billion slowly after the pre-sale. During this period, we will calculate the interest for you. What do you think of this plan?" As she spoke, she put her hands together, as if begging him. In fact, there was another reason Aiqingru didn't tell her. Due to the political turmoil in Myanmar, the price of jadeite will inevitably be affected. The valuation is based on the comparison with the price in previous years, so there is still a difference with the actual selling price. Zhaoan could understand this. After all, in business, funds are always rolling. It is normal for upstream and downstream parties to have a payment period. If such a large capital transaction is paid in person like buying vegetables, the business will probably not be able to grow. So Zhaoan smiled and said, "Sure." Aiqingru's eyes lit up with joy instantly, and she asked excitedly, "Really? With so much money, are you really willing to let me owe you?" Zhaoan laughed and said, 1.5 billion is a lot. You gave me so much money at once, and I don't know how to spend it. To be honest, if you have the chance, you should take me to see the upper class and experience the extravagant life of luxury and see whether it is loneliness or decadence. Aiqingru narrowed her eyes into a crescent moon and smiled, "That's perfect. Let's go back and prepare. The Imperial Green Jade Super Exhibition will be held in Xinjiang next month. I will notify you of the specific time. Then I will take you to experience the peerless charm of Xinjiang, which is known as the Magic City." "It's a deal." Aiqingru also said happily, "It's a deal. I will definitely treat you well when the time comes. Don't break your promise." Zhaoan smiled and said, "Don't worry, I will bring my friends with me then." Then Aiqingru asked Amy to transfer money to Zhaoan, and Anchi wrote a note of debt to Zhaoan. Aiqingru signed her delicate name and stamped her handprint. A mechanical female voice sounded in Zhaoan's mind, "Gained a good luck value of 1.5 billion, good luck value plus 1.5 billion. Your True Eyes accumulated good luck value has reached 1.6 billion, meeting the upgrade conditions. Please choose to upgrade actively at the right time." Sure enough, with more than 1 billion good luck points, the Eye of True Vision can be upgraded to level 7, and level 7 also needs to be upgraded manually. I just don't know what functions will be added this time. Thinking about the powerful changes that level 6 has brought to me, this upgrade should be stronger and more abnormal. Zhaoan is vaguely looking forward to this upgrade. After the event, everyone got in the car, and Aiqingru drove Zhaoan back to the hotel. Before leaving, Aiqingru looked at Zhaoan with complicated eyes and said, "Thank you." Zhaoan smiled and said, "Why thank you? You've said thank you enough today. I'd feel embarrassed if you thank me again." Aiqingru said softly, "Thank you for doing so much for me. Thank you for accompanying me in this battle of fate. If I lose, your 7 billion may be lost. By then, I may also be doomed and will not be able to repay your debt. If you really can't pay it back, you can pay it back with your body." Zhaoan thought for a moment and said, "Although 7 billion is a lot, I have never seen so much money before, but because I have never seen it before, I won't feel too bad. It's okay, I believe in you. With your ability and skills, you will definitely win. If you can't, there is still me." Aiqingru was really moved by Zhaoan. During this period of time, her father was paralyzed in bed, her stepmother was pressing her younger brothers were fighting for the family wealth, and the rich young masters were trying to make money in sex. She had been under so much pressure that she couldn't breathe. It was not until today that she saw a glimmer of hope to turn defeat into victory. She approached gently, stood on tiptoe, and slowly approached Zhaoan with her beautiful face. She hugged Zhaoan gently and said, "Thank you, Zhaoan, thank you for everything you have done for me. I will not let your efforts go to waste, nor will I let your money go to waste. Goodbye." Zhaoan sniffed the wonderful aroma lingering in the air and stared blankly at Aiqingru driving away. It took him a long time to come back to his senses and yelled at the car going away, "Come on! Don't cheat me out of my money." Unfortunately, Aiqingru, who was far away, couldn't hear it. Chapter 36 3 Active Skills. Zhaoan returned to the room and spread out his left palm. The true eye, which was glowing like an illusory light, was embedded in his palm. The difference was that the true eye now had an additional upgrade option, as well as an introduction to this upgrade. After the upgrade, the true eye will double the host's overall physical fitness on the current basis, and add new active skills: healing, clarity, and weakness. Finally, there was an active skill. Zhaoan laughed loudly and clicked the upgrade option with his right hand. Suddenly, an electric current came from his left hand and spread all over Zhaoan's body in an instant. Then there was a burning pain all over his body, especially the brain, which was the nerve center. It was an excruciating pain. This time, Zhaoan's eyes turned black and he fainted on the ground. Even though he fainted on the ground, the eye of truth in the palm of his left hand continued to transmit transformation energy to Zhaoan, causing Zhaoan's unconscious body to still twitch as if he had been electrocuted. This process lasted for a full 10 hours. 10 hours later, the upgrade was completed and Zhaoan woke up slowly. When his mind took over his body, he felt his whole body was filled with explosive power. He stood up with a somersault and found that his body was much lighter. Moreover, he had already been cleansed once, so the impurities and toxins discharged this time were not many. But I still have to take a shower, so I take off my clothes and go into the bathroom, flushing the water while checking the upgraded True Eye. True Eye Level 7, Recyclable. You can deploy 8 True Eyes within a radius of 10,000 kilometers, which can detect 10 kilometers, including 1,000 meters underground. The True Eye allows you to see all hidden things. The True Eye will not be seen or detected by anything. The True Eye can mark the key targets that the host needs. The True Eye provides the host with 20 times stronger physical fitness. Newly added, Healing, Clear, Weakness. Go collect your good luck to upgrade your True Eye. The following are the specific introductions to the 3 skills. Healing, you can cast a healing spell on any target within the True Eye range to restore his vitality. This can be cast once a day. Clarity, you can cast clarity on any target within the True Eye range to restore his mental strength. This can be cast once a day. Weakness, you can cast weakness on any target within the True Eye range to reduce his vitality. You can cast it once a day. It feels like a real-life summoner skill. It would be even better if it had teleport, flash, and respawn. Do you want to try it? Zhaoan inserted the True Eye and cast a healing spell on himself. Zhaoan immediately felt a coolness that spread from his head to the soles of his feet, but he didn't feel anything else. He then cast a clarity spell on himself, and immediately felt refreshed and very excited. The effect is good. As for weakness, don't use it on yourself. Leave it to those who need it. Ha ha. After taking a shower and getting dressed, Zhaoan went to a restaurant, had a delicious meal, and called Wei Xiang, asking him to meet him at the hotel. Although the function of the True Eye is becoming more and more powerful, and Zhaoan's physical fitness is far beyond that of ordinary people, he can't do everything by himself. A hero needs 3 helpers. Aiqingru has 5 secretaries, so he should also train a good tool to use. So Zhaoan packed his luggage and went to the hotel lobby to check out. Soon Wei Xiang arrived, bringing with him a burly man in his 30s. Zhaoan met him in the hotel lobby. Wei Xiang came up and introduced with a smile, "Boss, this is my cousin, a retired Army Special Forces soldier. I brought him here to see if you can give him a chance to work for you." Zhaoan pointed to the sofa in the hotel lobby and said, "Sit down and talk." Wei Xiang's cousin sat down and said, "Hello, boss. My name is Wang Bing. Please take care of me." Zhaoan smiled calmly and said, "Don't be too polite. You are Wei Xiang's cousin, so I will give you some face. I heard that you are a retired soldier in the army. How many years did you retire?" In China's military system, soldiers serve for a certain number of years, so when many soldiers are discharged, they are asked how many years they served. Officers are judged by their positions and ranks, such as captain, colonel, etc. Wang Bing said, "I was discharged from the army after 12 years, and my rank when I retired was sergeant." Wei Xiang smiled awkwardly and said, "Boss, this is what happened. When my cousin retired from the army also gave him hundreds of thousands of resettlement funds. But as soon as he retired, my cousin's wife insisted on getting a divorce. You know, during the period of active service, the man is not at fault and cannot get a divorce. As soon as he was discharged from the army, the woman started to make a scene every day. My cousin had no choice but to agree. And for the sake of the child, he finally chose to leave the house and gave all his military pay and the salary he had saved over the years to the mother and daughter. Zhaowen said with some emotion, he is a man, loyal and righteous, neither humble nor arrogant. In this way, can you drive? Wang Bing said, yes, driving is a necessary skill for special forces. I have 10 years of driving experience. Oh, it turns out you are an old driver. Zhaowen nodded and smiled, okay, let's do this. I'll let you be my driver and bodyguard for the time being. For the time being, I'll give you 200,000 yuan as a resettlement allowance to help you take care of the elderly at home. Is that enough? Wang Bing nodded hurriedly and said, that's enough, thank you, boss. Zhaowen waved his hand and said, it's okay. You work for me, and my wife is divorced. I have to take care of the elderly at home. This is what a qualified person should do. As for salary, I will give you 30,000 yuan per month. If you perform well, it can be increased to 50,000 yuan. At the end of the year, there will be a year-end bonus. This bonus is 500,000 yuan at the bottom, and there is no upper limit, so more than 1 million yuan is not impossible. Do you think it's okay? Yes, that's absolutely true. You know, even the county magistrate of an ordinary county only gets this much salary, not to mention the year-end bonus of more than 500,000 yuan. Wang Bing opened his mouth wide and said in astonishment, boss, are you sure you want to give me a monthly salary of 30,000 and a year-end bonus of 500,000? Zhaowen smiled and said, the 30,000 yuan monthly salary is only temporary and will increase in the future. As for the year-end bonus, it depends on your performance. But I can give you a bottom line. 500,000 yuan, no more, no less. Wang Bing stood up excitedly, bowed deeply to Zhaowen and said sincerely, thank you, boss. I will follow you from now on. Zhaowen said with a smile, what do you mean by mixed up? I am not a gangster. You are doing a decent job. It is only natural to get paid for doing things. The emperor does not lack hungry soldiers, right? Wang Bing blushed and said, yes, boss, I will work for you from now on. If you have any difficulties or troubles that are difficult to handle, please leave them to me. Okay. Zhaowen saw Wei Xiang's hopeful eyes, laughed and patted his shoulder and said, you too, if you are willing to work with me, the treatment will be the same as Wang Bing's, 200,000 yuan for resettlement, 30,000 yuan monthly salary, and 500,000 yuan year-end bonus. Do you think you can accept it? Yes, it's absolutely amazing. Wei Xiang also said excitedly, boss, what kind of job do I have? You know, when Wei Xiang was doing the kind of brokerage business he did before, he could only make 2,000 to 3,000 yuan a month, at most 5,000 to 6,000 yuan, but when he was unlucky, there would be several days without any money coming in. Zhaowen offered him 30,000 yuan a month, so there was no reason for Wei Xiang to refuse, not to mention that Wei Xiang had seen Zhaowen's skills and strength with his own eyes. Following such a boss, even if it was just to make a living, was good. Zhaowen thought for a moment and said, there is no specific job for now, so you can be my assistant first. Let's go to the bank first. The three of them walked towards the underground garage. Wei Xiang pushed Zhaowen's luggage. Zhaowen pressed the key in his hand, and the trunk of the Escalate opened automatically. Wei Xiang put the luggage in. Zhaowen handed the key to Wang Bing and asked, can this car be driven? Looking at the domineering and tough body of the Escalate in front of him, Wang Bing nodded silently and said, no problem, boss. Then I'll leave it to you. Zhaowen opened the passenger door and got in. The other two also got in the car and drove to a nearby bank. Arriving at the bank, Zhaowen walked to the counter and withdrew 500,000 yuan. He took 2 black bags, put 200,000 yuan in each, and handed them to Wang Bing and the other man, saying, take the 200,000 yuan as resettlement allowance back home and arrange your family affairs. We are leaving Ruili today. Wei Xiang and Wang Bing took the money and said repeatedly, thank you, boss. Zhaowen smiled and said, I still have some business to do at the bank. You can drive my car back and pick me up here in an hour. Is that okay? Wei Xiang smiled flatteringly and said, our home is just on the edge of the city. It only takes an hour to go there and back, or at most half an hour. Go ahead. Watching the two leave, Zhaowen went back to the counter to apply for VIP services. He had always envied Amy and the others for having bank cards that could transfer large amounts of money. Ordinary cards have a limit on transfers, so this time Zhaoan took the opportunity to upgrade his bank card permissions to avoid being told that he did not have enough permissions when he needed to transfer money. That would be so embarrassing. As for giving the money in the car to Wei Xiang and the others to drive back, there is actually no need to worry about him running away. The True Eye's newly added weakness technique has not yet found a target to use. If Wei Xiang really dares to betray, it will be a good opportunity to test the effect of the weakness technique. The bank manager upgraded Zhaoan's authority and upgraded his bank card to a Supreme Black card. Zhaoan also applied for an additional card and planned to give it to Li Ziyuan for use. It is a man's responsibility to earn money for his wife to spend. In addition, Zhaoan used his ID card to open a new card and deposited 10 million into it. This card was intended for his parents. They had worked hard all their lives, and it was time for their son to earn money to support them in their old age. On the other side, Wang Bing and Wei Xiang were driving an Escalade on their way home. Wang Bing finally asked the question in his mind, "Cousin, what does this boss do? He drives such a nice car and is so generous. He can't be a drug dealer." Wei Xiang laughed loudly and said, "What the hell is selling fans? You really think too much. Does our boss need to sell fans? I tell you, Boss Xiao's business makes much more money than selling fans. Last time I followed him for a day, I saw that he made more than 30 million. Even the 200,000 I took home last time was a reward from the other boss. What kind of business is this?" Wang Bing said, "I can't do anything that's against the law. Gambling on Jade, do you know anything about gambling on Jade?" Wei Xiang said with a proud look on his face, "Boss Zhao is a master of gambling on Jade." No, just a master is not enough to describe him. He should be called the god of gambling on Jade. Almost every jadeite rough stone he points out can produce top-quality jadeite. Each piece is worth tens of millions. Buyers are vying to buy it. The scene of scrambling to pay is unforgettable. Then he turned his head and looked at Wang Bing and smiled, "That's it, do you think it's legal?" After resolving his doubts, Wang Bing no longer had any objections and was full of anticipation about working for Zhaoan. Think about Wei Xiang. He used to be a small gangster, struggling in the jade market, and only made 2,000 to 3,000 yuan a month. But since he met Zhaoan, he first earned more than 10,000 yuan a day, and then received a reward of 200,000 yuan the next day. Today, the boss gave him 200,000 yuan as a settling-in fee without saying a word. What else is there to say? Just work hard and make sure you are worthy of the wages Zhaoan pays you. Chapter 37 Rage. Sure enough, in less than half an hour, Wei Xiang and Wang Bing had settled their family affairs and came to the bank to pick up Zhaoan as promised. Zhaoan had already completed the business he needed to do, got in the car, told Wang Bing the place name, and then put down the passenger seat and closed his eyes to rest. In fact, with Zhaoan's current energy, there was no need to rest his eyes, but now that he had a tool driver, he felt particularly good to sit in the passenger seat. I have to say, when Wang Bing said he had 10 years of driving experience, it was not fake at all. He was an experienced driver and his driving speed was very steady. The destination was the county town where Zhaoan's parents lived. Zhaoan originally wanted to take his parents to Jiangcheng on this trip back home, but the two elders refused to agree, so this trip to Ruili was made. Unexpectedly, with the powerful function of the real eye, after this trip, my net worth exceeded 10 figures, and my physical fitness was enhanced 20 times. I no longer feel dizzy and my eyesight is no longer blurry. I can drive 7 or 8 times a night without any effort. This time when he returned home, Zhaoan also planned to leave some money for his parents and set off for Jiangcheng. Since his parents were unwilling to go, Zhaoan would not force them. Although a forced melon can quench thirst, it is not sweet after all. The Cadillac drove to the downstairs of Zhaoan's house, and Zhaoan led the two of them down the driveway. "My hometown is right here. You wait in the car for a while. I'm going to visit my parents." Zhaoan went upstairs and arrived at his door. He knocked on the door a few times, but no one answered. Was there anyone at home? Zhaoan took out his cell phone and called his mother Lu Xiofan. After the call was connected, Zhaoan asked, "Mom, I'm back. Why is there no one at home? Where's my dad?" Lu Xiofan on the other end of the phone spoke in a hoarse and low voice for some reason. "Oh, son, you're back. Mom will be back soon. Please wait a moment." Zhaoan also heard something was wrong. Zhao's mother was a cheerful and optimistic person, and this was not her style of speaking, so he asked, "Mom, what's wrong with you? Did something happen?" Lu Xiofan stammered, "No, it's okay. What could possibly happen? If you have something to do, go do it first. Otherwise, go play somewhere else. Your dad and I won't be back until we get off work. Jiawen didn't understand. It was obvious from his mother's words that she wanted to send him away. This was a little strange, so he kept silent and directly inserted the true eye to search for Lu Xiufen within a range of 10 kilometers. His vision immediately turned to Jiawen's mother Lu Xiufen, and he saw Lu Xiufen sitting in front of a hospital bed and calling him. On the bed, there was a man with gauze wrapped all over his head and body. It was Jiawen's father Zhao Deshang. Father is injured? Jiawen was shocked and asked Lu Xiufen, Mom, tell me the truth, where are you? Lu Xiufen said, Why are you asking so many questions? I have something else to do, so I'll hang up first. Beep, beep, beep. Listening to the busy tone on the phone, Jiawen looked at Lu Xiufen's worried face and his true eye vision and felt that things were not that simple. Lu Xiufen didn't say anything, obviously because she didn't want to cause trouble for Jiawen. Jiawen went downstairs with a gloomy face, sat in the passenger seat of the Escalade, and directed Wang Bing to drive directly to the hospital. When they arrived at the hospital's inpatient department, Jiawen got out of the car with a gloomy face. Seeing that something was wrong, Wang Bing and the other man hurriedly followed him, went up to the second floor, and entered the ward where Jiawen's father, Zhao Deshang, was. Just as Jiawen saw with his own eyes, Zhao Deshang's body was wrapped in gauze and he was hanging on in 4 drip, and his mother, Lu Xiufen, was accompanying him with a worried look on her face. Seeing Jiawen coming in, Lu Xiufen was first surprised, then panicked, and then she said anxiously, Son, why are you here? Jiawen suppressed his anger and asked, Mom, what's going on? Why did you hide the fact that Dad was in the hospital from me? Is there anything you can't tell me? Lu Xiufen lowered her eyelids and forced a smile as she said, I'm afraid you'll worry. It's okay. Your dad just fell off his bike. The doctor said he'll be fine after a few days of hospitalization. It's nothing serious. Don't worry. Jiawen looked at his father lying on the bed with his eyes closed. His breathing was steady and he looked fine, but this injury. Jiawen looked at Lu Xiufen and said, My dad's injuries don't look like they were caused by a fall. Mom, tell me the truth, how did my dad get injured? Lu Xiufen said hastily, Kid, how can your mother lie to you? Your father was injured when he fell off his bike. Mom, what are you afraid of? Jiawen said angrily and depressedly, Just tell me the truth, what's the matter? The injuries from the fall are just a few scratches, but Dad has so many wounds on his body, it's obvious that he was beaten. Tell me the truth, what happened? Lu Xiufen stood up uneasily, holding Jiawen's hand and said, Your father's injury is not serious, he will be fine after a few days in the hospital. Son, listen to my advice, don't ask too many questions, it's really okay, just bear with it and it will pass. It seems that something really happened. Jiawen suppressed his anger and forced a smile, Mom, you know I'm not an impulsive person. Tell me what happened. Who beat my dad? If I can't afford to offend him, can't I just hide from him? Lu Xiufen sighed and told Jiawen what had happened. It turned out that the old neighborhood where Jiawen lived was facing shantytown reconstruction and was forced to be demolished. Demolition was originally a good thing, provided that the price could be negotiated. But the problem with this neighborhood was that the price could not be negotiated. The person in charge of the demolition was a man named Yao Shuesong. He used to be a gangster, extorting, stealing, and doing all kinds of shameful things. Then one day, he heard that there was money to be made in the excavator industry, so he bought a second-hand excavator and took the job. In recent years, with the improvement of the economic level, people in the county have had more and more construction demands, such as building rural roads, farmers' homesteads, and even relocating graves. As a result, Yao Shuesong has more and more work to do, and his business is getting bigger and bigger. He buys excavators one by one, and each one is bigger than the last. In recent years, a construction company was established to take on large projects. This was not the time for the county's shantytown renovation, and Yao Shuesong successfully took over the job with his connections. However, there was a stubborn householder in the neighborhood where Jiawen's parents lived. The man's surname was also Zhao, and according to seniority, Jiawen had to call him second uncle. But this second uncle made huge demands, wanting more houses and more money. As a result, the price could not be negotiated, Yao Shuesong's project could not be started, and the funds he had advanced could not be recovered in time. So Yao Shuesong sent a few of his men who specialized in doing dirty work to beat up his uncle, but he didn't expect that these bastards happened to run into Zhao Deshang, who was leaving the house when they arrived. When they asked his last name, they beat him up without saying anything. After the beating, they threatened him, If you don't sign the demolition consent form, we will kill your whole family. Little did they know that Jiawen's family had already signed the consent form, and this group of people just beat the wrong person. After understanding the whole story, Zhaoan asked Lu Xiufan calmly, "Did you call the police?" Lu Xiufan said worriedly, "No, it's not a big deal, just don't worry about it." Zhaoan ignored him and continued to ask, "They beat the wrong person. Have they come to apologize and paid the medical expenses?" Lu Xiufan was also a little angry and said, "How could these bastards come to apologize, let alone the medical expenses? Your father's medical expenses were paid with the money you left last time. He paid 10,000 yuan when he was admitted to the hospital. He has been staying here for 2 days now, and he is only a little more stable today." Zhaoan felt angry and depressed. He was angry at this group of people who bullied his parents. He was depressed at the healing skills he had just learned. He had tried it this morning and he could have used it to treat Zhao Deshang to relieve his pain. Zhaoan suppressed his anger and said to Lu Xiufan calmly, "How about this, Mom? You stay with Dad first. I'll go out and buy some things." As the saying goes, no one knows a son better than his mother. Seeing Zhaoan's calm words, Lu Xiufan immediately took his hand and said, "Son, forget it. Don't worry about it. Don't fight with them. You can't win." Zhaoan narrowed his eyes and smiled, "Mom, I'm just going downstairs to buy some things. I'll be back soon. Who am I fighting with?" Lu Xiufan was still worried and said, "Listen to my advice. Your dad only has minor skin injuries. He will be fine in a few days. Just take a break and rest. Don't cause any more trouble." Zhaoan smiled and said, "I know, what do you want to eat? I'll buy it for you." Under Lu Xiufan's skeptical gaze, Zhaoan left the ward, with Wang Bing and Wei Xiang following closely behind. Standing at the hospital entrance, Zhaoan's face was as gloomy as water. He turned his back to Wang Bing and asked calmly, "Is fighting okay?" Wang Bing also had a general understanding of the matter and said, "It won't be a problem to beat 10 of them." Zhaoan looked at Wei Xiang. Wei Xiang was frightened by Zhaoan's murderous eyes and took a step back. He said angrily, I can only fight one." Zhaoan narrowed his eyes and said, "Okay, then you drive." After saying that, Zhaoan placed a relay to search for Yao Shuason. He instructed Wei Xiang to drive, and he and Wang Bing sat in the back seat, heading straight for Yao Shuason's company. This Yao Shuason is simply a bully. Not only did he beat his father for no reason, but he also beat the wrong person and now he has not even apologized. His parents were honest and dutiful people, and they were always careful not to cause any trouble. But now, because the other party mistook him for someone else, he was beaten to the point of being hospitalized. This was something Zhaoan absolutely could not tolerate. No matter who it is, I guess no one would be able to tolerate it. Everyone has a temper, not to mention that when a common man gets angry, blood will splatter 5 steps away. Zhaoan cursed fiercely in his heart, "Mr. Yao, just wait for me." Chapter 38. Why don't you buy a life base as a backup? The Escalade was parked steadily at the entrance of Yao Shuason's company. It was called a company, but in fact it was just an office located on the outskirts of the city. There were several excavators placed at the entrance, with their buckets raised high, looking very imposing. If someone needs to get some work done, they come over to negotiate the business, and then a tow truck will come to tow the excavator over, and then tow the excavator back when the work is done. As soon as Zhaoan entered the room, he asked, "I have a big project to do, where is your boss?" A middle-aged man with a big belly said, "I am the boss." "How big is your project and where is it located? Are you Yao Shuason?" In fact, Zhaoan had already known his identity through the true eye. Zhaoan glanced at him and said calmly, "It's not a big project, but it's not a small one either. I want to dig a living base. Will you take this job?" Xingji means Xingfen, which means that the living people build a grave for themselves in advance, which can be used to pray for blessings, avoid disasters, and prepare for emergencies. Yao Shuason sneered and thought it was a big job. The excavator would finish it in 10 minutes. But even a mosquito leg is still meat, so he said calmly, "Dig wherever you want. If there is not much work, you will have to pay for the round-trip towing fee." Zhaoan found a chair, sat down, crossed his legs, and said arrogantly, "Money is not a problem, I have plenty of money, but you have to do the job well. I'm not short of money. As long as they have money, it's good." Facing such a wealthy customer, Yao Shuason laughed and said, "Don't worry, our workers are all graduates of Lanxiang Technical School and have more than 10 years of experience in the industry. It will be no problem for them to dig up a living base." Zhaoan smiled and said, "I don't really care what it turns out to be. It doesn't really matter to me. I'm also ordering it for a client, so I'm just afraid of the possibility that the client is not satisfied or happy after seeing it. You have to give me a guarantee. Yao Shuasong smiled and said, don't worry, it's just a living base. I promise I can dig it for you. No matter who uses it, I guarantee he will be satisfied. Okay. Zhaoan nodded and said, Boss Yao has given me a guarantee, so I feel relieved. Yao Shuasong laughed and said, where exactly did you dig it? Zhaoan curled his lips, looked at Yao Shuasong meaningfully and said, that depends on what Boss Yao wants. You can dig wherever you want and build as big as you want. I'll pay for it. Yao Shuasong instantly realized that Zhaoan was looking for trouble. His expression changed instantly and he said sternly, you bastard, are you looking for death here? Don't you see where you are? Are you tired of living? Then he shouted angrily to the upstairs, third brother, someone is causing trouble, call the brothers down. As soon as he finished speaking, Wang Bing, who had been standing at the door just now, rushed up, grabbed Yao Shuasong's hand and twisted it behind his back, and kicked him in the knee with the tip of his toe. Suddenly, a piercing pain came. Unable to bear the pain, Yao Shuasong half knelt on the ground under the control of Wang Bing. At this time, a dozen people came down from upstairs quickly. Seeing Yao Shuasong being captured, they surrounded Zhaoan and the other man while cursing angrily, and shouted, let my brother go. You are looking for death. You dare to do it here. Don't you want to live? Seeing this, some people went to the toolbox outside, took out wrenches, pipe pliers and other things, and held them in their hands to show their strength. When Yao Shuasong saw his younger brother coming down, he said angrily, I don't know what grudge I have against you two, but you must let me go first, otherwise, you will never be able to leave this door. Zhaoan didn't show any fear on his face. He pointed at the group of people arrogantly and said coldly, my name is Zhaoan. The person you beat up in Chaoshi Lane yesterday was my father, Zhao Deshang. The person you were going to fight is called Zhao Xiaojiang. He is the person you are looking for. We have already signed the demolition consent form, but you guys beat me up without any reason. My father is lying in the hospital now. You hit the wrong person and didn't even apologize, so I, as your son, had no choice but to come to your door myself. I just want to hear if you have any opinions. If you really don't have any, I will take it myself. Yao Shuasong said coldly, it's a mistake, so what? Do you still want to ask me for medical expenses? In Yun County, as long as you didn't kill me, I can handle it. Zhaoan sneered and said, I know that Boss Yao is very capable and has a strong background, but when we are in the underworld, we should abide by the rules of the underworld. Yao Shuasong exclaimed, why, brother, I am also a gangster. I, Yao Shuasong, am also a well-known figure in this area. Let me go first, and then we can talk. It is said that the arrogant are afraid of the stupid, and the stupid are afraid of the desperate. Yao Shuasong has been in the underworld for many years, and he is not just a knight of violence. Seeing that Zhaoan and the other two are calm and composed, he is afraid that they are really from a prominent family. Therefore, it is better to ask clearly, so as not to really provoke some dragon that has crossed the river or a tiger that sits on the ground, which will be difficult to deal with. But Zhaoan didn't have any social background. He was simply confident in his own fighting ability. These 10 or so people were not enough for him to defeat alone. Zhaoan smiled faintly and said, you don't need to ask, I will give you a plan. Call all the people who beat my dad yesterday here, or call as many brothers as you have, and I will pick them all. It doesn't matter if you kill or injure me. Zhaoan stretched out his hand and pinched Yao Shuasong's chin, staring at him murderously and said, but if I win by chance, I will trouble Boss Yao to go to the hospital. Go kowtow and apologize to my innocent father, okay? Yao Shuasong thought, I have about 10 people here, and if I call in 20 or 30 street thugs. No matter how good you are at fighting, can you beat 40 or 50 people? If I can really beat such a dragon from across the river, why wouldn't I, Yao Ming, admit defeat? So Yao Shuasong sneered and said, since you have drawn the line, I, Yao Shuasong, will take it. Zhaoan signaled Wang Bing to let go and said with a faint smile, I'll give you 20 minutes to call someone. When the time is up, we'll start fighting. Third brother, call someone. Yao Shuasong shook his sore shoulders from Wang Bing's pressure and gave the order in a deep voice. Then more than 10 people present blocked the door, fearing that Zhaoan would run away. However, Zhaoan stared at Yao Shuasong and would not move as long as he didn't run away. He also said to Wang Bing, just watch for a while, no need to do anything, just watch Yao Shuasong for me, if he dares to run, catch him back for me. I will take care of the rest. Wang Bing said worriedly, why don't I do it? Even if it costs me my life, I will protect you. Zhaoan waved his hand and said, no, you just watch. I understand why a son of a wealthy family should not stay in the palace. And you also know that I won't do anything I'm not sure of. If I can't win, you can take action later. Just after 20 minutes, more people drove up one after another. Zhaoan squinted his eyes and shouted, Boss Yao, the people who beat my father yesterday are all here at the scene, right? Yao Shuasong said in a deep voice, it's all here. Zhaoan said frivolously, everyone, please step forward. I want to see what kind of bastards you are. Several men with unfriendly faces squeezed to the front of the crowd. One of the scarred men shouted, boy, don't be so proud. You will soon know what it means to come in vertically and leave horizontally. Zhaoan took out his cell phone, checked the time, and then gave it to Wang Bing for safekeeping. Then he took off his coat leisurely and said, time's up, we can start now. As soon as he finished speaking, the thugs rushed towards Zhaoan. Zhaoan moved, raised his foot quickly, and kicked the scarred man in the face. Duong! The kick made the scarred man's ears ring like a loud bell, and his head felt as violently as if it was hit by a hammer. Half of his face felt numb and had no feeling, and half of his teeth became loose as a result. While screaming, he flew out like a kite with a broken string. Zhaoan struck and ran away, then turned around and kicked the other thug to the ground. These people were the ones who attacked his father. Zhaoan didn't hesitate to attack them, punching and kicking them, and no one could escape the consequences of broken bones. Then he pulled another one over and slapped him several times in the face. These movements were so fast that the men were beaten badly before they could react. Zhaoan kept moving, dodging a steel pipe and punching the man on the chin. His teeth flew out with blood and foam. He grabbed the steel pipe with his other hand and threw it aside, then slapped the man in the face several times in a row and finally kicked him away. Then Zhaoan seemed to have eyes on the back of his head. He reached back with one hand and caught a fist that was attacking him. He pulled forward with all his strength and pushed his shoulder against his armpit, and the man flew up as if defying gravity. Zhaoan didn't let him go. He grabbed him by the neck with one hand and the belt with the other, and then threw him forward with both hands. The man was thrown into the crowd with a scream, and knocked down several thugs who were ready to fight. The group of people were also beaten into ferocity, picking up various weapons and shouting as they rushed towards Zhaoan. Zhaoan was not afraid, he kicked down one by one, and then kicked down two at a time. If there were 4 or 5 of them together, Zhaoan would suddenly jump up and knock them all down with a spinning kick. Even if there were 40 or 50 thugs, facing Zhaoan who was 20 times stronger and inhuman, they could only take the beating. Their movements were not as fast as Zhaoan's, and their strength was far less than Zhaoan's. Before their attacks could reach Zhaoan, they were slapped in the face. Those who used tools as weapons would be snatched away by Zhaoan and thrown aside. In a short while, all the thugs were knocked to the ground by Zhaoan, either with fists, palms, elbows or feet, and they lay on the ground wailing. Yao Shuasong looked at Zhaoan's prowess and was first surprised, then shocked. Finally, he looked at his little brother rolling on the ground in a panic. His expression could best be described as dumbfounded. When Zhaoan looked at him with murderous eyes, Yao Shuasong finally remembered to run away. But Wang Bing, who had been staring at him, could no longer hold back. He rushed forward, grabbed his arm and twisted it back, using more force this time. He simply twisted Yao Shuasong's arm and broke it, then captured him again. Zhaoan sat back on the chair without blushing or getting anxious, patted Yao Shuasong's face heavily and said, "Do you know what to do?" Yao Shuasong nodded reluctantly and said, "I know." Zhaoan smiled playfully and said, "Oh, what should I do?" Yao Shuasong blushed and said, "Go to the hospital right away and apologize to your father." "What else?" "There is also compensation for medical expenses, loss of work time, mental damage, etc." Yao Shuasong said. Zhaoan slapped him in the face and said, "Do I need your money?" "I mean in the future." Even though his face was swollen like a steamed bun, Yao Shuasong still said softly, "The compensation must be paid. If anything happens to your father in Yun County, you can ask me, Yao Shuasong, for help." This is a talented person who grasped the key point at once. It is impossible for a man like Zhaoan to keep an eye on such a small place every day, but he cannot do so without Yao Shuasong's guarantee. Yao Shuasong also knew that if he didn't make a promise today, Zhaoan would definitely not let him go. With such powerful fighting power, it would be too easy to kill him. Zhaoan picked up the clothes on the ground, but did not put them on. He just put them on his shoulders. He said to Yao Shuasong coldly, "I am very satisfied with your answer, so I will keep your life with you for now. If anything goes wrong with my parents one day, you better dig up the foundation and wait for them." After saying that, he called out to Wang Bing, stepped on the wailing hooligans on the ground, and swaggered out of the door. During the fight just now, Zhaoan was very measured in his attack. This group of thugs will have to stay in the hospital for at least 10 days or half a month before they can be discharged. The person who beat up his father will not be able to get out of bed for half a year. Some people will say, "That's your father, he was beaten like that, and you didn't retaliate by breaking his hands and feet. You are not a son, you are not worthy of being a human being, you are a coward." But Zhaoan had a scale in his heart. Although he had some extraordinary abilities, he did not have the strength to compete with the whole society. Now the scale is just right, not only teaching the other party a lesson, but also venting one's anger. Those who are clamoring to kill people, please avoid them. Chapter 39 Arrangements. Wei Xiang was driving on the way back, and he said excitedly, "Boss, I never thought you were such a good fighter. I originally thought that my cousin, who was born as a scout and special forces soldier, was at the peak of his power. I didn't expect you to be so powerful today. You knocked down these hooligans in no time." As he spoke, he gestured excitedly a few times. Zhaoan said unhappily, "Just drive your car. Why are you so excited? There's nothing to be excited about." Wei Xiang smiled flatteringly and said, "How can I not be excited? It's like watching a movie. Boss, have you ever practiced martial arts like Shaolin and Wudong before?" Wang Bing also echoed, "To be honest, the skills that the boss showed today are much stronger than many of our special forces. Our individual combat capability is generally only enough to deal with a dozen ordinary people. The stronger ones can only fight 17 or 18 at best, but if there are more, I'm afraid they won't be able to fight them." Zhaoan smiled calmly and said, "Well, it's not that mysterious. No matter how good you are at fighting, it's still the same. There is absolutely no comparison between personal force and the state apparatus. I went to Burma last week, and when I heard about the military uprising, I ran back in disgrace." Wei Xiang was surprised and said, "So the boss disappeared for a few days last time and went to Myanmar. By the way, should we go back to the hospital?" Zhaoan thought for a moment and said, "Let's not go for now. Let's find a place to eat first, or have a midnight snack." He thought that if Yao Shuasong was obedient, he should go to the hospital to apologize to his parents. If he ran into someone head-on, it would be difficult for him to explain to Lu Xiufen, so he simply didn't go. Anyway, there are real eyes everywhere, so if anything happens, I can rush over in time. I might as well find a place to eat and wait. In case Boss Yao doesn't go to apologize. It's a good opportunity to try out the effect of the weakness technique. Zhaoan found a roadside barbecue stall, ordered dozens of skewers, opened 2 cases of beer, and sat with Wang Bing and Wei Xiang, enjoying the busy street, eating meat and drinking. Sure enough, Yao Shuasong did not disappoint Zhaoan. Not long after, Zhaoan saw him and a few of his younger brothers appear in Zhao Deshang's ward, carrying fruit baskets and supplements. Seeing that the effect was very good and his goal was achieved, Zhaoan silently withdrew his true eye, stopped paying attention, and continued to eat his skewers. Soon, Lu Xiufen called Zhaoan's mobile phone. Zhaoan took a look and pressed the answer button. Lu Xiufen said, "Son, what did you do?" "Yao Shuasong came to the ward with a swollen face to see your father. He apologized and gave him gifts, and even paid the medical expenses before leaving." Zhaoan pretended not to know. "Oh, really?" Maybe he felt guilty and realized that he had hit the wrong person, so he came to apologize. "What does it have to do with me? I'm eating out. What would you like to eat and I can bring it back for you?" Lu Xiufen didn't believe it at all, but she also knew her son's ability. In her eyes, her son was not that capable of making a local tyrant like Yao Shuasong bow his head. So even though I was confused, I still said, "Mom has already eaten, you can eat it yourself. You have to be careful when you are outside, okay?" Okay, got it." After Zhaoan hung up the phone, he continued to chat with Wang Bing and the others about all sorts of things. When they were done, he found a hotel for them to stay in. Since he didn't have the key to his house, he also got a room and stayed there. The next morning, Zhaoan, feeling relieved, took Wang Bing and Wei Xiang to the hospital. Before dawn, Zhaoan inserted the Eye of True Vision in the hospital and gave his father Zhao Deshang a healing spell. As Zhao Deshang was sleeping, the bruises on his body disappeared at a speed visible to the naked eye, and the external injuries also scabbed over and fell off quickly. Only a faint, red scar remains. When Zhaoan arrived, Zhao Deshang had already started to move around. From a distance, I could hear him shouting, "I am all healed now, I can run and jump, and there is no sign of any wound. Why won't you let me leave the hospital?" Lu Xiaofan, who was standing by, advised with a displeased look on her face, "Old Zhao, just listen to the doctor and stay in the hospital for 2 more days for observation. When the examination is done, we will discharge you if there is no problem." Zhao Deshang said, "I can't stay here any longer. I'm going to get moldy if I stay any longer. I have to leave the hospital. I have to leave the hospital resolutely." The attending doctor said, "If you insist on being discharged, we will not be responsible for any subsequent problems." Zhaoan walked in and said with a smile, "Then let's follow my father's wishes and get him discharged from the hospital." Then he politely said to the doctor, "Thank you, doctor. You have worked hard these days. Anyway, we can leave Aureli at home and give Zhao Deshang a healing spell every day. From the looks of it, he will be fully recovered in 3 days at most. It's okay, it's as it should be." The attending doctor said, and signed the discharge certificate. Zhaoan took the certificate to the cashier to pay the bill, then led his parents out of the hospital. After leaving the hospital and sitting in Zhaoan's car, Lu Xiaofan used her hands to stroke the handmade leather seat of the Escalade. He sighed, "Son, this is the car you bought. The chair is so comfortable to sit in." Zhaoan put his arm around her shoulders and said with a smile, "It's comfortable, right? It costs more than 2 million yuan to land. This brand also has a bulletproof model. This is the special car that former US President Obama likes. If you like it, I will keep this car at home for you to drive. It just so happens that we can fly directly to Jiangcheng and avoid having to drive all the way back and endure the bumpy road." Lu Xiaofan was very happy to hear this, but she still said, "Your father and I can't drive, so what are you leaving it to me for? You should drive there. It will be more convenient if you have a car." Zhaoan smiled and said, "It's okay, Mom. I'll go back and buy another one. Besides, this car only has a temporary license plate now, and I don't want to drive it. I'll just buy another one later. You and my dad are still young, so you can go to a driving school and get a driving license. Besides, people in their 60s and 70s are signing up for driving lessons, so your age is just right for you." Zhao Deshang also agreed, "It's okay to get a certificate. You see, every household has a car now. It's convenient to drive with a license, but your mom and I can just buy a cheap car, so you should just drive this car away." Zhaoan took out the bank card he had prepared long ago from his bag and deposited 10 million yuan into it. He handed the card to Lu Xiaofan and said, "Mom, keep this card. It contains 10 million yuan. The password is my birthday. My family is about to be demolished. I don't think I can get much compensation for my 2-bedroom apartment. I was thinking that if you two don't want to go with me, you can use this money to buy a better and more spacious house so that it will be more convenient to live in the future." Lu Xiaofan was startled, holding the bank card, her hands were shaking slightly, and she said to Zhaoan with a hot face, "10 million? Son, where did you get so much money? Our family is clean and honest, and we are honest and upright. We cannot do anything illegal." She was also overly nervous, mainly because her daily life was too dull. She had lived a life of poverty and honesty all her life, and had never had the opportunity to see so much money. At first glance, holding so much money in your hand, it's inevitable that you'll feel a little hot. Zhaoan laughed and said, "Mom, just relax. The source of my money is clean and I won't do anything illegal. Our family is now prosperous, and we should enjoy a good life, but abiding by the law is a prerequisite." Zhao Deshang also said, "Just keep what the child gave you and save it for him to marry a wife in the future. The traditional thinking of the older generation is really laughable." Zhaoan said depressedly, "Dad, Mom, can you two stop being so stingy? When you have money, spend it when you should, buy a house when you should, and buy a big one, and choose good decorations. Even if you are getting married, you are from a small family, so people will look down on you, right?" He patted Wang Bing and Wei Xiang, who were sitting in the front row, and said, "It costs me several million yuan a year just to pay the salaries of these 2 people. You 2 elders have the money, so just spend it as much as you can. Don't think of saving it for me. The little money you save is not enough for me to pay other people's salaries and bonuses." Wei Xiang was also a smart guy, and he quickly agreed, "That's right, uncle and aunt, just take it with confidence. Mr. Zhao's ability to make money is such that even if you 2 elders spend 10 million a day, you still can't spend it all. If you don't spend it, then you will spend it on your future mother-in-law." Zhaoan patted him on the back of the head and scolded him with a smile, "You kid, you are just talking nonsense." Then he turned to Lu Xiaofan and said, "Okay, Mom, this matter is settled. Keep the money and spend it however you want. Once you spend it, I won't have any more." Not spending money is a feudal thought from the old society, which is absolutely unacceptable. What is that called? A miser. I will also leave the car to you. You can drive it after you pass the driving test. If you don't like this car, you can buy one yourself. As for the house, you guys can buy it. Whenever you miss me, just fly to Jiangqing to see me. I'll book you a flight. Lu Xiaofan finally put her worries to rest after she felt her son was right. I secretly decided to buy a big house so as not to lose face in front of my future in-laws. And now that you are rich, are you still worried about not being able to find a good wife? Little did he know that Zhao Wen's current girlfriend is the best candidate for daughter-in-law. Li Ziyuan is beautiful and generous, with a great figure and skills. Zhao Wen sent his parents back home, then went out again and withdrew 1 million yuan from the bank. He put it in a briefcase and came to Yao Shuesong's company again. This time, there were almost no people in Yao Shuesong's company, probably because they were all in the hospital. Zhao Wen walked straight in, kicked open the office door, and saw Yao Shuesong lying on a small bed recuperating with half of his face wrapped in gauze. When Yao Shuesong saw that it was Zhao Wen, the powerful killer, he jumped down from the cot and said weakly, Mr. Zhao, is there anything else? Zhao Wen smiled contemptuously and said, What are you afraid of? As long as you don't provoke me, I won't hit you again. Yao Shuesong responded, Yes. Zhao Wen threw the bag on the ground and said, Here is 1 million yuan, it's for you. I don't mean anything else, I just want you to help me look after my parents and don't let them get bullied. You don't need to worship them like your ancestors. As long as you keep an eye on them, they won't interfere with your business. Yao Shuesong has been in the local area for so many years that he has a net worth of several million, but he has so many younger brothers to support, so 1 million is not a small sum for him. Giving him 1 million just for taking care of something, this business is really expensive. But Yao Shuesong was still worried and said, Isn't 1 million too much? You can give me 100,000 or 80,000 yuan so that we can buy a pack of cigarettes. Even though 1 million was given to him like that, he still knew that the money was not so easy to get. Zhao Wen understood what he was worried about, and said with a smile, You think too much, I don't have any enemies, just don't let those ignorant people disturb my parents' peaceful life, don't worry about the rest. I am also doing a legitimate business, 1 million is nothing to me, if you do well, it is not impossible to give you another 1 million. Do you understand? I understand. Yao Shuesong responded repeatedly. Having achieved his goal, Zhao Wen turned and left, maintaining the image of a domineering master. The purpose of doing this is very simple, it is nothing more than giving a slap in the face and then giving a sweet date. Zhao Wen believes that this time Yao Shuesong will be more dedicated. I don't often stay in my hometown, and my parents suddenly took the 10 million yuan I gave them. It's inevitable that some villains or shameless relatives would be concerned about it. If anything unpleasant happens, it will only add burden to the parents. Although he had a bad experience with Yao Shuesong, he was completely conquered by Zhao Wen's force, and with the 1 million yuan reward from Zhao Wen. I believe that when Zhao Wen's parents encountered difficulties, they would be helped by such a local tyrant. It would be much better than the situation where Zhao Wen was out of reach, so in Zhao Wen's opinion, the 1 million was absolutely worth it. Any problem that can be solved with money is not a problem. Chapter 40, Get out, you dog. That afternoon, Zhao Wen boarded a plane back to Jiangcheng, taking Wang Bing and Wei Xiang with him. They sat in the spacious and comfortable seats in the first-class cabin, enjoying the enthusiastic and considerate service of the Air China stewardess, and felt that it was great to be rich. Wei Xiang was touching here and there like a bumpkin, and felt very curious about riding on an airplane. Wang Bing, on the other hand, was much calmer because he had ridden on an airplane before, but it was a passenger plane, which was much more comfortable to sit on than the transport plane he used for parachuting. In the end, Zhao Wen left the Escalade at home, so as soon as he got off the plane, Zhao Wen wanted to take a taxi and go to the 4S store to buy a car. Jiangcheng is a first-tier city in China, and it is estimated that in addition to rare models that are limited to 5 or 10 units worldwide, there are probably other luxury cars. However, Zhao Wen was not very familiar with this place. After all, when he was in Jiangcheng before, his assets were not enough to access these things, so it was necessary to find someone who was familiar with these things to help him lead the way. So Zhao Wen, sitting in the taxi, called Li Shui, thinking that this guy was a rich second generation in Jiangcheng after all, and it would be much easier to have him accompany him to buy a luxury car. Besides, he hadn't seen this brother for a long time, so even if he didn't buy a car, he should find a chance to catch up with him, lest this guy get drunk in the arms of luxury and forget about leaving. Hello, brother, what's the matter? When the call was connected, Li Shui's voice sounded a little dull. Zhao Wen joked, What's wrong with you? You look listless. Are you physically drained? Li Qiushui said, nothing. Are you calling me for something? I'm afraid it's not convenient for me today. It's not convenient, forget it, Zhaoan said. I went back to my hometown a few days ago and just came back today. I don't have any other intentions. I just wanted to talk to you and catch up. We can do it another day. Okay, let's do it another day, Li Qiushui said. I'll treat you to a meal another day. At this time, another middle-aged man's angry voice came from the other end of Li Qiushui's phone. You're still treating me to a meal? Our family is bankrupt, and the bank will come to settle the account soon. Do you still have money to treat me to a meal? You're always like that, bringing all kinds of bad friends home. It's not enough that you've ruined our family. Beep, 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 Li Qiushui hung up the phone. Zhaoan listened to the busy tone on the phone, thinking about the message conveyed by the last male voice. The Qiushui family went bankrupt, and the bank will come to liquidate soon? What's going on? Li Qiushui's family is in the OEM business. They have an OEM factory with a decent scale, one of the best in Jiangchang. His father is Li Dong, who started from scratch 20 years ago and built the business to a scale of over 10 billion today. In Zhaoan's eyes, he is also a legendary figure. The middle-aged male voice at the end of Li Qiushui's phone call should be his father Li Dong. Zhaoan was puzzled and told the driver to go to Li Qiushui's house. Such a big thing happened in their family, Zhaoan should go and take a look, and he would not hesitate to help if he could. After all, Zhaoan had few true friends, and Li Qiushui had helped him a lot when Zhaoan was down and out. After about half an hour, the taxi stopped at the gate of a villa community. Taxis were not allowed to enter this private community, so Zhaoan and his friends had to get out of the car and walk in. Li Qiushui's family lives in a detached villa that they bought several years ago. Their whole family lives here. Zhaoan has been here several times before, so he is familiar with the route. As soon as Zhaoan arrived, he was stopped by several bailiffs, who said that they were conducting a liquidation inside and no one was allowed to enter. Zhao Anduo was smart and said calmly, I am an appraiser hired by the bank, responsible for appraising antique calligraphy and paintings. Where's your ID? The bailiff asked. Zhaoan laughed and said, our business relies on word of mouth. All certificates are fake. Having strength is better than 10,000 certificates. What other certificates do you need? The bailiff was unsure, but he let him go because he didn't want to delay things. As soon as I entered the room, I heard Li Qiushui's roar, isn't it possible to keep personal belongings? These are my personal belongings. You can't seal them up, let alone auction them off. Li Dong yelled at him, your family is ruined, and you're still thinking about your broken fishing rods. You've been fishing for shrimp all day but you haven't caught anything. You brought a woman back and ruined your family. If it weren't for you, would our family have been ruined to this point? Another young man in his 20s also said with a smile, that's right, it's already this time, Li Qiushui, and you're still thinking about your broken fishing rods. You might as well auction them off to reduce your family's debt. Li Qiushui was filled with rage, and she said to the young man, Han Shiji, you son of a bitch, if you hadn't taken me to that rich second-generation gathering, I wouldn't have met that Huang Jie. I now suspect that you are the one behind all this, and you are still talking nonsense here, I'm going to kill you. As he was about to take action, he was stopped by Zhaoan who had just walked in. Li Qiushui was surprised and asked, Zhaoan, why are you here? Zhaoan asked, what's going on? What are the people from the bank and the court doing here? Li Qiushui lowered her head with red eyes and said, my family's company went bankrupt and we couldn't pay back the bank loan. The court came to seal up our house. How much money do you owe? Li Qiushui said with a sad face, 230 million. So much money? Their factory is worth tens of billions, has thousands of employees, and has always been operating well. How could they owe so much money all of a sudden? Han Shiji, who was standing aside, looked at Zhaoan and said with a contemptuous smile, are you scared? Where did you come from, you poor idiot? Are you Li Qiushui's former lackey? Their family is worthless now, bankrupt and liquidated, and has no value. Why don't you just come and get involved with me, and don't let them get you into trouble? Li Qiushui shouted angrily, Han Shiji, you are a bastard who can't even spit out ivory from a dog's mouth. This is my friend, my brother, you are not allowed to insult me like this. Insult? Han Shiji sneered, I gave you face in the past and called you young masterly, but now you're all fucking broke, why are you still pretending to be so high and mighty? I'm fucking insulting you, so what? If you don't agree, come and bite me? Zhaoan ignored the jeers of the bastard and looked at the court staff and asked, "As long as you pay back the bank debt, you can leave?" The staff member said, "Yes, according to regulations, bankruptcy liquidation is to repay debts, and the liquidation is completed when the debts are settled." Zhaoan took a deep breath and said loudly, "I will help them pay off their debts." What? Zhaoan's words shocked everyone, and Li Qiushui was even more shocked, wondering where Zhaoan got so much money. Han Shiji sneered and said, "You help him pay it back. This is 230 million renminbi, not Vietnamese dong. What can a poor idiot like you use to pay it back?" Zhaoan ignored the mad dog again and said to the court staff, "You should have a bank account dedicated to clearing. Give it to me and I will transfer the money to you immediately." The court staff was also a little surprised and asked, "Sir, are you sure?" "Sure." Then the staff member opened the briefcase in his hand, took out a folder, flipped through it, pointed to a number and said to Zhaoan, "This is it, this is the special account for this debt settlement." Zhaoan took out his cell phone and made a few clicks, and the transfer of 230 million was successful. Then he showed the successful transfer screen to the staff and said, "Check now to see if it has arrived." The staff member took out his mobile phone and went out to make a call. When he came back, he said with a relaxed look on his face, "Hello, sir. I have confirmed that the 230 million has been received in full. I declare that the debt liquidation of Li Dong has been successfully completed. Mr. Li Dong can retain all of his existing property." Zhaoan went over and put his arm around Li Qiushui's shoulders, looked at Han Shiji with contempt and said, "You bastard Han, this is private territory now, get out of here." Han Shiji was originally ready to ridicule Li Qiushui in a proud and arrogant manner, but now he was shocked by Zhaoan's ferocious operation. That was 230 million yuan, and he had paid it back as soon as he was told. Now he was being chased out like a dog. His mentality suddenly plummeted from a high point to a low point. His face turned red and white, and he said angrily, "Okay, very good, let's wait and see." After saying this, Han Shiji walked out cursing. Zhaoan quietly inserted his true eye, and when Han Shiji was about to go down the stairs, he cast a weakness spell on him. Han Shiji suddenly felt weak in his hands and feet, and felt dizzy. But he had already stepped one foot out, and his body weight tilted forward, and he fell down on the steps with a bang, then rolled down the steps several times until he stopped at the side of the road. At this moment, Master Han no longer had the composure he had before. There was a hole on his forehead and blood was flowing out. Blood was also oozing out of his mouth and nose. Half of his face was swollen and he looked as miserable as if he was at a car accident scene. Han Shiji covered the wound on his forehead with his hand, stood up slowly, stared at Li Qiushui with resentful eyes and said, "It's all your fault, Li Qiushui, I'm not done with you." "But what does this have to do with other people? So many people here saw it with their own eyes." He fell down by himself and no one touched him at all. He walked without paying attention, so who can he blame? Li Qiushui looked at Zhaoan and couldn't help but burst into laughter. As she laughed, tears fell down her face, and the depression and gloom she had felt during this period of time were swept away. The family was originally well off, peaceful and harmonious, but because of his carelessness, someone took advantage of the situation and now the family is almost broken up. One can imagine the guilt and regret in his heart. At this time, Han Shiji came over to laugh at him and add insult to injury, which made Li Qiushui mentally collapse. He rolled up his sleeves and wanted to beat him up. Fortunately, Zhaoan stopped him and gave him money to help him out. Although Zhaoan's family was poor when he was a student, Li Qiushui often helped him. But compared with Zhaoan's current large investment of more than 200 million, it is far behind. However, Li Qiushui kept this in mind. No matter what happened in the future, Zhaoan would always be his best brother. Moreover, he, Li Qiushui, would pay back the money throughout his life. Zhaoan thought it was nothing. He had hundreds of millions in his hand, and Aiqingru still owed him several billion. What's the big deal of giving some money to help friends through the difficult times? Moreover, with your extraordinary ability, you should not make money too easily. You can spend some money to save your friends from danger. That is righteousness. If I really have spent all the money, the worst that can happen is I can go to Myanmar for a trip and the money will come rolling in.